Chapter 1743. Dragon City kept shaking, and all kinds of buildings collapsed one after another. Cracks appeared in the ground, and streams of dragon flame spewed out. What's going on? Save me! The Snow Sword Palace disciples and Senior Lu's team had not gone far. Originally, they wanted to ambush Xiao Chan and observe the situation. However, the sudden situation turned several people into ashes on the spot after being struck by the dragon flame. Damn it! How can it be like this? Huang Puqi cursed and soared into the air. The buildings under his feet immediately collapsed, and a stream of dragon flame spewed out of the ground. Huang Puqi paled in fright, and cold sweat poured down his back. If he had been any slower, he would have died immediately. Before Huang Puqi could catch his breath, the ground shook again, and several streams of dragon flame spewed out at the same time. Whoosh! 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 Huang Puqi drew his sword, and a cold intent spread out as he barely dodged. He looked around and saw flames everywhere in the Dragon City. Terrifying, ferocious roars came from the ground. A horrifying dragon might spread out in the city, and a strange fear spread in people's hearts. Huang Puqi could not care so much, directly turning around and fleeing. He could no longer remain in this place. If he did, he might end up dying here. At this moment, half of the intact Dragon City instantly collapsed. Flames surged into the sky, spreading throughout the entire city. Everyone fled for their lives, not daring to linger for even a moment. In the plaza, the expressions of Xiao Chan and Zhen Yuan changed. They saw the swaying blue dragon totem in the blood formation, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Xiao Chan said sullenly, "Hurry up! Move faster!" Zhen Yuan did not dare to be careless. His expression turned extremely grave as he held the dragon scale with one hand and formed hand seals with the other. Zhen Yuan muttered something. It was actually a Buddhist incantation. As Zhen Yuan's hand seals changed, his body gave off a pitch-black Buddhist light. An expressionless black Buddha image appeared behind him. Zhen Yuan roared, and a black swastika shot out from his forehead. The swastika spun continuously, and the faux god flame on the totem trembled continuously, releasing strands of black aura. A sinister aura spread out in the surroundings. Xiao Chan immediately felt his heart palpitate, and his body and mind were affected. Whoosh! Boom! Black smoke continuously came out of the tiny faux god flame. A moment later, thick black smoke filled the air above the plaza. A terrifying demonic aura pressed down on everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. This startled Xiao Chan. Unexpectedly, the faux god flame hid so much demonic nature. Even with so much demonic nature leaking out, it still showed no signs of stopping. Feeling the increasing pressure, Xiao Chan had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and guard his heart in order to not be disturbed. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the black smoke above the plaza, staring coldly at Zhen Yuan. Xiao Chan squinted and saw an indistinct black dragon figure in the darkness. It was the black dragon. Xiao Chan was alarmed. There was an evil black dragon suppressed beneath the Dragon City. What kind of existence needed a Dragon City to suppress? Furthermore, it needed a faux god's divine flame to suppress it? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Zhen Yuan grinned and sneered. Withdraw! The gigantic Buddha image behind Zhen Yuan formed hand seals, and the swastika on its forehead started to forcefully suck in the black smoke. This person had really entered a state of berserking chi deviation. To think that he wanted to suppress and refine this demonic nature for his own use. Xiao Chan did not know if he was crazy or bold. Insignificant bald donkey, you overestimate yourself. A terrifying roar resounded in the air. The black smoke turned into a dragon image and charged at Zhen Yuan. Rumble! With one pounce, the floor of the plaza was sent flying. A strong storm spread out in all directions, materializing black storms that swept out in all directions. You are just a strand of remnant will. You can't do anything to me. Zhen Yuan revealed a cold smile. He stretched out his hand, and the gigantic hand of the Buddha image behind him smashed down. This hand directly scattered this black dragon image, turning it into strands of thin black smoke. Then the swastika on Zhen Yuan's forehead quickly sucked in the black dragon image. Ah! The instant the black smoke was sucked in, black lines appeared on Zhen Yuan's face, and he went berserk. Although it was just a strand of remnant will of the evil dragon, The demonic nature it contained was astonishingly vast, causing Zhen Yuan's aura to grow continuously. Black hair started growing wildly on Zhen Yuan's bald head like weeds. With just one look, Xiao Chun felt fear in his heart. What exactly was the origin of the demonic dragon sealed below? Looking around, Xiao Chun was pleasantly surprised to discover that as Zhen Yuan continuously sucked in the demonic qi, the black foe god flame on the totem started to turn clear. The flame swayed, becoming purer. The roar that reverberated endlessly above the dragon city turned even more intense. The black foe god flame on the totem slowly turned clear. The flame swayed, becoming purer. However, compared to the initial berserk roar, the dragon roar now sounded more like a roar of unwillingness. It sounded even scarier when one heard it. The dragon city was completely destroyed, reduced to rubble and bathed in a sea of fire. Ha 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 ha. I succeeded. I succeeded. I succeeded. Zhen Yuan laughed maniacally, looking deranged. The black hair on his forehead fluttered wildly. His image had changed greatly, and Song Ji's tough and upright temperament had disappeared. His long hair fluttered wildly, and his eyes exuded a fiendish qi. Zhen Yuan's aura was even more horrifying. Xiao Chun felt like Zhen Yuan would break through to star venerate at any moment. Zhen Yuan shifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Chun. Then he smiled and said, Xiao Chun, many thanks for your dragon scale. You can scram now. Right after Zhen Yuan spoke, he laughed maniacally. Then his figure flashed and grabbed at the foe god flame on the totem. Zhen Yuan had never thought of leaving the foe god flame to Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun did not move at all. He showed a cold smile as he coldly watched Zhen Yuan's actions. Boom! The foe god flame, which already had its demonic nature gone, ferociously released a divine might that knocked Zhen Yuan into the air. The foe god flame directly entered Xiao Chun's forehead with a whoosh. A flame mark appeared on Zhen Yuan's forehead. Xiao Chun immediately felt boundless energy filling his body. His mental energy grew infinitely in the depths of his sea of consciousness, like there was no limit. Junior, many thanks for saving me from my pain. Before Xiao Chun could sense this energy, a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. It was the master of the foe god flame. Xiao Chun was not surprised. The foe god flame that struggled free would choose him, a true blue dragon descendant. Furthermore, it was Zhen Yuan, the Buddhist sect unfilial son who entered the demonic Tao. There was no need to think. It had to be him. Damn it! How can it be like this? Zhen Yuan stood on a boulder outside the plaza. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips, somewhat caught off guard. Heaven is helping me. Unexpectedly, I managed to run into a blue dragon descendant at the critical moment. Junior, there is no need to say anything. Just do as I say. Quickly smash the blue dragon totem into the ground and block the formation. Only then can we barely suppress the black dragon king from coming out. This development startled Xiao Chun. The black dragon king can still come out even after the demonic nature is absorbed. The seal broke long ago. Even if we smash the totem into the ground, it can only trap him for another 100 years. After 100 years, the Black Dragon King will definitely appear again. Xiao Chun did not have much time to think. His figure flashed, and he passed through the many layers of blood formations and landed on the blue dragon totem. Xiao Chun, I want your life. Xiao Chun had just landed when he saw Zhen Yuan descend from the sky with a ferocious expression while holding a saber. Zhen Yuan executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's third move, entering hell. The 18 layers of hell layered over each other. 10,000 ghosts covered Zhen Yuan as he swung his saber. The terrifying saber light looked like it came from the depths of hell. Woo! 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 The mournful wails of evil spirits rang out in the surroundings. At this moment, hell and the human world merged. You are seeking death. A cold snort rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, and the flame mark on his forehead shot out a beam of divine light. Intense flames burned all the evil spirits, causing them to cry out in pain. All the mysterious phenomena were burned away. After Zhen Yuan landed, flames wrapped around his body, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Zhen Yuan's face changed continuously, sometimes black and sometimes white. He looked neither human nor ghost, completely crazed and extremely pitiful. There were no shortcuts between the Saber Dao and the Martial Dao. Since Zhen Yuan chose this path, All the consequences were self-inflicted. There was no need to pity him. Quick! Bury the blue dragon totem into the ground. Boom! 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 Just at this moment the ground started surging like waves. Something seemed like it would jump out at any moment. Xiao Qian used all his vital qi and smashed a palm strike on the blue dragon totem. He felt his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and mental energy in his sea of consciousness getting wildly absorbed by the totem. Under Xiao Qian's push, the blue dragon totem slowly sank into the ground. Chapter 1744. Boom! When the blue dragon totem completely sank into the ground, the world suddenly turned quiet. The terrifying evil dragon underground was completely suppressed, and the horrifying dragon roars stopped. At this moment, the fiery underground dragon city slowly extinguished. When Xiao Qian landed on the ground, he felt drained of energy. All his vital qi and veritable essence energy were drained. He had put in all his effort to bury the blue dragon totem in the ground. Without much thought, Xiao Qian sat down cross-legged and took out 2 medial-grade spirit jades. Then, he closed his eyes and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Junior, what's your name? As Xiao Qian anxiously recovered his strength, that heavy voice rang out in his mind again. It was the original owner of the faux god flame. I am Xiao Qian. Xiao clan? Among the 8 noble clans of my blue dragon bloodline, there does not seem to be a clan with the family name Xiao. However, it does not matter. Xiao Qian, I do not have much time left. I can only pass this faux god flame to you. Great waves stirred in Xiao Qian's heart. He could not bear to tell the other party that he was the only one left of the blue dragon bloodline. After thinking for a while, he asked softly, "Is there no other way? Since the faux god flame is not extinguished, can I help Senior find a body and possess it? It is too late. My divine flame is already too weak. There is only a strand of will of soul left, unable to possess a body. Furthermore, I do not have any desire to continue living. There is no need to force it." The faux god flame's voice came and went, showing that it was in an incomplete state. Xiao Qian remained silent, not knowing what to say. There is no need to feel pity. I have already lived long enough. Remember this. Within 100 years the Black Dragon King will definitely come out. This blue dragon totem is just a final resort. It cannot trap the Black Dragon King. How unfortunate, in the end, I let down the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's trust. The faux god flame's voice started to weaken until it gradually vanished. Senior. Senior, no matter how Xiao Qian called out in his mind, that voice never appeared again. This made Xiao Qian sigh in regret. Whoosh! All of a sudden, many memories that did not belong to Xiao Qian surged into his mind. These were the stories of the faux god flame's master. Many scenes flashed in Xiao Qian's mind intermittently like a movie. Because it was only a wisp of remnant will, its memories and information were scattered. After a while, Xiao Qian sorted out some clues and gained a rough understanding of the Black Dragon King's origins. There had never been a black dragon in the history of the dragon race, and there was no black dragon bloodline among the 7-colored divine dragons. The Black Dragon King was a variant body. The day it was born, there were all sorts of terrifying omens. When they grew up, their strength became stronger and stronger, almost heaven-defying. Soon they surpassed many of the older generation experts of the dragon race. He claimed to be the reincarnation of the dragon god. He killed with an iron fist and obtained the position of the Dragon Emperor. He was known as the Black Dragon King. After that, the hidden experts of the Dragon Clan worked together to seal it. However, it was almost unkillable and was able to break free of the seal in the end. Every time it appeared, it would cause a bloody storm in the dragon race, bringing all sorts of disasters. The last time it appeared, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor personally sealed it. Then, a dragon race faux god expert used his divine flame to suppress it. Unfortunately, the effects of the seal had weakened by now. When the faux god flame was about to burn out, the Black Dragon King found an opportunity. If not for Xiao Qian's coincidental appearance, the Black Dragon King would not have needed 100 years. Just now, the Black Dragon King would have successfully appeared, not needing 100 years. Xiao Qian immediately felt some lingering fear. If he had not sealed the totem into the ground earlier, he would have died. If he had not sealed the totem into the ground earlier, the Black Dragon King would have appeared. Not only would he have died, but the disaster it would have brought would have been unpredictable. At the same time, Shao Chun also sorted out the method to inherit the foe god flame. Although this foe god flame was about to burn out, the energy it contained was still an astronomical amount to the current Shao Chun. Shao Chun thought about how Jin Yuan's strength swelled to a frightening level, just by absorbing the demonic nature. The foe god flame would definitely not be much weaker. However, Shao Chun was different. He would not forcefully refine it and raise his strength. There were no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Jin Yuan's earlier appearance, which was neither human nor ghost, was the best lesson for Shao Chun. Given Jin Yuan's talent, he should not have been so radical. Abandoning Buddhism to cultivate the demonic path was truly unfortunate. After clearing away the distracting thoughts, Shao Chun started to follow the method he sorted out, slowly receiving the inheritance of the foe god flame. The bright flame mark on Shao Chun's forehead slowly dimmed. Whoosh! The energy contained in the foe god flame was slowly absorbed by Shao Chun's physical body, primal core, and soul. His entire body surged. The energy contained in the foe god flame was not purely veritable essence energy, vital qi, or soul energy. Instead, it contained all of them. Furthermore, there was a strand of the most important divine might. As Shao Chun absorbed the inheritance naturally, his cultivation rapidly soared. His body gave off motes of spiritual light. In the dark dragon city they looked like fireflies, exceptionally beautiful. Shao Chun had purposely released these motes of spiritual light. He was not as greedy as Jin Yuan. If he absorbed all the energy in the foe god flame, breaking through to star venerate would not be a problem. However, there was no need for that. If his foundation was unstable, he could easily enter berserking qi deviation. Everything had to be within his control. 1 hour later, Shao Chun's cultivation rose from early-stage major primal core realm to late-stage major primal core realm before stopping, just one step away from peak consummation. It was not over yet. After the inheritance ended, the energy representing veritable essence energy continued to be passed down. The energy representing soul energy continued to be passed down. Strands of pure soul energy flew into the depths of Shao Chun's sea of consciousness, which he had never explored before. Is it going to the soul pool? Shao Chun could not help feeling curious. In the past, he had heard from Yi Zifeng that Yi Zifeng had already condensed a soul pool that only star venerates could awaken. However, due to Shao Chun's limited strength, he had not been able to investigate it. This might be an opportunity. Shao Chun's consciousness lingered on the strands of pure soul energy, slowly entering the depths of his sea of consciousness. After a while, Shao Chun saw a spot of light in this pitch-black forbidden land. That was the soul pool. Before Shao Chun could take a closer look, he felt dazed. Then a pure soul energy entered it. The soul pool was incredibly vast and could be said to be boundless. The vast soul pool appeared hazy and confused. The soul energy from the foe god flame flew towards a clump of light in the center of the soul pool. That clump of light was what ordinary people referred to as the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The so-called will of soul was formed by combining the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls with a cultivation technique that cultivated soul energy. In the Great Thousand Realms, all life forms, be they fiendish demons or ferocious beasts, had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. When cultivated to a high level, one would condense the 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, cultivating soul energy and materializing the will of soul. As the boundless soul energy entered, that clump of light became increasingly brighter. Shao Chun clearly felt his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls strengthening continuously. The soul pool was vast and boundless, appearing hazy and hazy. In reality, the vastness of the soul pool far surpassed one's imagination. It was the most mysterious part of the human body. Far to the east of the soul pool, in a place that Shao Chun could not sense, there was a mysterious gravestone. The gravestone stood tall and gave off an ancient aura. The 2 words Sky Dome were written on it. There seemed to be a grave behind the Sky Dome gravestone. Shao Chun did not know what was buried there. However, Shao Chun had relied on a trick to enter. His consciousness was very weak and everything he saw was hazy. He could not see the gravestone in the east, which was extremely far away. After Shao Chun completely accepted the foe god flame soul energy, The clump of light in the center of the soul pool spun continuously. Boundless starlight poured out from it. After a while, motes of starlight filled the soul pool. After a while, motes of starlight filled the soul pool. The clump of light stopped spinning and condensed into an azure-colored dragon seal, radiating a terrifying dragon might. Xiao Chun withdrew his consciousness, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Many stars flickered in them. Immediately, all the floating dust in front of him disappeared. At this moment it was like everything in the world, life or death, depended on a thought from Xiao Chun. Will of Soul. After receiving the Foe God Flame's soul inheritance, Xiao Chun directly formed the Will of Soul. Boom! With the thought, the dragon seal in Xiao Chun's soul pool burst out with a piercing light. Everything in front turned to dust. The light was silent and shockingly mighty. Chapter 1745. Just as Xiao Chun was in closed-door cultivation and accepting the Foe God Flame inheritance, Xiao Chun's expression changed drastically. Huang Puqi appeared on the ground of the Dragon Flame ancient land in a somewhat sorry state. Then, he started to count the Snow Sword Palace disciples that escaped from the Dragon City. Soon after, Huang Puqi finished counting, and his expression turned extremely grim. Of the 100 Snow Sword Palace disciples, only 20-odd remained. Most of them died in the final Dragon Flame. Now only 1/5 remained. They had not obtained the Foe God Flame or the Blue Dragon Totem. It had to be said that this was a huge failure. After Xiao Chun returned to the Snow Sword Palace, he would definitely be punished by the sect elders. They had failed to lead the team and suffered heavy casualties. Brother Huangpu. Right at this moment, old Ma, who had a weak expression and was covered in wounds, appeared with Xiahou Feng, Lung Feng, and the others. Senior Ma's team had already lost more than half of its members in the battle with the Black Flame demons. Then they experienced the Dragon Flame eruption and died even more miserably. Now there were less than 10 people left. They were almost wiped out. Not long after, Elder Lu's team also arrived, and their expressions were even more miserable. His team's strength was the weakest. After making an inventory, there were only 4 or 5 people who escaped from Dragon City. Old Ma. This Xiao Chun is a member of your team. Just what is his background? Huang Puqi's expression was gloomy as he looked at Senior Ma. There was a clear hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He was currently in an extremely bad mood, wishing that he could kill everyone related to Xiao Chun. He comes from the Grave Sea. I'm not sure which sect he comes from. He just joined the group not long ago, so I really don't know much about him. Senior Ma explained hurriedly when he saw Huang Puqi's expression. This time the matter had really blown up. The Rank 5 Snow Sword Palace had lost so many people. They would definitely not leave the matter at that. If he were to get involved with Xiao Chun now, he might accidentally get implicated. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lung Feng said, "This matter cannot be blamed on us. If we discover him, old Ma and I will not let him off." That's right. I will absolutely not offend this brat, unless he never returns to Dragon Flame City, Senior Lu said coldly with a sinister expression. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Huang Puqi said hatefully, "Damn it. This time, the ancient transportation formation that Dragon Flame City activates once every 100 years. The 10 great sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquis personally came. My Snow Sword Palace has truly lost all face. That brat, I will definitely make him wish he was dead." When Senior Ma and Senior Lu heard this, their hearts involuntarily sank. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was the Soaring Dragon Marquis' conferred land in the Central Great Realms Yanwu dynasty. Fortune flourished, and those who were conferred the title of Marquis could share the fortune of the empire. From the moment the empires were established, they began to accumulate luck. Now the 4 empires had accumulated luck for hundreds of thousands of years. Currently, any dynasty had the ability to influence the direction of the entire Great Thousand World. The nobles of the dynasty could borrow the fate of the dynasty, and the sects that were allowed to be established in the nobles' fiefdom could also borrow the fate of the nobles. Compared to the Rank 5 sects established outside, the Rank 5 sects of the dynasties were much stronger in accumulations and strength. According to Huang Puqi, the 10 great Rank 5 sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquis all sent people. It would be strange if Senior Ma and Senior Lu were not shocked. Investigate this for me. We must investigate Xiao Qin's background thoroughly. At the same time, spread the news that he possesses the faux god flame and the ancient blue dragon totem. The murderous intent in Huang Puqi's eyes remained unextinguished, and the rage in his heart remained unquenched. He pushed all the blame for his carelessness to Xiao Chun. In reality, death and injury were hard to avoid when one went out on experiential training. The deaths of the Snow Sword Palace disciples had nothing to do with Xiao Chun. Huang Puqi could only be said to be petty for being so narrow-minded. With so many deaths and injuries, Huang Puqi and the others had no choice but to shatter their talisman strips and return to the city to rest. This ended their experiential training in the depths of the Dragon Flame ancient land. In the underground Dragon City, Xiao Chun, who had condensed the will of soul, revealed joy on his face. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, the soul energy inheritance of the faux god flame would directly help him condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Xiao Chun thought about how he ended up in a sorry state every time he faced the will of soul of that star venerate expert. The ability of the will of soul was simply too terrifying. Xiao Chun could already directly drive the power of the world. When fighting with cultivators without a will of soul, he had a great advantage. Many times, even when Xiao Chun fought with star venerates, he held the upper hand. The main reason why he did not dare to fight head-on was that he did not have a will of soul. The inheritance of vital qi, veritable essence energy, soul energy, and the faux god flame ended. However, the flame mark on Xiao Chun's forehead, which had already turned very dim, did not vanish. There was still a faint mark. The inheritance was not over yet. Xiao Chun was startled to discover a golden flame in his sea of consciousness. Whoosh! A flash of light immediately lit up his entire sea of consciousness, making it golden and boundlessly resplendent. Divine might. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He was very familiar with this light. It was the black-armored cultivator from back then. That black-armored cultivator from back then had used the energy of the faux god flame several times to unleash divine might and send Huang Puqi, Senior Ma, and the other star venerates flying. This golden flame slowly grew and eventually turned into a lingering strand of flame that remained in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness. At this moment, the flame mark on Xiao Chun's forehead completely vanished. The inheritance of the faux god flame ended. That final strand of divine might was the most precious treasure for Xiao Chun. However, he did not know how many times he could use it. No wonder those people fought to the death to obtain the faux god flame. Xiao Chun could not help sighing as he felt his cultivation increase, the condensed will of soul, and the increase in his physical body's vital qi. This was simply somewhat surreal. The feeling that the faux god flame gave him was simply too miraculous. That final strand of divine might would benefit him for life. It would be of great help to him when he tried to break through to the faux god realm and condense a divine flame. Aside from that, the remnant memories in the faux god flame represented a large amount of experience and knowledge. Those were benefits that could not be seen yet. However, they would be of great help to Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw that the Dragon City had already turned into rubble. It no longer looked ancient and majestic like when Xiao Chun first saw it. There was only ruin and chaos. After the Great Fire, everything was gone. The Blue Dragon race, the exquisite buildings, the residences that once existed. Everything was lost to history. Xiao Chun did not know if he would get a chance to see the ancient city of the Blue Dragon race again in the future. At this moment, Xiao Chun's emotions were indescribably complicated. Xiao Chun was originally the last inheritor of the Blue Dragon race, someone who was determined to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon race. As Xiao Chun watched this ancient dragon city turn from complete to rubble, he felt even more sorrowful than ordinary people. Xiao Chun looked down at the Dragon Race Plaza. The black flame demons formed by the life bestowal spell had reverted to their original form. The many black flame crystal statues had all cracked. They no longer had any spiritual energy, so they could no longer be used. Only the black statue that Xiao Chun had nourished with his essence blood and other flame crystals remained intact. Xiao Chun carefully picked it up and blew away the dust. Then he carefully put it away. This is... Looking around, Xiao Chun discovered something familiar under a few pieces of rubble. Gently pushing aside the rubble, Xiao Chun saw it clearly. Only then did he discover that it was the black dragon scale that he had given to Zhan Yuan. Xiao Chun recalled that divine might had forced Zhan Yuan back, and the demonic qi had rebounded on him. As Zhen Yuan entered a state of berserking qi deviation, he could not even take care of himself. Zhen Yuan should be in closed-door cultivation somewhere in the Dragon Flame ancient land. Right now, Zhen Yuan was terrifyingly strong. However, his situation was not good. The Black Dragon King's demonic qi might consume his consciousness at any moment, turning him into a puppet of the Black Dragon King like the Black Armored Cultivator. Black Dragon King. At the mention of the Black Dragon King, Xiao Qin's expression turned grave. The Black Dragon King and the Faux God Flame inheritance was extremely terrifying. The Black Dragon King would appear again within 100 years. When Xiao Qin thought of facing such a terrifying opponent, he could not bring himself to feel happy. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Qin looked around at the dragon city that looked like rubble. In Xiao Qin's eyes, aside from the vicissitudes of history, this was also a treasure city. The memories of the Faux God Flame inheritance allowed Xiao Qin to learn many secrets about this city. If he explored it a little, he would definitely gain a lot. Chapter 1746. In the memories of the Faux God Flame, there should have been a library in the northern part of the city. That place used to be the martial technique pavilion of the largest clan in this dragon city. It contained all the dragon race cultivation techniques. There was no lack of peak cultivation techniques. Aside from the primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the other cultivation techniques of the Central Great Realm had a total of 3 grades: Heaven, Earth, and Mortal. Each grade was further divided into Superior Grade, Medial Grade, and Peak Grade. Below that were all sorts of ungraded cultivation techniques. There were all sorts of explanations for them, so there was no way to summarize them all. A regular cultivator would be very lucky to obtain an authentic mortal grade martial technique, something that was rather rare. The army breaking sword technique that Xiao Qin once obtained was a famous peak mortal grade martial technique in the Central Great Realm. In the Central Great Realm, cultivation techniques and martial techniques were strictly categorized. Many of the martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the sects in the various astral clusters outside could not be considered mortal grade in the Central Great Realm. When a cultivation technique or martial technique reached a low grade, it would be known as a divine skill. This was because it was extremely powerful and difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, it was rare in quantity. Take that Huangpu Qi for example. The sword technique that he cultivated was an inferior grade earth grade sword technique, known as an earth grade divine skill. Xiao Qin had seen the might of this move for himself. The northern part of the city was also in ruins. Xiao Qin searched according to the inherited memories. It didn't take long for the address of the library to be sorted out. The library had collapsed long ago. The various restrictions were gone, and many cultivation techniques and martial techniques were burned. Complete martial techniques were extremely rare. As Xiao Qin looked at the many incomplete manuals, he showed a regretful expression. Many of them were superior grade mortal grade martial techniques. There were also some so-called earth grade divine skills. Some of them even tempted Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin seriously collected every incomplete manual. In the future, he would have to restore all of them. These were cultivation techniques and martial techniques compatible with the dragon race's physique. If Xiao Qin wanted to revive the Blue Dragon bloodline in the future, he would need a complete martial technique system from the lowest to the highest. Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Suddenly, Xiao Qin discovered a complete medial grade earth grade cultivation technique, and his eyes lit up. Xiao Qin had never cultivated his Will of Ice with a cultivation technique that matched it. Now, with the assistance of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiao Qin's Will of Thunder slowly strengthened. As the Will of Ice continued to descend, the gap between the two grew larger. As a result, he rarely used the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, which had originally been his trump card, as its might could no longer keep up. I might as well cultivate another ice attribute cultivation technique, and walk the path of ice and thunder that no one has ever walked before. Xiao Qin whispered to himself, a vague idea forming in his mind. Martial artists who cultivated the thunder attribute would usually cultivate a wind attribute, or a cloud attribute cultivation technique, walking the wind and thunder Dao. However, no one had ever walked the Dao of ice and lightning before, because it was simply too difficult to fuse the two together. Many people were unable to walk it. Xiao Qin was quite talented in both aspects. He had even fused the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. It was not impossible to walk the path of ice and lightning. After making up his mind, Xiao Chan put away the ice feather divine art. He planned to cultivate another cultivation technique when he had free time. After cleaning up this place, Xiao Chan looked at the ruined Dragon City and sighed. He continued exploring Dragon City. With the help of the inherited memories, Xiao Chan was always able to gain something in the vast ruins. A month later, all the treasures in the ruins of Dragon City were collected. The treasures he had obtained were beyond his imagination. After taking a solemn look at Dragon City, Xiao Chan left the city and came to the surface. It had only been a few dozen days, but when Xiao Chan returned to the surface, he had the illusion that 1,000 years had passed. Xiao Chan had changed too much. Compared to before, he was a completely different person. Before he entered Dragon City, he did not expect that in just a few weeks, he would not be able to come to Dragon City. Xiao Chen's cultivation could break through to late-stage major primal core realm. His vital qi could reach 10 cauldron force, and he could condense the will of soul that he dreamed of. Taking out the teleportation jade slip, Xiao Chan crushed it. Mottled shadows appeared beneath his feet, constantly changing and combining. 15 minutes later, a complete formation was formed. Xiao! A huge force spread out, and Xiao Chen's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he returned to the ancient teleportation formation in Dragon Flame City's northern city. Bladesman Xiao Chan? Upon seeing Xiao Chen appear, the old man maintaining the formation revealed a strange expression. Xiao Chen exclaimed softly, "You recognize me? Haha! Who in the city does not know you, white-robed Xiao Chan? You chased away 3 factions by yourself. Even the Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi suffered a great loss at your hands." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. News really spread fast. However, the most crucial thing is that I heard that you inherited a strand of faux god flame and obtained an ancient dragon race totem. Right now, it is not just the Snow Sword Palace's Huangpu Qi, Senior Ma, and Senior Lu's teams that want your life. The old man smiled faintly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the old man attacked, punching at Xiao Chan as he released his aura. When the old man punched, the sky changed color. This was the sudden strike of a peak major primal core expert. Its might was great. If it were the previous Xiao Chan, he would definitely be flustered and would have to spend some effort to deal with it. Now Xiao Chen only smiled coldly. The moment Xiao Chan appeared in the formation, he sensed that something was wrong with this old man. Xiao Chan had kept an eye out long ago and was not surprised by the old man's sudden attack. With a thought, vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's body, and all the dragon bones in his body crackled. Xiao Chan directly used his body to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Xiao Chen's horrifying physical body received this punch head-on. The strengthened dragon bones isolated most of the damage. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged and easily negated the remaining force of the punch. After receiving the punch head-on, Xiao Chan was completely unscathed. How can it be like this? That old man was greatly startled, revealing an extremely horrified expression, completely flabbergasted. Although the old man's sudden punch was not a peak strike, it was still quite mighty. Not only was Xiao Chen uninjured, but he also did not take even half a step back. Scram! When the old man felt that something was wrong and wanted to turn around and retreat, Xiao Chen's vital qi surged out. Clang clang clang. 10 dragon cauldrons made of vital qi collided with each other, giving off a deafening sound. Xiao Chan retaliated with a punch, and 10 cauldron force exploded, sending the old man flying. His clothes were tattered, and his body was badly mutilated. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Straightening his clothes, Xiao Chan strode out of the place. Seeing this scene, all of them turned pale with fright. However, no one dared to block Xiao Chen's path. This was Dragon Flame City. Strength was the rule and the strong were the rules. Xiao Chan thought to himself, it should be Huangpu Qi who leaked the news about me. This aroused the greed of all the cultivators in the city. Even the old man maintaining the formation started thinking about Xiao Chan. Young Master Xiao, quickly leave Dragon Flame City. This is a troublesome place. You should not remain for long. A kind-hearted old man nearby reminded Xiao Chan. Leave? Why should I leave? Tell everyone that I, Xiao-Chun, will be in the eastern part of the city for the next half a year. I will not go anywhere." Xiao-Chun smiled faintly and left with large strides. The current situation suited Xiao-Chun's intentions. Dragon Flame City was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. After Xiao-Chun sent this old man flying with one punch, many people would think twice before they made a move. Those who dared to seek trouble for Xiao-Chun would only be bold and skilled people with true talent. Xiao-Chun had improved too quickly, and had not had time to stabilize his strength. It would be great if he could have experts to spar with. How could Xiao-Chun think of leaving when this was something he could not wish for? If Xiao-Chun died in this Dragon Flame City, he could only blame himself for being weaker than others. There was nothing much to say. Xiao-Chun was born in an abandoned land. Compared to many people in the Great Thousand Realms, he was much weaker. Without a heart that dared to fight, it would be impossible for him to rise up. In less than half a day, the news of Xiao-Chun's return spread throughout the northern district of Dragon Flame City. Many people immediately rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. Dragon Flame City never cared about law or reason. However, the news of Xiao-Chun's return and the news of him sending a peak major primal core cultivator flying with one punch poured a bucket of cold water over many people's heads. Chapter 1747. After renting a courtyard in the northern district, Xiao-Chun casually settled down. He began to cultivate the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. This divine art was only an earth-ranked middle-grade cultivation technique. Even a normal true disciple of a 5th-rank sect would find it difficult to obtain such a precious cultivation technique. There were a total of 6 layers, and it was said that if one had an astonishing comprehension ability, they could combine the 6 layers into one, and comprehend the hidden 7th layer of the Ice Feather Divine Art. In the cultivation room of the courtyard, Xiao-Chun took out medial-grade spirit jades, and inserted them into the nodes of the spirit-gathering formation. After filling it up, Xiao-Chun sat cross-legged on the praying mat in the center of the formation and slowly circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation, according to the route of the mental cultivation method. Closing his eyes, Zhang Xian formed a series of hand seals with his hands. Occasionally, he would cross his hands and at other times, he would stack them up and down, placing them at his dantian. As the Ice Feather Divine Incantation circulated, the spiritual energy gathered in the formation quickly entered Xiao-Chun's body, circulating endlessly in his meridians. Originally, there was only the purple chi whirlpool of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in the center of the dantian. However, after the Ice Feather Divine Incantation completed a minor cycle, countless pure spiritual energy fell like snowflakes like pure white feathers. Outside the purple cyclone, another small white cyclone formed. From today onwards, he would officially cultivate an ice cultivation technique and walk on the path of ice and thunder. The originally scattered will of ice in Xiao-Chun's body slowly merged together, according to the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Xiao-Chun, who had never cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation technique before, made rather quick progress in cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Art. Phew! Opening his eyes, Xiao-Chun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked around. The training room was already covered in frost, and sparse snowflakes slowly drifted down. Snowflakes fell on her white robe, adding to her strength of character. She was like a winter plum flower standing proudly in the snow and ice. Some white hairs appeared on his scattered hair. This was the result of successfully cultivating the first layer. To be able to successfully cultivate the first layer in half a day, he should possess the will of ice. That is why he can cultivate so quickly. Xiao-Chun was quite satisfied with his cultivation progress, but he was also very calm. The main reason he was able to cultivate so quickly was because he had a good foundation. More importantly, he had only just started. He was only at the first level of the Ice Feather Divine Art. The long march of 10,000 li had just begun. So. Strange auras could be sensed from outside the house, and they were rapidly approaching. Xiao-Chun raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You're finally here. Let me see who you are." This person definitely came for the so-called ancient dragon race totem and the faux god flame inheritance. He did not hide his whereabouts. Anyone could find him if they wanted to. Most importantly, his whereabouts had been leaked on purpose. With a flash, Xiao-Chun flew out of the cultivation room and landed on the roof of his courtyard. Xiao Chun raised his gaze and saw Huang Puqi, leading the Snow Sword Palace disciples outside the courtyard. There was also Senior Ma, Senior Lu, and a group of old friends. He charged forward with a murderous aura. Bang! With a kick from Huang Puqi, the courtyard door was smashed into powder. Then, a group of people rushed in without any scruples. Xiao Chun raised his head and happened to see the white-clad Xiao Chun standing on the roof, holding his saber and smiling. A few strands of white hair adorned Xiao Chun's handsome face. On the roof, Xiao Chun looked like a winter snow plum flower standing alone in the cold wind, looking delicate and refined. Huang Puqi felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Xiao Chun, it looks like you expected that I, Huang Puqi, would come. You are a rank 4 sect disciple, yet there is no point in saying so much. In Dragonflame City there is no sect or origin. Strength reigns supreme. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. If you surpass the saber in my hand, I will give you everything you want." 2 Dao discs appeared behind Xiao Chun. His fighting spirit blazed, and his aura instantly reached its peak. Huang Puqi felt stifled. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so direct. "Senior brother, there is no need to be polite with him. Let's attack together. Even if he has a great fortuitous encounter, he will find it hard to escape death. Why go to so much trouble?" A Snow Sword Palace disciple stepped forward and whispered into Huang Puqi's ear. "Indeed, brother Huang Pu. In any case, he is just a rank 4 sect disciple. How can he compare to your noble status?" Senior Ma, who was at the side, said sullenly as he gave Xiao Chun a vicious look. Huang Puqi raged in his heart. He demanded, "Do you think that I, Huang Puqi, am definitely not a match for him? I am a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor, an early-stage star venerate. Do you think that I, Huang Puqi, will need your help to deal with a rank 4 sect disciple?" Raising his gaze, Huang Puqi said sullenly, "As long as you do not use that puppet technique from that day, why would I, Huang Puqi, fear a fight with you?" As a rank 5 sect disciple, Huang Puqi naturally had pride in his heart. From the start to the end, he had never treated Xiao Chun as an opponent. Back then, when Huang Puqi was forced to leave, he had been brooding over it, believing that Xiao Chun used an unorthodox technique. Huang Puqi had long been suppressing the rage in his heart. Now Xiao Chun wanted to fight him alone. This was exactly what Huang Puqi wanted. Xiao Chun said softly, "Don't worry. The technique from that day is very strict and exhausts a lot of energy. I will definitely not use it when fighting you. In that case you can die." Huang Puqi radiated killing intent as he took a big stride forward and charged over. Whoosh! Snowflakes filled the air, and boundless cold chi spread out. Frost instantly covered the entire courtyard, turning it into an ice palace. The instant Huang Puqi drew his sword, a boundless sword light shot out. Huang Puqi's figure suddenly vanished, becoming one with the snowflakes filling the air. Exquisite! Several Dragonflame City experts and Snow Sword Palace disciples, who were watching in secret, could not help praising Huang Puqi when they saw this sword strike. Huang Puqi truly lives up to being a Snow Sword Palace true inheritor. This is a fusion of the Sword Dao and the Ice Dao. Even many of the old seniors cannot compare to this. This is truly indescribably exquisite. When the sword strikes, the flying snow and the sword light merge. This sky full of flying snow, is it sword light? Or is it flying snow? What is real and what is fake? It is truly unpredictable. I heard that the founder of the Snow Sword Palace comprehended the Snowflake Divine Sword from the snow, establishing the rank 5 Snow Sword Palace. The Snow Sword Palace's profound cultivation techniques and martial techniques are all derived from the Snowflake Divine Sword. This Huang Puqi has indeed learned a trace of the true essence. It's admirable. On the roof, Xiao Chun looked at the snow-filled sky and immediately saw the beauty of it. One had to admit that Huang Puqi's sword was indeed eye-catching. Not only was his cultivation outstanding, but he also had deep attainments in the Ice Dao and the Sword Dao. He was worth learning from. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, as beautiful as a dream, as fragmented as jade, as clear as crystal, and as undulating as the sea with turbulent undercurrents. This was Huang Puqi's true strength. It was also the reason why he had always thought highly of himself and looked down on Xiao Chun. How to break this move? Was he going to find Huang Puqi's true body in the snowstorm and see through the sword light and snowflakes? If that was the case, then he would have fallen into Huang Puqi's trap. After one move, Xiao Chun would definitely lose. The spring snow came treading on the air, and wherever it touched, it seemed as if flowers were blooming. Among the trees in the garden, which one was the real plum blossom? Where is the flying snow? Where is the sword light? One wrong look and the sky is filled with murderous intent. But why should I look at it? Flowers will wilt, snow will melt. There is nothing in the world that is eternal. However, if I resolve the mundane and jump out of the mundane world, what is real and what is fake will be decided with just a thought. If my wish is real, the flowers will bloom, never wilting. If my wish is fake, the snow will dance in the air, never melting. Xiao Chun's thoughts wandered as the snowstorm filled the courtyard. With just a thought, Xiao Chun gained many comprehensions from Huang Puqi's move. Unknowingly, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolved the mundane improved further. He now knew how to break this move. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique circulated in his body. However, Xiao Chun did not draw his saber, only using the true meaning of resolve the mundane. He gently stretched out a finger, and the white whirlpool in his dantian started spinning frantically. All the ice-attributed veritable essence energy in his body poured out. Then he gently tapped the flying snow with his finger. The snowstorm filling the courtyard suddenly paused. Every snowflake bloomed in the air. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals formed a 7-petal white flower. The flying snow in the air instantly condensed into a flower. The courtyard, the snowflakes, the house, and the white-clad bladesman all formed a poetic painting. Huang Puqi, who had already merged with the flying snow, was forcefully squeezed out of the state that he created. When Huang Puqi looked up, his eyes met. He saw Xiao Chun standing alone under the roof, holding a flower and smiling. This startled Huang Puqi into retreating frantically. Chapter 1748. Huang Puqi had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Chun broke the mysterious phenomenon and perfect state that he created with one finger, turning it into Xiao Chen's mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chen forced Huang Puqi out. This flabbergasted everyone. No one had expected Xiao Chun to use such a method to break this move. It was a miraculous and unimaginable break. Xiao Chun broke Huang Puqi's attack from the very foundation, instantly turning him into a defensive stance. The situation instantly reversed. Huang Puqi switched positions between offense and defense. Damn. This is too incredible. How did he do it? How strong is his mental state to be able to break this move like that? Why does it feel like this Xiao Chen's mental state is on a completely different level from Huang Puqi's? He is much stronger. This is going to be difficult. The spectators were all experts. Anyone could tell that Xiao Chen's seemingly simple finger attack had many tricks to it. In reality, there were many ways to learn it. It required an extremely high cultivation of the mind, and a deep understanding of the martial Tao to reach an extremely high realm. Up on the roof, Xiao Chun smiled faintly as he watched the retreating Huang Puqi. Xiao Chun gently pushed his 2 fingers holding the snowflakes forward. The wind and snow in the air howled at Huang Puqi. Just as the 2 fingers moved forward, along with the howling of the wind and snow, there was a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground. Boom! This thunder was ear-splitting, striking at the soul and resounding in the sea of consciousness. It lingered without scattering, spreading out endlessly. Thunderclouds spread in the sky, and countless electric lights burst out. The instant the power of the wind and snow shot out, Xiao Chun created his strongest mysterious phenomenon. He leaped up while holding his saber, pressing towards the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Kill! Xiao Chun drew his saber tyrannically, and a strand of saber light exploded the wind and snow in the air. The lightning and thunder illuminated him, making him look like a war god. Xiao Chun, who already held the upper hand in the first place, instantly gained an overwhelming advantage over the frantically retreating Huang Puqi. Damn it! One wrong move and he lost everything. Huang Puqi complained in his heart. Right now, the situation was extremely unfavorable to him. If he got careless, he would instantly lose. Sword. His mind was unprecedentedly focused. The path of frost had been broken, so he would use the sword in his hand to turn the situation around. With a furious roar, Huang Puqi's entire body surged with veritable essence energy, and the sword in his hand buzzed endlessly. Xiao Chun condensed an incredibly sharp sword move. His aura continuously shrank. By the time Xiao Chun arrived, he had already become as sharp as a needle. Needles thin, sharp, but also easy to break. Huang Puqi was forcing himself into a dead end, putting himself in a hopeless situation. In any case, he was already at an absolute disadvantage, so he might as well take a gamble and take a risky move. No one had expected that the situation would be so dangerous in just 2 moves. It was truly shocking that they had reached such a situation where they were either alive or dead. Xiao Qin's state of mind was shocking. Huang Puqi's decisiveness was also shocking. Resolving the mundane. Seeing that Huang Puqi was risking his life like this, Xiao Chun was not afraid at all. He took the opportunity to execute his strongest killing move. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Qin's forehead. He appeared expressionless as he severed the 7 emotions and 6 desires, forgetting the mundane, achieving eternity. A strand of eternal and inextinguishable saber light immediately appeared. A boundlessly ferocious Buddhist light shone brightly in all directions under the thunderclouds. It was like a blazing sun, illuminating eternally, not caring about being extinguished. Ice Sealing Chop, Huang Puqi shouted, and 6 gigantic ice sword chi connected from head to tail appeared above his head. Then they clashed with that eternal saber light. Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground and shot forward like a beam of light, betting all of his veritable essence energy. The ice-sealing sword chi clashed with the eternal saber light. Ice shards kept leaking out of the 6 revolving ice sword chis. They flew out and created terrifying ice explosions. The cold chi immediately became like a knife slicing through the air. Kasie, Kasu. The courtyards within 5 kilometers that were affected instantly turned into ice palaces. Then they silently turned into ice shards littering the ground. The cultivators watching in secret had no choice but to flee, afraid of getting caught up in the terrifying ice shards. Xiao Chun could not dodge. He could only use his physical body to block these terrifying ice shards head-on. When the cold chi entered his body, his internal organs were instantly assaulted. However, at this point, how could Xiao Chun retreat? The eternal and inextinguishable saber light in his hand continued to descend. The 2 were going all out. It was a matter of who could last to the end. It was Xiao Chun who broke the ice sword chi connected from head to tail, breaking the needle-like sharp sword move inside. In the end, it was Huang Puqi's needle-sharp, ice-like sword move that penetrated every opening that Xiao Chun could reach first, crushing his physical body. The saber light was eternal and inextinguishable. However, that did not mean that the physical body was eternal. Everyone held their breaths and focused, waiting for this exciting result. Kasie. In the next moment, the sound of something breaking could be heard from within the ice storm. In the next moment, the ice and snow broke, and Huang Puqi became like a broken kite, on the verge of falling. Senior brother. The Snow Sword Palace disciples were startled. They quickly soared into the air and caught Huang Puqi. You lost. The ice and snow exploded, and the saber light vanished. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Then his white robe slowly landed, accompanied by the dancing ice and snow in the air. His face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that the fight just now had exhausted his mind and spirit, and his injuries were not light. On the other hand, Huang Puqi's face was drained of blood. There was a terrifying saber wound on his chest. He had nearly been cut in half at the waist. Thank you for showing mercy, Huang Puqi said through clenched teeth as he looked at Xiao Chun. His face was dark, and there was no sign of gratitude on his face. With the last saber strike, Xiao Chun had the chance to take his life. In the end, he held back and didn't chop him in half. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "No need to thank me. You saved your own life." He did not use his will of soul or activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold back. Huang Puqi smiled bitterly and said, "My background is better than yours, and my cultivation is higher. If I were to use my will of soul, where would I put my face? A defeat is a defeat. Let's go." This time there was no need for Xiao Chun to say anything. Huang Puqi led the Snow Sword Palace disciples away. He would not appear again in the future. He was convinced and no longer had the face to remain here. Just at this moment, Senior Ma and Senior Lu, who were in the courtyard, exchanged glances and nodded slightly. While Xiao Chun and Huang Puqi were speaking, Senior Ma suddenly threw out a book. Stars flickered in the two's eyes. Their wills of soul carried the flourishing might of the world as they charged at Xiao Chun. The two's wills of soul merged into one in the air. Immediately the sky changed color. Winds blew and clouds churned. An unparalleled force pressed down on Xiao Chun. Everyone in the distance was so shocked by this scene that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Although there were no rules in Dragon Flame City, every cultivator had their pride. Very few people would launch such a shameless sneak attack. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack after the battle ended. Furthermore, it was two star venerates working together to use their wills of soul to suppress a major primal core venerate at the same time. Xiao Chun, you traitor. This old man will let you know the fate of betrayers. Senior Ma said through clenched teeth, showing a vicious expression. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In Senior Ma's eyes, Xiao Chun was already a dead man. Back then, Xiao Chun already found it very taxing to resist Senior Ma's will of soul alone. Now that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to deal with the severely injured Xiao Chun, they were confident of success. There would be no mistakes. It's over. This time Xiao Chun is really finished. While many people thought that the two old men were shameless, they also felt pity for Xiao Chun. No matter who it was, they would most likely die in such a situation. There would be no hope of survival. Even if one did not die, one would be crippled. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly as he snorted coldly. Starlight flickered in his eyes as well. The azure dragon seal in his soul pool flickered with light. A will of soul containing the primordial dragon might surged out of Xiao Chun's forehead and clashed with the combined will of soul. Buzz! The two soul wills clashed in the air. The two old men's soul wills crumbled upon contact. They didn't even have time to show shock on their faces. Xiao Chun's will of soul suppressed him, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood and kneel on the ground, unable to move. Dust filled the air, but it didn't move. Xiao Chun's soul will had already fixed this space. Young Master Xiao, spare me. Old Ma and Old Lu knelt on the ground, completely scared out of their wits. Huang Puqi, who had not gone far, turned his head and saw this scene. He was petrified on the spot, feeling as if his face was on fire. Chapter 1749. Huang Puqi showed a sullen face, his expression completely stiff. He was completely stupefied. Earlier, Huang Puqi still maintained some pride. He did not use his will of soul or activate his great desolate Ian bloodline. He believed that even if he lost, it was because he did not use his full power or bring out all his trump cards. However, right now, Xiao Chun did it before everyone. He broke the will of soul that Senior Ma and Senior Lu worked together to bring out, announcing to everyone that he, Xiao Chun, also had a will of soul. Furthermore, it was not weak, easily breaking the will of soul of two-star venerates. Huang Puqi did not care about Senior Ma and Senior Lu at all. They were just two-star venerates with ordinary talent. To ordinary people they looked very awe-inspiring. However, Huang Puqi was very knowledgeable. He had already seen many star venerates in a rank 5 sect. He had seen holy venerates and sovereign personages. In the Snow Sword Palace, with Senior Ma and Senior Lu's cultivation, they could only be outer sect administrators at best. They would not even be able to become elders. Huang Puqi believed that he could break the will of soul that the two worked together. However, he would not be able to do it as easily as Xiao Chun. Senior brother, what's wrong? The Snow Sword Palace junior brother asked quickly when he saw that Huang Puqi's expression was off. Huang Puqi felt somewhat empty in his heart. He showed a desolate expression, appearing somewhat embarrassed. He said somewhat weakly, I'm fine. Let's go. Let's go. Huang Puqi repeated himself twice in a row. Clearly, he was not in the right state of mind. His footsteps were unsteady, and he instantly looked much older. As Xiao Chun looked at Senior Ma and Senior Lu, he ignored their pleas for mercy. He pointed, and the two who were suppressed by the will of soul flew back into the air. After the two landed, their expressions turned stiff, and their eyes turned listless. In their soul pools, their souls had already been shattered, becoming two soulless bodies. They could not be any more dead. Xiao Chan had always despised such vile people who attacked from behind. He coldly waved his hand and said to the people who came to cause trouble, "Close my doors and scram." Yes, yes, yes. The people of Senior Ma's and Senior Lu's teams panicked, carrying the two's corpses and rushing away. The people watching the battle from the shadows remained silent for a long time. They had never expected such an ending. The sneak attack of 2-star Venerates should have been in the bag. To think that Xiao Chan managed to turn the situation around. Who would have thought that Xiao Chan would be able to break Huangpu's miraculous phenomenon with just a flower-pinching finger? One day later, the battle shook the entire city. The white-clad Xiao Chan, who was already well known in the first place, became even more famous in Dragon Flame City. The topic of discussion was not just the ancient dragon race totem and his many treasures. It was his strength. Some people even believed that Xiao Chan was strong enough to rank among the 10 strongest bladesmen in Dragon Flame City. Apart from his low cultivation, he had no other shortcomings. Just how strong was the white-robed Xiao Chan? This was the topic that all of Dragon City was talking about the most. Apart from that, what they talked about the most was what Xiao Chan had said. Whoever could defeat the saber in his hand, he would give all the treasures on him to the other party for free. This sentence was seen as Xiao Chan issuing a challenge to all the experts of Dragon City. Everyone knew that the Dragon Flame Ancient Land was the place where the most geniuses and outstanding talents gathered in the dozens of nearby astral clusters. Every day, sect elites and outstanding talents from the various astral clusters would come here on experiential training. This was especially so now. Even the 10 great sects of the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon Marquette sent true inheritors to lead teams on experiential training. Some people found Xiao Qin's words too arrogant. Sooner or later there would be trouble. Indeed, on the second day after Huangpu Qi's defeat, someone went to look for him. It's Bai Yin, a veteran expert of Dragon Flame City. His team ranks among the top 3 in Dragon Flame City. He lost. Bai Yin lost. After 100 moves, Xiao Chan knocked him into the air with one saber strike. He no longer had any combat prowess and fled in a sorry state. However, Bai Yan's defeat did not stop this craze. While Dragon Flame City lacked many things, it did not lack ruthless people. Did you hear? The Fangluo, known as the 10,000 Demon Slayer in the northern city, sought out Xiao Chan after he returned from the depths of the Dragon Flame Ancient Land. That's the one. I heard that Fangluo killed more than 10,000 flame demons. He is a ruthless person. Although he did not break through to Star Venerate, he comprehended the will of soul long ago. His combat experience is scarily rich. That's right. That's him. When he returned this time, he already broke through to Star Venerate. When he heard that Xiao Chan has an ancient dragon race totem, he charged over without saying anything. What was the result? He lost. Xiao Chan defeated him in 50 moves. He was in an even worse state than Bai Yan. Ah, that can't be right? No one expected that defeating Huangpu Qi was just the beginning for Xiao Chan. In merely 2 short months, more than 20 people sought out Xiao Chan to challenge him. Practically every 3 days, experts of Dragon Flame City or outstanding talents who came for experiential training sought out Xiao Chan. In the end, all of them lost without exception. However, there were people who did not believe that a person who had not broken through to Star Venerate could be strong. No matter how strong one was, there was a limit. However, despite these people attacking one after another, they could not defeat Xiao Chan. They even found it difficult to last more than 100 moves. Later, the cultivators in Dragon Flame City were shocked to discover that Xiao Chan seemed to grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao Chan seemed to grow stronger the more he fought. After every battle ended, his strength would increase by another level when he reappeared. Hence a strange scene happened. Originally, every time Xiao Chan fought, there would be more than 100 people watching, learning from him and curious about the results. After 3 months, there were only a few people watching. This was because Xiao Chen's opponents lost increasingly faster. From the first 100 moves, now no one could last more than 10 moves. He lost again. The top outstanding talent of the vast sea cluster, Nangong Ming, who broke through to Star Venerate at the age of 30, lost to Xiao Chan in 5 moves. That is within expectations. Now I finally understand. This Xiao Chan is purposely using this to temper himself. He is really ruthless. In my opinion, only those dynasty scions or the top 100 great desolate Ian bloodlines can suppress him. Indeed, such an existence can already go to the central great realm and make a name for himself. That is hard to say. Those who have not entered the central great realm will never know how narrow their vision is. That's right. In the dynasties, rank 5 sects are at the bottom, not to mention rank 6 sects and the various holy sects above rank 6 sections. In the end, that world is still too far away from us. Just think about it. Just one cluster lord go, you can have an entire great realm as her conferred land. The vision of the people of the central great realm is completely different from ours. Right now, the discussion about Xiao Chan was no longer about how strong he was in Dragonflame City. Instead, it was about whether such a demonic genius like him could make a name for himself in the central great realm. However, few people had been to the central great realm before. Everyone debated this endlessly with many different opinions. Some people said that Xiao Chan was qualified to join a holy gate. Some people also said that Xiao Chan was not qualified enough and would only invite humiliation if he went to the central great realm. It was just like how many outstanding talents were among the top in their respective astral clusters. However, after they went to the central great realm, they all felt depressed and disappointed. Even after many years when they returned, they did not mention their experiences in the central great realm. With one look, it was clear that they did not want to recall the past. They must have suffered great humiliation and could not bear to recall it. Another 3 months passed. Half a year passed just like that. Xiao Chan stood on the roof of his courtyard and looked at the people below. Then he said softly, "Senior, you lost." Outside the courtyard, an old man stared at the broken saber on the ground. This old man muttered to himself in a daze. This old man was Feng Yuqiang, one of the original 10 great bladesmen of Dragonflame City, ranked first. He came because of the ancient dragon race totem. A totem was not something that could be called a totem after it was carved on a piece of wood. It required a race to worship it, for countless people to worship it and offer their pious faith. Only after thousands or even tens of thousands of years could it take form and be called a totem. The totem of some minor races was already a priceless treasure. What more the ancient dragon race? Naturally, it would tempt countless experts. Feng Yuqiang had been tempted long ago. However, due to his status, he did not make a move. After half a year, as more and more people lost to Xiao Chan, Feng Yuqiang finally could no longer hold back and made a move. However, after one battle, after exchanging 10 moves, Xiao Chan broke his weapon. Feng Yuqiang suffered a crushing defeat, reduced to a sorry state. Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and looked at the old man in front of the courtyard, somewhat distracted. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. To think that no one in Dragonflame City was a match for him. Perhaps Xiao Chan had set his sights too low from the very start. Chapter 1750. Within half a year, all the famous experts of Dragonflame City had challenged Xiao Chan. When the outstanding talents who came for experiential training heard of Xiao Chen's reputation and the wager, they all challenged him. Even the true inheritors of the 10 rank 5 sects of the Soaring Dragon Marquette all rushed over. At first, people came to challenge Xiao Chen nearly every day. However, in the final month, only Feng Yuqiang came. Even so, he was defeated in 10 moves. "I'm old. I'm really old." Feng Yuqiang picked up the broken saber and sighed to himself. Whoosh! Xiao Chan landed on the ground and performed a cupped fist salute. "Senior, don't be too sad. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of powerful experts who became famous in their twilight years." Feng Yuqiang smiled bitterly and said, "There are indeed quite a few. I even know some of them. However, they are definitely not me. I'll take my leave first." Feeling somewhat hurt, Feng Yuqiang shook his head and sighed before leaving alone. As Xiao Chan watched Feng Yuqiang leave, he entered deep thought. In the past half a year, he had defeated countless people. He would seriously observe the expressions and backs of every defeated person. Defeat had never been scary. What was scary was losing all fighting spirit after one defeat. Xiao Chan had once been reduced to a sorry state by a star venerate, like an ant that could be squashed. He had lost even more miserably than these people, in an even more sorry state. However, he did not lose his fighting spirit. That was how he rose up today, fighting everywhere in Dragon Flame City without suffering a single defeat. However, this was not a result that he could be too proud of. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and said softly, "It is time to return." In the past half a year, Xiao Chun's cultivation had already reached peak consummation major primal core realm, only one step away from Star Venerate. Since he already condensed the will of soul, the bottleneck between major primal core Venerate and Cloud Sea Star Venerate was not particularly large. There was no need for him to purposely make a breakthrough. When the conditions were right, he could advance to Star Venerate. Right now, Xiao Chun had to consider how to proceed after breaking through to Star Venerate. He needed a goal, someone to refer to. However, there was no one in Dragon Flame City that he could learn from. After packing his things, Xiao Chun silently left the northern city in the middle of the night. Dragon Flame City, Southern District. A middle-aged man wearing a cloak sat cross-legged on the top floor of a quiet and elegant pavilion. Beside his hand was a simple and unadorned long sword. In the quiet and peaceful top floor, there was an omnipresent sword aura that came from the middle-aged man's body. As long as he existed, the sword momentum would not disappear. Even if he was cultivating in seclusion, as long as he opened his eyes, the natural sword momentum would be ready to be unleashed. This was a shocking blow to the invader, catching him off guard. He was Bai Mingfeng. Xiao Chun was one of the 10 strongest swordsmen of Dragon Flame City, one of the sovereigns of the southern city. Over the years, he had killed countless aggrieved souls with his sword. Relying on the 4-foot-long sword, he had established an illustrious reputation. Very few people dared to provoke him. But tonight, under the lonely shadow of the waning moon, a young man in white walked over. The bright moon was not round, and the stars did not twinkle. Tonight it was very dark. The man in white walked over with a saber in his hand. When he was 10 li away from the pavilion, Bai Mingfeng suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz buzz buzz. Auras clashed, and the saber and sword hummed. The decorations on the top floor shattered one by one, and cracks appeared on the pillars as they struggled. Dense saber intent and sword intent clashed with each other, causing the cracks to spread continuously. The instant Bai Mingfeng opened his eyes, he instantly grasped the sword beside him and drew it by 1 centimeter. A dazzling sword light and a sharp sword wind made Bai Mingfeng's long hair and clothes flutter wildly. However, by the time Bai Mingfeng opened his eyes, it was already too late. This was because Xiao Chun had already drawn his saber, and Bai Mingfeng had only just opened his eyes. Boom! The pavilion instantly shattered, turning into countless shards. However, Bai Mingfeng had not even drawn his sword yet. Whoosh! An even stronger saber light completely crushed Bai Mingfeng's sword wind, extinguishing it and forcibly driving it away. Before Bai Mingfeng could swing his sword, the saber light knocked the sword in his hand away. Ka-sie! The saber light chopped down, chopping off Bai Mingfeng's right hand, which originally held the sword. Blood spurted out like a fountain. When the pavilion shattered, Bai Mingfeng stabbed his sword into the ground, kneeling on one knee. His complexion was pale, but he did not say anything. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, and the saber light that lit up the dark night vanished. However, Xiao Chun's white robes were still clearly visible in this quiet night. I am a vengeful person. Half a year ago you stabbed me with your sword and nearly took my life. Half a year later, I will return the favor and cut off one of your arms. Right after Bai Mingfeng spoke, Xiao Chun left with his saber in hand, going further away in the hazy night sky with the waning moon hanging high. As Bai Mingfeng looked at his chopped-off arm, he revealed a bitter smile. Bai Mingfeng had long known that a demonic genius had appeared in the northern city. In the past half a year, this person had challenged all the experts in Dragon Flame City. He also knew that this person was the white-clad bladesman who once caught his sword with his bare hand. Furthermore, Bai Mingfeng knew that the other party would definitely come looking for him before leaving. However, Bai Mingfeng did not leave. Firstly, he could not bear to part with the profits he had accumulated in Dragon Flame City over the years. Secondly, he did not believe that he could not catch Xiao Chun's saber. Bai Mingfeng knew that Xiao Chun was like him, a proud and aloof person. Half a year ago when Xiao Chun caught his sword, Bai Mingfeng stopped making a move, letting Xiao Chun leave. Unfortunately, after half a year, Bai Mingfeng failed to catch this saber strike. Losing an arm was the price Bai Mingfeng paid for his confidence. Bai Mingfeng picked up the chopped-off arm on the ground and quickly left without saying a word. Bai Mingfeng had made many enemies over the years. If he did not leave after losing an arm, he would be seeking death. Those enemies would not be as polite as Xiao Chun. At sunrise, a black horse carriage kicked up dust as it sped on the road leading to Soaring Dragon City. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in the carriage, cultivating with his eyes closed, not slacking off at all. See. Cold chi spread out in the carriage and snowflakes flew everywhere, condensing into ice feathers drifting about. In the past half a year, Xiao Chun had already cultivated the ice feather divine incantation to the 3rd layer. This was already very fast. In the future, Xiao Chun would have to slow down. Unless Xiao Chun ran into some fortuitous encounter or an ice-attributed natural treasure. Right now, Xiao Chun had a head of long hair, half white and half black. Despite his handsome air, there was now a hint of coldness. After 3 days and 3 nights, Soaring Dragon City came into view. Xiao Chun still needed to deal with some things before he could leave the Soaring Dragon Great Realm and return to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame sect. Xiao Chun still had many harvests in the underground Dragon City, like the blaze crystals and all sorts of natural treasures that he could not use. After cultivating for half a year, he had exhausted a lot of spirit jades, so he needed to replenish them. Whoosh! Ma Cheng suddenly shrank back and then strangely vanished, appearing on Xiao Chen's clothes, which had suddenly appeared. Xiao Chun would arrive at Soaring Dragon City in another half a day. There was no need to use the cycle war chariot to travel. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to continue on, a strange aura attracted his attention. At some point in time, the busy road had turned quiet, no carriages or people in sight. Blocking the road? These 2 words were Xiao Chen's first reaction. To be able to block the road to Soaring Dragon City, how capable must this person be? Without the tacit approval of the Cluster Lord's residence or some connection, it would be impossible to block the road. Who would dare to offend the Soaring Dragon Marquis? That was a marquis conferred by an immortal dynasty. It represented not only honor but also deterrence and strength, not some symbolic thing. Whoosh! 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 Light flickered and 18 figures approached from afar, surrounding Xiao Chun. They were all dressed in black, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes and a cold, murderous aura. Their footsteps were firm, and their cultivations were peak major primal core realm cultivators. With one look, one could tell that these people were skilled in formations and good at working together to kill. Hand over the ancient dragon race totem. I'll give you 1 second to consider. Kill. Without waiting for Xiao Chun to reply, when the 18 saw that he did not quickly take out the ancient dragon race totem, a murderous intent spread from their bodies. The murderous intent immediately erupted. Like a tsunami or a volcano erupting, the 18 drew their short swords at the same time. Piercing beams of light shot out from their feet. The light beams connected and instantly formed a 3-dimensional formation, trapping Xiao Chun in it. This trapped Xiao Chun within, making it difficult to advance or retreat. Danger lurked everywhere. Chapter 1751. An expert. This was a tacit understanding that could only be cultivated by a true assassin for 10 years, or even dozens of years. Countless resources were needed to accumulate. Behind these simple 18 people was a great power whose depths could not be seen. Nurturing such 18 people would require much more resources than hiring a star venerate expert. Resources had a price, but time was priceless. Not everyone had the ability to spend more than a decade to nurture such death warriors. There must be a huge force behind it. There must be specialized people and organizations that carry out systematic training. Light and shadow flickered between black and white. Countless sword shadows charged towards Xiao Chun, stabbing, slashing, left and right. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions there was not a single blind spot. Clang, clang, clang. Unsheathing his saber, Xiao Chun did not move an inch. His expression was calm as he brandished the saber in his hand. As the sword and saber clashed, all sorts of clanging sounds could be heard. It was exceptionally shocking. The round of attacks that were like an inescapable net ended in the blink of an eye. Another round followed, not giving anyone a chance to catch their breath. Between heaven and earth, light and shadow danced. This 3-dimensional array was shrouded by layers of sword shadows. From an outsider's point of view, They could only see the dancing swords forming a huge sphere. After 18 rounds, the black shadow returned to its original position. There were no wounds on Xiao Qin's body. After half a year of training, his saber skills had reached a whole new level. When Xiao Qin waved his hand, his saber light could easily envelop a place. With one move, he could easily block the combined attacks of several people. But the situation was still not optimistic. Xiao Qin felt that this complicated and profound formation was just the beginning. There were still many more incredible moves that he had yet to bring out. The targets of this formation should be middle-stage star venerates or even late-stage star venerates. He had to defeat one of them. Otherwise, if the other party were to continue to display the might of the formation, they would be unable to escape. He would definitely perish here today. Change formation. Just as Xiao Qin expected, the leader of the black-robed men snorted coldly. The 18 figures quickly changed positions. The light on the ground and the connected sword shadows in the air kept changing. Like a ripple, all sorts of killing intents assaulted Zhang Xian unceasingly. The formation was filled with killing intent. One wrong step and they would fall into a bottomless abyss and be dismembered. Xiao Qin had no choice but to follow suit. He tried his best to find the slightest chance of survival in the array formation. Of the 50 Dian numbers, 9 out of 40 are used and 1 is missing. The heavenly Tao was heartless, but no matter what, there would always be a chance of survival. Any killing formation was like this, it could not go against the natural order. No matter how many layers of killing intent there would always be a chance of survival. What was difficult was to distinguish between real and fake and between fake and real. How to divide it? How to argue? Fortunately, Xiao Qin was proficient in the art of geomancy. He had been through hundreds of battles and was particularly sensitive to killing intent. In such a killing formation, Xiao Qin kept flashing about, narrowly avoiding the layers of danger. Wait! Killing intent gathered in Xiao Qin's eyes. He still had many trump cards that he had yet to use, even though it was dangerous and he could lose his life at any moment. However, he had not used any of these trump cards. Either he didn't use it or once he did, he would be sealed with blood and killed without mercy. The 18 assassins watched in shock as Xiao Qin continuously moved about but failed to land a hit. This formation was called the Star Killing Formation. As the name suggested, it was used to kill star venerates. Once it was executed, there was no chance of failure. However, today Xiao Qin was just a major primal core venerate. Even after fighting for so long, he still did not show any openings. Attack! The leader of the assassins shouted, losing some patience. Immediately, 9 figures soared into the air and thrust their swords at Xiao Qin. The 9 swords merged into one, and space trembled. If there were a tall mountain here, it would definitely collapse. Even a middle-stage star venerate would have to dodge the attack of the 9 swords merged into one. As long as one retreated, one would fall into the killing intent of the formation, consigned to eternal damnation. The 9 people's eyes were sharp, cold, emotionless, devoid of color, only a heavy death chi. Xiao Qin stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then he smiled coldly and said, "I was waiting for you to attack." 2 spots of light appeared in Xiao Qin's eyes, one golden and one white. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram suddenly took form. Yin-Yang, the 4 divisions, the 8 trigrams, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Dang! The 9 swords struck the diagram but did not budge at all, unable to break it. Scatter! Xiao Qin pushed with his hand, and the Yin-Yang flame diagram gave off a bright golden light. Then it charged forward, sweeping through everything in its path, unblockable. Before the 9 black-clad assassins could retreat, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram crashed into them. They immediately vomited large mouthfuls of blood and went flying back. The star-killing formation instantly broke. When the light and shadow disappeared, the feeling of being restrained by the light and shadow that had been lingering around Xiao Qin vanished. Resolving the mundane. Severing the 7 emotions. Severing the 6 desires. Resolving the mundane. Achieving eternity. After being suppressed for so long, Xiao Qin's killing intent erupted like a flash flood as he swung his saber. The 9 black-clad assassins who got knocked away all got chopped in half at the waist, splattering blood everywhere. Mission failed. Retreat. The leader paled in shock. In a fluster, he decisively retreated, not daring to get involved. After all, the 9 were not star venerates. Once the formation failed, they returned to their original form. You think you can leave? Xiao Chun snorted coldly. His figure trembled, and he executed Dermic World, turning into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. When Xiao Chun landed, he trampled 3 fleeing black-clad assassins to death. Then, just as he was about to recover his true form, he sent out a saber strike with all his might. The saber light grew to 30 kilometers long, looking like a rainbow descending from the sky, killing another 4 people. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. The instant Xiao Chun recovered his true form, a berserk tricolored dragon flew out of his palm. It grew with the wind, bearing fangs and claws as it instantly swallowed up a person. The situation reversed in an instant. Only the leader managed to flee more than 5 kilometers away. However, before that leader could rejoice or sigh, he saw an invisible will carrying the might of the world howling over. Everywhere this will passed, strong winds howled and the grass bent. It was like a sovereign descending, all things submitting. Boom! The leader felt like a mountain crashed into him. He grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood as he knelt on the ground. Xiao Chen's will of soul suppressed this person to the point that he could not move. The might of the world froze this space. The drifting dust, the flying tree branches, and the passing birds all froze. It was like time had stopped flowing. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grabbed. Nothing moved except the leader's body. Then he ruthlessly pulled it back. As Xiao Chun grabbed the leader's body, he showed a sullen expression as he tossed it away like trash. This person was already dead. The moment the will of soul suppressed him, he committed suicide. Xiao Chun withdrew his will of soul into his body. Rumble! The trees fell to the ground, the dust flew up again, and the birds flew away in a fluster. Corpses littered the ground, with severed limbs and a heavy stench of blood lingering in the surroundings. Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat scarily sullen. His alternating black and white hair exuded a startling chill from his entire body. It was like his killing chi was sealed in ice. Xiao Chun looked at the silhouette of soaring Dragon City at the limits of his vision. Xiao Chun muttered, "The Cluster Lord's residence." There was no grudge between them, yet Xiao Chun made such a killing move. He was truly ruthless. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, vanishing from where he stood. Then he headed for Soaring Dragon City silently. His destination was Soaring Dragon City's Cluster Lord's residence. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. At the same time, a group of unwelcome guests arrived at Dragonflame City, which was still far away. 7 or 8 people gathered at the city gates. All of them had extraordinary auras and a withdrawn sharpness. Vaguely they stirred up the world. Even though they hid their sharpness, their invisible auras made others retreat, not daring to stand together with them. They were like beggars not daring to sit together with a sovereign king. The leader was a woman in a plain red dress. She had a graceful figure, and her black hair fluttered in the wind, stirring up all sorts of flirtatious feelings, intoxicating one. Dragon Flame City. The woman in the red dress had a small, exquisite saber hanging at her waist. As she looked at the words Dragon Flame City, she said softly, "This place is now the conferred land of the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon Marquis. He bestowed it to his most beloved daughter, Cluster Lord Goyu. Who knows how long this place has been here? To think that the aura of my dragon race still lingers. This is incredible." The few people discussed in soft voices. As they spoke, the information they revealed made everyone's hair stand on end. Horror filled their eyes. The dragon race. The dragon race's people are here at Dragon Flame City. Something major is going to happen. Quickly, let's go. No one on the city walls dared to sneak a peek at this group of people. They scattered in a fluster. Everyone felt their legs go weak. A handsome youth among them said politely to the woman in the red dress, "Senior Sister Rua, news of an ancient dragon race totem came from this place." Chapter 1752. Lu Ryu. The red-dressed girl was Qingyun Peak's Lu Ruyue. She was here to investigate the ancient dragon race totem. The totem was very important to any race. If the totem fell into the hands of another race, it would be disadvantageous to the dragon race. This was even true for the ancient blue dragon, an extinct race. Lu Ruyue said softly, "Junior brother Jiang, find out all the information within 1 hour." That handsome man smiled and said, "There is no need for 1 hour. Give me 15 minutes and it will be done." Lu Riyue frowned slightly. Jiang Cheng was a disciple of the White Dragon race. He was very talented and had pretty good aptitude. After entering Ancestor Dragon City, the elders of the race had asked her to take care of this person. Everything about this person was good. However, he was somewhat arrogant and overbearing. He liked to use force to solve problems. In the end, Lu Riyue did not say anything. She led the others to an inn in Dragonflame City to wait for news. Not long after, just as junior brother Jiang had said, he returned after a quarter of an hour. "Senior sister Lu, I already found out everything." Lu Riyue nodded and asked, "What exactly happened?" The disciple with the family name Jiang said, "The rumor came from a cultivator called Xiao Chun. Everyone says that he has a dragon race totem. However, no one has seen him take it out. I only heard that he and some other cultivators saw a dragon race totem in one of the ancient dragon cities." "Senior sister, it looks like this rumor is not reliable. How can my dragon race totem be something that outsiders can easily obtain? The totem's rejection of outsiders is extraordinarily strong. If it could be easily obtained, then this totem would be damaged already, and it would not be very important." Right after the disciple with the family name Jiang spoke, someone immediately calmly analyzed the situation. However, Lu Riyue revealed a sullen expression. Then she whispered, "Xiao Chen? This name sounds familiar. But I can't recall who he is. Strange." The disciple with the family name Jiang revealed a strange expression. He smiled and said, "Senior sister, regardless of whether he is familiar or not, I will capture this person and interrogate him. I'll capture this person and interrogate him. I'll be able to get to the bottom of everything." "No. The matter is not clear yet. There is no need to make enemies. Who was the last to see this person? Bring me to him." The disciple with the family name Jiang nodded in agreement at Lu Riyue's calm way of handling things. However, he did not think much of it. "If I had known that senior sister would ask this, I would have already brought him here." Jiang Cheng smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Feng Yucheng appeared, feeling somewhat uneasy. Looking at the group of young men and women with extraordinary bearing, he felt a little guilty. Dragon race. These were the top 100 of the Great Desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. Based on the aura of this group of people, it was clear that they were from the 6-colored divine dragons, possessing a venerated status. Even if it wasn't far off. He was no match for any one of them, not to mention that the other party had the colossal dragon clan behind him. To him, this was a completely different level of existence. Normally, he would not be able to come into contact with such high-level outstanding talents. "Senior, were you the last person to see Xiao Chen? Please tell me about him in detail. The totem is closely related to our dragon clan. We cannot be careless." Lu Riyue looked at this old man and spoke calmly and politely, causing Feng Yucheng to feel some fear and trepidation. Feng Yucheng quickly bowed and said, "I do not dare to address myself as senior. Just call me Old Feng." Jiang Cheng said with a sullen expression, "This is our senior sister Lu, the holy daughter of the White Dragon race. You can just address the holy daughter as Your Highness. Tell me everything you know. You are not allowed to miss out on anything." Yes. Feng Yucheng's voice trembled somewhat. He had not expected to get the chance to see the dragon race's holy daughter. Feng Yucheng told Lu Riyue everything about Xiao Chen. Everything that should be said and everything that should not be said. After Lu Riyue heard that, her expression sank. Then she looked at Feng Yucheng and said, "You want to defeat that Xiao Chen with your strength? How bold of you to hide my dragon race's totem." I don't dare. Feng Yucheng immediately felt a strong pressure bearing down on him. He quickly corrected himself, saying that he had been muddle-headed at that time and asking for forgiveness. "Senior sister, it looks like whether there is a totem or not is still a mystery. We have to find this Xiao Chen and interrogate him in person before we can find out." The person who calmly analyzed the situation earlier spoke again. Lu Riyue nodded and said, "All right, you handle it then. Although a totem that can be subdued will not be complete, we cannot be careless about this. Wait a moment." As Lu Riyue spoke, she suddenly stopped. Earlier, that Feng Yucheng said that this Xiao Chun had defeated all the experts in Dragon Flame City within half a year. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had defeated Feng Yucheng in 10 moves. Although this Feng Yucheng was trash in her eyes, he was still an early-stage star venerate, someone who could easily defeat him in 10 moves. Xiao Chun definitely had some strength and talent. Perhaps she did not care about him, but her companions might not be able to keep an eye on him. If that Xiao Chun sensed it and fled far away, it would be somewhat problematic to search for him. Junior brother Jiang, you will lead the team. You have to find this person. Remember, ask for the reason first. If you can avoid making a move, try not to. Jiang Cheng nodded and said, Don't worry. Leave it to me. However, if we all go, what about you, senior sister? Lu Riyue said sullenly, I need to find that underground dragon city and see if it is really an ancient city of my dragon race. All right. In that case, senior sister, take care. Just wait for our good news. Jiang Cheng's tone indicated that he was confident of finding Xiao Chun, so he did not care too much about it. When Lu Riyue saw Jiang Cheng acting like this, she could not help but feel a headache. She looked at the steadier disciple and said, Wu Su, keep an eye on junior brother Jiang. After all, this is the Soaring Dragon Marquis's conferred land. I do not want to get into any unnecessary trouble with him. Right. Senior sister, don't worry. I believe that senior brother Jiang knows his limits. This group of people was very efficient. They left one after another to investigate Xiao Chen's whereabouts, leaving Lu Riyue alone in the hall. Seeing that no one greeted him, Feng Yucheng said somewhat nervously, Your Highness, holy daughter, if there is nothing else, can this old man leave now? There's no rush. Lu Riyue took a sip of tea. Now that there was no one else around, her expression relaxed, no longer as stern. Draw that Xiao Chen's appearance for me. I want to see this person. A martial artist's memory and observation ability were very strong. Even if they were not good at painting, as long as they saw it once, they would be able to recognize it. He could remember a person's appearance and temperament. Feng Yucheng was a star venerate. Naturally, this matter did not pose a problem for him. After preparing the ink and paper, he finished drawing after a while. The white-robed Xiao Chun stood on the roof with his saber in hand. His long hair was a mix of black and white. His handsome face had a rather cold expression. Lu Riyue waved her hand to dismiss Feng Yucheng. She was entranced by the painting. The person in the painting was very familiar. However, Lu Riyue could not recall when she had seen this person before. Xiao Chun in white. This long robe, this person, why do they feel so familiar? Lu Riyue stared at the painting, feeling confused. Her face was filled with doubt. Of course he was familiar with it. The white robe was the clear breeze robe that she had personally given to Xiao Chen, and he had been wearing it all this time. Although the clear breeze robe was not a treasure tool, it had been an extraordinary secret treasure in the past. It could clean itself automatically and repair itself. As for the appearance, that was the person she loved. Over the past 10-odd years, his temperament had changed, but his appearance had not. How could she not be familiar with him? In the past, when she was young, she did not understand love. She only knew that one had to say one's love loudly. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he once called out her name on a tall peak. All for the person he loved, he shouted out what he wanted to say in his heart. He would never forget the past of Qingyun Peak. He left the Kunlun realm to search for you. However, it seemed like Lu Riyue could not remember the past. She looked at the painting in a daze, unable to recall anything. I must have remembered wrongly. I do not know this person. After a long time, Lu Riyue concluded that she could not find this person in her memories. She was very confident in her memory. If she had seen this person before, she would definitely recall it. Since she could not recall it, she could only say that she had never seen this person before. I'll stop thinking about it. I'll go and search for the underground dragon city first. When junior brother Jiang brings this person back, I might be able to recall it. Lu Riyue's expression returned to normal. Then she put down the painting and stood up to leave. Just as Lu Riyue was about to leave the hall, she paused for a moment and turned back. Then, she placed the painting in her storage ring before leaving. Chapter 1753. At this moment, Xiao Chun naturally did not know that the person he yearned for day and night had already arrived in the Soaring Dragon Great World. In Dragonflame City, where he had stayed for more than half a year, a few days after he had left. But sometimes life was just so coincidental. Xiao Chan had been in Dragonflame City for 8 or 9 months, but Lu Ruyue had not come. He had only been gone for 3 days and Lu Ruyue came. Brushing shoulders was like this. After quietly sneaking into Soaring Dragon City, Xiao Chan spent half an hour and arrived in the vicinity of the Princess Mansion in the city. The County Lord's mansion was built in a grand and majestic manner. It occupied a vast area, and from afar, an invisible and majestic aura lingered above it. That was the luck of the dynasty. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was personally conferred a noble title by the Yanwu dynasty. Furthermore, he was a marquis. Naturally, with the protection of the dynasty's luck, the land where his children were infeft would naturally have some imperial dragon clouds. However, it was not as powerful and obvious as the Soaring Dragon Marquis manor. However, those who were observant would be able to sense the dynasty's dragon clouds above the cluster lord's residence. Even though it was a meager amount, it was still enough to make one tremble with fear. Any major character who saw this formless dragon providence would give them some face and not barge in. As for the weaker characters such as holy venerates and sovereign personages, they did not dare to act rashly. But today Xiao Chan was angry. On his way here, he was intercepted for no reason. He almost died, but he couldn't vent his anger or calm down. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he would naturally feel indignant. If there was an opportunity to sneak into the county lord's residence, he would definitely not let it go. Although he was angry, Xiao Chan was still cautious and did not act rashly. Just observing from afar, he didn't dare to approach rashly. That was because for many experts, even if you were 100 miles away, just a glance would be sensed by others. There must be such a person in the princess's mansion. However, Xiao Chan was just a rank 1 major primal core venerate. The other party would not have imagined that a venerate would dare to make a move on the cluster lord's residence. Even if he did, he wouldn't care and would just ignore it. It was just like how an elephant would not care about an ant's opinion. However, this was precisely Xiao Chen's advantage. It was also the reason why he dared to fight. Xiao Chan sighed inwardly as he looked around in every direction. The princess's residence was indeed heavily guarded. Just the formations alone were stacked on top of one another, and no one knew how many there were. What was even more difficult to say was that there were experts overseeing every important road, and there was a large number of guards patrolling back and forth. There were no blind spots. In addition to the hired mercenaries, the experts of the county lord's mansion were stronger than most of the 4th grade sects. Are there no blind spots? Xiao Chun did not believe it. The heavenly insight divine eye flew out from his glabella. The god's eye hung high in the sky, overlooking the entire princess residence, except for a few places hidden by special maze formations. Every flower, every blade of grass, every detail was clearly seen by Xiao Chan. He didn't need to explore any secret places, he just needed to see if there were any flaws in the defense. Or it would be better to choose the place with the least risk. He could clearly see that there were many experts guarding the important places in the cluster lord's residence. Some of the outer areas were only patrolled by ordinary guards, but they were all set up with formations. If Xiao Chan barged in, he would immediately trigger the formations and be discovered. Then, he would raise the alarm and get caught by the many experts. No formation could be perfect and flawless. Naturally, the formations laid by the cluster lord's residence had gaps. However, it was made up of layers of formations that were stacked on top of each other, and several formations were constantly revolving. If the first layer had a gap, the second layer would patch it up. If the second layer had a gap, the third layer would patch it up. So on and so forth. There were a total of 18 formations layered over each other. Xiao Chun made a quick count. As long as he broke through 9 formations, he would be able to enter safely. Xiao Chun was not proficient in the formation Dao. However, he was proficient in the dragon-seeking art and had some accomplishments in geomancy. He could see many clues from the many decorations in the cluster lord's residence, the fake mountains, pavilions, and winding corridors. Many of the seemingly ordinary buildings were the nodes of the formations. Using the heavenly insight, Xiao Chan saw everything. Then he used the dragon-seeking art in the Paradise Secret Canon and continuously calculated for 4 hours. After spending a lot of energy, Xiao Chen finally figured out some patterns, gaining some confidence. Withdraw. The heavenly eye returned to Xiao Chen's forehead. His eyes hurt slightly, so he closed them and rested for a while. The instant he opened his eyes, he gently pushed off with his feet and withdrew his aura. Then, he soared into the air and flew towards the Cluster Lord's residence. This looked crazy and impossible. However, in reality, he was just a mere major primal core venerate. He did not have much of a presence near the Cluster Lord's residence. Even if someone sensed him, they would not care too much. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had purposely chosen this direction, a rather remote corner. First layer. Xiao Chen's body swayed gently, and he successfully broke through the gap in the first layer of formations without causing any strange activity. Second layer breakthrough. Third layer breakthrough. Relying on the countless simulations in his mind, Xiao Chen made his way to the 8th layer. However, when he reached the 9th layer, he suddenly discovered that the 9th layer started to reverse. Damn it! Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. Then, he had no choice but to forcefully land. This landing node was not good. The moment he landed, a patrolling team arrived not far away. If Xiao Chen cleared the 9th layer, he could land in a deserted place. Who is it? The leader of that team of guards immediately shouted when he saw Xiao Chen appear. Xiao Chen's face sank. He quickly turned around and said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to speak to me with such an attitude? Even your cluster lord does not dare to do this." Dressed in white, this leader stood out from the crowd. His hair alternated between black and white, giving him a cold and aloof air. As Xiao Chen spoke, he spread out some of his will of soul. The strong aura instantly weakened the aura of that major primal core venerate captain of the guards. There were many guards in the Cluster Lord's residence. Most of the captains were at this level. The true experts were all guarding secret places or special checkpoints. Furthermore, the guests that the Cluster Lord's residence hired were people of high status. They would not use their talents to patrol. Normally, the guards would sound the alarm after discovering an uninvited guest. Only then would the experts of the Cluster Lord's residence be startled. Xiao Chen's actions immediately shocked this group of guards. They did not sound the alarm. They did not expect that someone who was not even a star venerate would dare to barge into the Cluster Lord's residence. They subconsciously treated Xiao Chen as the Cluster Lord's honored guest or an outstanding young talent that the Cluster Lord fancied, wanting to nurture him and send him to the Marquis's residence in the future. There were many such outstanding young talents in the Cluster Lord's residence. Xiao Chen fulfilled all the requirements. Xiao Chen retorted coldly, "Why are you making such a fuss? Do you think that I'm an assassin?" That person felt somewhat embarrassed by Xiao Chen's reprimand. "I do not dare. Indeed, how could there be a major primal core venerate assassin? That would be a joke. This time I'm really unlucky." Xiao Chen stepped forward and said indifferently, "Someone come out. Bring me to Cooling Heart Lake." When that guard captain heard that, he relaxed. Cooling Heart Lake was an important place in the depths of the Cluster Lord's residence. Outsiders would not know about it. This white-clad bladesman should have just arrived at the Cluster Lord's residence and lost his way. He hurriedly nodded in agreement and called out someone to lead the way for Xiao Chen. However, in reality, Xiao Chen's heavenly eye had already seen the Cooling Heart Lake from outside. His strong state of mind allowed Xiao Chen's expression to remain calm. Even after the group of guards left, his expression did not change. Along the way, he casually chatted with the guard who was leading the way. To his surprise, Xiao Chen learned that Countess Go Yu was currently meeting with an honored guest from the Soaring Dragon County. These guards had no idea who this mysterious person was, but judging from his demeanor, his status was definitely incomparably noble. "Young master, the Cooling Heart Lake is not far from here. I still have a mission to complete, so I won't be able to send you off personally," the guard said respectfully. Xiao Chen nodded and gestured for him to leave. It was very troublesome to enter, but after entering, Xiao Chen was quite relaxed. Because basically no one paid attention to him or suspected him. There were even people who would kiss and nod their heads to greet him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen looked around and saw a familiar face in the county lord's mansion. It's her. Xiao Chen's gaze immediately turned somewhat gloomy. No wonder. Everything makes sense now. Chapter 1754. Boom! The other guards were still entangled with Xiao Yu, the maidservant. They had no time to care about Xiao Chun, so they did not notice anything strange. After a while he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Interesting. Why are you reacting so strongly? If you wanted it, I would have let you have it. However, you did not make a move. You have to know that many people are interested in the ancient dragon race totem. If not for giving Father Face, someone would have come here long ago to make a move. However, you did not make a move. Sooner or later it would benefit others. Let me in. I want to see the Cluster Lord. I have urgent matters to discuss with the Cluster Lord." Lan Luo's eyes turned somewhat moist. She had never experienced such a strange emptiness and sadness before. Longbow smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. You may withdraw. You all have done well." Then he lowered his body and hid his aura. With a somewhat dazed expression, Lan Luo said, No wonder you kept me here, not letting me out. Seventh brother?" The moment Lan Luo heard that, she completely erupted. She could no longer hide her killing chi. Longbow frowned slightly, feeling somewhat confused in his heart. What's going on? Seems like Lan Luo really wants to kill. At the entrance to the garden in front of Xiao Chun, the maidservant Xiao Yu, who once served him in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion, walked quickly in a somewhat flustered manner. That was to say, Xiao Yu's cultivation was already much higher than Xiao Chen's. He could not tell just from her aura. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into a thin line and entered through the cracks in the roof. Now that he thought about it, Cluster Lord Go Yu had actually noticed him long ago. That man called Longbow was somewhat stunned. Unexpectedly, Lan Luo's reaction was so great. Xiao Chun was startled. He could not make out this old man's cultivation at all. Based on her appearance, it seemed like Xiao Yu wanted to make a move and barge in. That mysterious honored guest's guard focused all his attention on the maidservant Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu did not mention the guard's obstruction. Instead, she answered, "Cluster Lord, 7th Young Master sent out the 18 Dark Shadow Guards to kill Young Master Xiao. He even got people to block the way." The scene inside immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind with a single glance. Clearly, Lan Luo was very impatient. She said with a sullen expression, "What exactly do you want to say? Just say it directly. Stop trying to beat around the bush." It was Xiao Yu, the maidservant who served Xiao Chun twice in the Soaring Dragon Pavilion. He didn't even notice that he was being followed. Who's up there? Only by seeing the other party in action would one be able to tell. Xiao Chen's mind raced. The other party should be reporting to the princess now. Good news? In the shadows behind him hid an extremely inconspicuous old man. His eyes were closed, and he stood with his hands behind his back. Princess Go Yu was the true master of this place. A group of guards came in and knelt on the ground. Follow her. At first, Xiao Chun thought that he had seen wrongly, but after confirming it, he realized that he was not mistaken. You're courting death. Xiao Chun had once met the auctioneer in the Purple Sun region's Purple Sun City, the girl who left in tears after being provoked by his words. On the eaves, Xiao Chun was greatly shocked. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? The young man smiled and said, "All right, then I won't talk anymore. I heard that an ancient dragon clan totem appeared in his younger sister's conferred land. Coincidentally, I have a friend in the imperial capital who is very interested in this and wants my help." That kind of skillful cooperation required a lot of resources and time. However, it was not a problem for the Soaring Dragon Marquis. If she wasn't the one who sent the 18 assassins, could it be someone else? Lan Luo's expression suddenly turned incredibly cold, making Longbow feel that something was wrong. Just as he was about to say something, he pushed the maidservant Xiao Yu out of this place. However, it was just a strange movement, and some murderous intent appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. The old man hiding behind Longbow suddenly opened his eyes. "How dare you? Don't you know that this is the Cluster Lord's residence? If you still don't move, don't blame me for being impolite. Move." Longbow sat down and took a sip of tea. Then he said, "Now that things have reached this point, younger sister, don't be angry. The 18 guards should be returning soon with good news." Xiao Chun quietly hid himself and followed behind the maidservant, Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu's footsteps were flustered. Her expression hurried. Seeing that something was wrong, the guards in other places also came over. If one did not look carefully, one would not have noticed them. This made Xiaochun wonder, who in the world is so thick-skinned? To think that this person was so rude to the people of the cluster lord's residence, not letting them in just like that. Xiaochun discovered some clues. Now that he thought about it, the cluster lord seemed to be receiving guests right now. Longbow picked at his fingernails and sighed casually. It's too late. I already made my move. It was not convenient to make a move in Dragonflame City. After leaving the city, he immediately sent out the assassins. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xiaochun's eyes lit up. This sudden incident immediately opened up several gaps in the guards of this pavilion. Their attire was somewhat different from that of the cluster lord's residence's guards, and their cultivations were more refined. However, this woman's current expression seemed somewhat off. Seventh young master, we already did our best. However, she still barged in. Seventh young master, please punish her. That is very likely. An opportunity. Lan Luo asked in shock when she noticed some wounds on Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Chan recalled that Xiao Yu had mentioned several times back then, wanting to introduce him to the cluster lord. Lan Luo felt like a rock was pressing down on his heart, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Xiao Yu, why are you like this? This truly startled Xiao Chan, nearly exposing his aura. That woman was actually Lan Luo. The woman sitting beside the young man had exquisite facial features. Even though she wore gorgeous and noble attire, she could not hide her proud figure. Back then, Xiao Chan thought that it was a coincidence or fate. Now it looked like it was just a premeditated plan. The 18 Dark Shadow Guards. Cluster Lord Go Yu. This pavilion looks a bit like a temporary residence prepared for guests. This blow was simply too great, somewhat unbearable. Her body trembled slightly, and her complexion paled somewhat. However, the soaring dragon Marquis had many children. Whether he could inherit the Marquis's title or not was another matter. Two people sat on the host's seat, a man and a woman. Xiao Chen's body was as light as a swallow's. He swayed slightly and his arms spread out. Then, he crossed 1 kilometer and silently landed on the pavilion's roof. There were black-clothed guards standing guard at the 4 corners of the pavilion. Their expressions were grave and stern, and their faces were filled with pride. Just at this moment, the pavilion's doors opened forcefully, and the maidservant Xiao Yu rushed in a fluster. Xiao Yu feared that she would not be able to hold back and directly attack. It turned out that this person was also the soaring dragon Marquis's son. No wonder he was so imposing and the guards were so arrogant. That guard showed a sullen expression, showing that he did not allow any room for negotiation. The maidservant Xiao Yu showed an anxious expression. She tried to barge in several times but was blocked. The atmosphere immediately turned tense. What are you doing? Even if it is the cluster lord's residence, we are not allowed to disobey 7th young master's orders. This was truly unexpected. To think that the other party had such an esteemed status. To think that she was the soaring dragon Marquis's most beloved daughter. When the maidservant thought of this, she could not help revealing some murderous intent in her eyes. When Lan Luo heard this, she immediately stood up. Then with a sullen expression, she said in an extremely grave tone, Longbow scram far away. If I find out that you dared to touch that dragon race totem, I will immediately fall out with you. At this moment, Xiao Chan, who was on the roof, understood the cause and effect of the matter. 7th brother, why did you call me over? After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chun followed Lan Luo from a distance to a pavilion in the cluster lord's residence. It's her. Her chest was slightly open, purposely revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Her chest was half covered, attracting one's imagination and soul. Could it be that the news of me killing all 18 assassins has already spread? Lan Luo said with a sullen expression, You don't need to care about my matters. If you dare to have any designs on that ancient dragon race totem, don't blame me for being rude. What's going on? However, what surprised Xiao Chan was that the maidservant Xiao Yu was blocked. Naturally, Xiao Yu knew about Xiao Chen's matters in Dragonflame City, and knew his whereabouts. Young miss, please conduct yourself with dignity. 7th young master is currently in a meeting with the cluster lord. He strictly ordered that no one is allowed to approach. The man was elegant and handsome, and his face was full of nobility. He looked very young, no more than 25 years old. Lan Luo continued. If anything happens to that person, there is no need for you to leave. You'd best pray that there is no good news. Keep an eye on him. From now on, do not allow him to take even half a step out of the pavilion. Lan Luo felt an emptiness in her heart. Once the 18 dark shadow guards appeared, how could Xiao Chan possibly survive? After saying that coldly, Lan Luo waved her hand, no longer willing to see Longbow's face. It turned out that she had misunderstood Lan Luo. The one who wanted to kill her was this Longbow, the Soaring Dragon Marquis's seventh son. Chapter 1755. With just a trace of killing qi in Xiao Chen's eyes, the old man protecting Longbow in the dark immediately discovered it. With a war cry, the old man immediately attacked. Up on the roof, Xiao Chen quickly thought of countermeasures. Either fight or leave. However, leaving was clearly unrealistic. With his identity exposed, how could he leave the Cluster Lord's residence? In that case, there was only one option left. With this thought, Xiao Chen attacked decisively, moving ahead of the old man. Xiao Chen gently pressed his palm down, and he descended along with the roof tiles and beams. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen dodged the old man's attack and charged at Longbow. The old man originally thought that after he discovered Xiao Chen, he would definitely flee. He did not expect that Xiao Chen would be so bold. Not only did he not flee, but he even charged down. His body happened to miss Xiao Chen's. When Xiao Chen reached the top of the building, he was already at the top of the building. The moment the old man reached the roof, Xiao Chen had already landed and was charging at Longbow. Damn it! The old man flew into a rage. To think that he was fooled by a venerate. He roared furiously and turned around to grab Xiao Chen. Longbow remained calm in the host's seat. He smiled coldly and said, "An insignificant venerate dares to attack me? You overestimate yourself." Longbow's forehead swelled up, and a vast will of soul immediately surged out. Without even thinking, Xiao Chen activated the azure-colored dragon seal in his soul pool and released a bright light. The will of soul, which contained the divine might of the blue dragon, charged forward without any fear. Boom! The two wills of soul clashed without any suspense. Xiao Chen's exquisite soul energy, which came from the faux god flame, supported the divine might of the blue dragon. The will of soul crushed Longbow's weak will of soul. Then it continued surging forward, firmly suppressing Longbow and preventing him from moving. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Nearly at the same time, the old man launched himself over. It looked like the old man would touch Xiao Chen in the next moment and subdue him. Stop! If you take another step, I will kill him. Relying on his will of soul, Xiao Chen extended his hand and beckoned, controlling Longbow. Then he turned around abruptly. At this moment, the black-clad old man was only half a step away from Xiao Chen. If he had been slightly slower, he would have been immediately restrained and killed on the spot. Release Lord 7 kill. Xiao Chen squeezed Longbow's neck with one hand. When he exerted some force, Longbow's pale face immediately revealed a pained expression. The black-robed old man hurriedly retreated, not daring to move recklessly. At this moment, Xiao Chen calmed down a little. That was close. The black-clad old man before him was actually a terrifying late-stage star venerate. This kind of existence only needed one move to crush him to death. Of course, that was provided that Xiao Chen did not use the divine might from the faux god flame in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen. Everything happened too quickly. The moment Xiao Chen landed, a middle-aged man hidden in the dark shielded the cluster lord and retreated far away. When Lan Luo clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, she let out a soft cry, revealing an expression of unconcealable joy on her face. Upon hearing Lan Luo's call, Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. You are actually not dead? Where are my 18 dark shadow guards? After learning Xiao Chen's identity, Longbow was greatly startled. Not only did the person with the dragon race totem not die, but he also managed to escape. Not only did that person with the dragon race totem not die, but he even charged into the cluster lord's residence and restrained him. The development of the situation completely surpassed Longbow's expectations. Xiao Chen, don't be rash. Put him down. I'll help you deal with everything. After the pleasant surprise, Lan Luo calmed down. This was not the time to be happy. Xiao Chun was here for revenge and had subdued Long Bo. If he rashly killed Long Bo, he would not be able to escape. If Lan Luo rashly killed Long Bo, the consequences would be unimaginable. Her father would definitely be enraged. At that time, even if Xiao Chun had extraordinary skills, he would not be able to survive. No, I can't let such a thing happen. Thinking of this, Lan Luo's heart raced again. She simply did not want to see the hope that just appeared shatter again. She absolutely could not let that suffocating, painful, and despairing experience from earlier happen again. She had to persuade Xiao Chun to stop. A vicious look flashed in Long Bo's eyes. After being restrained by Xiao Chun, he felt restless. He said coldly, "Signorin, there's no need to care about me. Just make a move and kill this bastard. He will not dare to touch me." Yes. A cold light flashed in the black-clad old man's eyes. Then, his figure flashed as he launched himself over. Kasie. A crisp crack came from Long Bo's neck. Then, his entire head twisted to the back, and his body fell limply to the ground. If Xiao Chun was going to die anyway, why would he be polite to him and just wait for death? Long Bo had underestimated Xiao Chun. He had never imagined that Xiao Chun would be someone who dared to take such a huge risk and barge into the cluster lord's residence. How could Xiao Chun be that kind of indecisive, wishy-washy person? The entire place fell deathly silent. The black-clad old man was stupefied. This was the seventh son of the soaring dragon Marquis. Why did this white-clad person kill Xiao Chun on a whim? He did not hesitate at all, killing decisively and mercilessly. The black-clad old man was also naive. Why did Xiao Chun hesitate? What did he hesitate for? He stood where he was and thought about it. Was he going to do nothing in the midst of conflict and then get killed with one palm strike? Xiao Chun was not that stupid. He would not be that stupid, and he would not be that weak. While everyone was stunned, Xiao Chun turned around and left, quickly leaving this place. "Young master!" The black-clad old man shouted hoarsely as he knelt beside Long Bo's limp body in a fluster. His voice contained some despair. As Long Bo's personal guard, he had failed to protect his master. Naturally, he would not be able to escape death. He clearly understood how horrifying the soaring dragon Marquis was. At this moment, only fear and despair remained in his heart. "Xiao Yu passed down my orders. Let young master Xiao leave. No one is to stop him." "Yes." Lan Luo sent a voice projection, feeling slightly disappointed. This time Xiao Chun did not listen to her again. She felt some heartache, but she could not explain why. "Big brother Bai, take a look and see if my seventh elder brother can be saved." As Lan Luo looked at Long Bo's corpse, she also felt startled. Who could have expected Xiao Chun to be so decisive? "There's no need to look. He won't die." However, his will of soul shattered first, and he lost so much life force. Even if he is saved, he will be a cripple, and it will be hard for him to recover. That middle-aged man's eyes were like torches. With just one glance, he clearly analyzed Long Bo's situation. After all, Long Bo was a person on the verge of death. His aura had not yet ended, and his soul had not scattered. Before Xiao Chun could deal another heavy blow, he had to leave this place. Long Bo managed to keep his life. The process of leaving the cluster lord's residence was much easier than Xiao Chun expected. He did not use the divine might that he originally intended to use. He did not even draw the tyrant's saber. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun understood the reason. Lan Luo must have arranged it. Now I owe her 2 favors. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart as he arrived on the street. Xiao Chun entered deep thought as he headed for the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. He definitely could not remain in Soaring Dragon City for long. He would have to find another place to sell off some of the treasures that he originally planned to sell. There was no rush. After all, they were all rare natural treasures. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell them. Xiao Chun was in a good mood. This was how he had always been, repaying kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. He was decisive in killing and quick in settling grudges. If a gentleman could take revenge overnight, he would not wait 10 years. In life, if one was afraid of everything, thinking about this and that, what was the point of living? Xiao Chun did not feel any psychological burden when he personally killed Longbow firstly. The other party had already sent out assassins on the way here, wanting to take his life. Even after being controlled by Xiao Qian, the other party had overestimated themselves and wanted to continue killing him. One could only say that one would not die if one did not seek death. Killing Longbow would not leave behind any mental barriers for Xiao Chun. Without venting his anger, he would find it hard to calm down. Since Xiao Chun had vented his anger, his heart naturally calmed down. Right now, he only wanted to find a place to have a good drink. Naturally, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion was his first choice. Furthermore, he could ask about headliner Ling Long and his martial nephew, Ling Yu. After a while, Xiao Chun arrived at the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. At this moment, the night sky was hazy. Dragon Flame City was brightly lit. This should have been when the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's business was at its peak. However, when Xiao Chun arrived, he felt only desolate. However, he only felt that it was cold and quiet. It was not as lively and noisy as when he first came here. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion seemed to have declined. Chapter 1756. There wasn't even a maid at the door to welcome the guests. After entering, Xiao Chun took the initiative to call for a maid. A private room and a table of good wine. Xiao Chun said. The maid smiled faintly and said, "Young master is alone, right?" Xiao Chun pondered for a moment. "Prepare 2 portions." After entering the private room, Xiao Chun felt suspicious. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there no manager in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion recently? It's so deserted, not even a shadow can be seen." The maid smiled apologetically and said, "This young master, it should have been a long time since you came to Soaring Dragon City. Our Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket was stolen nearly a year ago. All the leaders have already returned to the imperial capital, and the headquarters have their own arrangements, so they can't return to Soaring Dragon City for the time being." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he recalled that he seemed to have stolen the fairy basket from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion at that time. Now it was lying peacefully in his storage ring, covered in dust. If Zhang Xian hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. "Without the fairy basket, can't you make another one?" Xiao Chun asked, confused. The maidservant smiled and said, "That will be difficult. A fairy is not something that can be casually created. It is a top-notch Dao artifact with complicated craftsmanship and complicated array formations. It will take at least 3 years. I don't know what will happen when the time comes." It turned out that forging fairy blue required so much effort. This surprised Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then, he did not linger on this matter. Instead, he asked, "I wish to ask about headliner Ling Long. Do you know where she went and when she left?" The maidservant smiled warmly and said, "What a coincidence. I am headliner Ling Long's personal maidservant. My young miss also went to the capital. She left more than half a year ago and should have left a long time ago. But at that time there was a silly boy who wanted to learn something called the pipa. I don't know what happened, but Miss actually agreed. With this delay it took me another 2 months to leave." Learning the pipa? Xiao Chun could not help smiling. Little martial nephew Ling Yu is really going all out. "Alright, you can go now. I'll call you if there's anything." "Alright, young master, please enjoy." After the maidservant left, Xiao Chun rummaged through his storage ring. In a corner he found the dusty fairy basket. After staying in Dragon Flame City for so long, Xiao Chun had been so busy cultivating that he nearly forgot that he had a peak Dao tool. He remembered that when he tried to subdue it, he nearly got trapped inside. He had to sever his own spiritual sense before he finally managed to escape. Now that he had condensed his soul will, his soul energy was much stronger than before. He should be able to subdue this fairy basket and place his spiritual mark in it. Then, he would gain complete control of this top-notch Dao artifact. Xiao Chun's spiritual sense entered the fairy basket. Soon it penetrated deep into it. In an instant he was trapped in a maze. Countless ancient screens appeared, crisscrossing and arranged in a complicated manner, just like last time. The Xiao Chun formed by the spiritual sense was trapped inside, unable to get out at all. However, this time was different from the last time. Xiao Chun's strength was no longer what it was in the past, incomparable to the past. Break. With a shout, Xiao Chun condensed his will of soul and merged it with his spiritual sense. Then it burst out. A beam of azure light shot out, and in an instant all the screens were reduced to dust that filled the sky. The dust became like snowflakes drifting in the dark void. Unlike last time, this time snowflakes filled the air but did not form a new maze. This was because Xiao Chun had already broken the maze's origin from its foundation. There would no longer be a boundless maze that could never be broken. Xiao Chun advanced amid the flying dust. Then he saw a sleeping woman at the end of the maze. This woman looked like a fairy with her eyes closed, looking like she had just fallen asleep. Her eyelashes were clear, and her skin was as fair as snow. The Azure Lotus Fairy. She was the founder of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Back then, when countless spirit jades flew into the fairy basket, she was the woman who performed the sword dance. Xiao Chun still remembered the scene of flowers filling the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests, and one sword strike freezing 14 provinces. That elegant sword dance and the final sword strike were still fresh in Xiao Chun's mind, something he found hard to forget. When this woman was alive, she must have been a peerless beauty. Every frown and every smile of hers could topple nations. Hence, she was given the title of the Azure Lotus Fairy. Xiao Chun moved his gaze away from this woman with some difficulty. Then he circled to the back and removed the spiritual mark that the previous owner left behind. Then, he imprinted a strand of his will of soul in it. The fairy basket officially changed owners. At this moment, the dark space lit up. When Xiao Chun's feet landed on the ground, he discovered a vast formation in his surroundings. That was right. It really was a vast formation. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moon palace hung high. With the bright moon as the eye of the formation, the not-so-bright stars formed 999 different formations. Hundreds of flowers bloomed on the ground, competing with each other in beauty. A sea of flowers stretched out as far as the eye could see. Xiao Chun could not see how many formations filled the sea of flowers. The sky and the ground were connected. The formations formed by the many stars were connected to the flower formations. With just a slight movement, the stars moved, and the flowers bloomed and withered. There were thousands of changes, mysterious and unfathomable. The Azure Lotus Fairy quietly lay among the hundreds of flowers. Now Xiao Chun believed it. This Dao tool did indeed require at least 3 years to prepare. That was not right. It should be 3 years. Even Xiao Chun found this incredible. The sleeping Azure Lotus Fairy looked lovable and piqued his curiosity. Her tightly shut eyes were already so beautiful. If she opened them, what kind of charm would she have? However, this was just a thought. Xiao Chun knew the strangeness of this fairy basket. It needed to absorb enough spirit jades before it could activate the formations and bring out mysterious phenomena of different grades. The more spirit jades there were, the more beautiful the mysterious phenomena would be. Rumor had it that no one in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the genuine fairy pavilion, had seen the Azure Lotus Fairy appear. It was only in some replicas that Fairy Blue Lotus would occasionally be invited out by wealthy guests to display her unrivaled sword dance. Xiao Chun rubbed his chin and frowned heavily as he looked at the stars' formation in the sky and on the ground. With his deep attainments in geomancy, he could tell that there was a peerless killing intent hidden in the complicated formation. However, it was hidden very deeply. Finding it would not be easy. Perhaps the rumors were true, and the fairy basket could not materialize only those beautiful mysterious phenomena that looked good but were useless. If one understood its mysteries, it would become a Dao tool with immeasurable might. Perhaps one did not even need to understand its mysteries. One only needed to activate the formations formed by the stars and the moon in the sky and the vast sea of flowers on the ground. The killing intent might appear. Just think about it, how terrifying would a strand of killing intent condensed from so many formations be? Once it appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. However, Xiao Chun only thought about it. If he really wanted to activate all the formations in the fairy basket, he would need an astronomical amount of spirit jades. However, he kept it in his hands. In the future, if there was a great crisis, he might be able to use it as a powerful killing weapon. After withdrawing his spiritual sense from the fairy basket and returning to reality, Xiao Chun drank another cup of wine. The door to the private room opened, and Lan Luo walked in alone. When Lan Luo saw another set of wine on the table, she asked sullenly, You knew that I would come? Why do you always refuse to listen to me, insisting on killing Long Bo? Lan Luo asked somewhat agitatedly, not sitting down. In Purple Sun City, Xiao Chan refused to listen to Lan Luo, leaving behind the Iron Blood War banner and leaving Purple Sun City. In the Cluster Lord's residence, Xiao Chan refused to listen to Lan Luo again, directly killing Long Bo. The two incidents were very similar. Lan Luo simply could not understand. Xiao Chan thought for a long time before drinking a cup of bitter wine. Then he looked at the wine cup and asked, "Why do you think I have to listen to you? It looks like there are some differences between us that are hard to reconcile within a short time. This wine is on me. Fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. No matter what, I already owe you 2 favors." Lan Luo toyed with the wine cup in her hand and smiled bitterly to herself. Who owes whom? Must you calculate it so clearly? Since they did not get along, Xiao Chun felt somewhat helpless in his heart. He wanted to have a good chat with Lan Luo. However, he discovered that their characters were very different. Perhaps it could be said that they were both too strong. Neither gave in to the other. Both felt that they were in the right. Actually, neither was in the wrong. Neither could be blamed. However, there were many things in this world that could not be simply explained by right or wrong. "I'll be leaving first." After putting down the wine cup, Xiao Chun stood up to leave. Just as he stood up, he discovered that the door to the private room was violently pushed open. 6 people appeared outside. The leader looked at Xiao Chun and smiled. "You want to leave?" "Not yet." This was Lu Ruyue's group of people who came to search for Xiao Chun. Chapter 1757. When Xiao Chun saw the 6 people outside, he instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. A familiar blood flowed in Xiao Chun's body. He could sense it with just a slight probe. Their gazes were both familiar and unfamiliar. He could discover it with just one glance. However, Xiao Chun did not feel any sense of familiarity. Instead, he became cautious. They came with ill intentions. There was no kindness in these people's eyes. They were all wary and grave. The leader of the group did not hide the ill intent in his eyes at all. In just an instant, Xiao Chun understood these people's purpose. They were here for the so-called ancient dragon race totem. Xiao Chun said directly, "I do not have the ancient dragon race totem on me. You also know that even if the totem is hidden in a storage ring, the people of the dragon race can sense it. Those of the dragon clan can also sense it. You should have your answer now." Person walked out from behind. It was Wuxia. Lu Ruyue favored this dragon race disciple who was steady and steady. However, his strength was not up to par. Wuxia looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's aura was somewhat familiar. However, it was also very unfamiliar. Such a situation was not rare. He should be a rather powerful dragon race disciple with a thin bloodline. This was not a divine dragon, a sky dragon, a thunder dragon, or a coiling dragon, a false dragon. This was what the dragon race called mixed blood dragons. Wuxia said after some thought, "Don't worry. We do not have any malicious intent. You do not have the aura of a totem on you. However, our holy daughter wants to meet you and understand the ins and outs of the matter." Holy daughter? Xiao Chun thought to himself. He felt somewhat curious about this holy daughter. However, he definitely could not go. One might know a person for a long time, but one could not judge their heart. The most important thing was that he could not tell anyone about the underground dragon city. This was especially so for the people of the dragon race. He had plundered so many dragon race treasures and even inherited the faux god flame. At that time, when the holy daughter asked, how should he answer? If he could not answer, it would arouse suspicion and conflict. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun made his decision. He rejected. "I have things to do. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. Furthermore, I do not have the dragon race totem, so I do not have to go with you." Jiang Cheng smiled in disdain. "Reject? Do you have the right to refuse? You're just a lowly mixed blood dragon. Whether or not you have a totem is not up to you to decide. Senior brother Wu is just being polite to you." What arrogance! Are all the members of your dragon tribe so arrogant and conceited? When Lan Luo, who was seated, heard the words lowly mixed blood dragon, her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately became upset. He jumped to his feet and stood beside Xiao Chun, staring coldly at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at Lan Luo's attire and figure. He smiled coldly and said, "The noble clan scions of the dynasty's capital treat your smiling daughter pavilion's women as important people. In my Jiang Cheng's eyes you are just prostitutes." Scram. As soon as he said those words, he raised his hand and sent a slap over. Impudent. When Xiao Chan saw this, he was immediately infuriated. He didn't mind others calling him a mixed-blood dragon. The strong had their own demeanor, and there was no need to bicker with everyone. However, insulting his friend was a completely different matter. Without even thinking, Xiao Chun unleashed his aura and punched. 10 Cauldron Force instantly exploded out, arriving first despite being launched later and striking Jiang Cheng's chest. Bang! As the fist light landed, Jiang Cheng activated the veritable essence energy in his body and formed a protective shield. Originally, he thought that he could easily block this punch. Who would have imagined that Xiao Chen's punch would contain 10 Cauldron Force? When the two forces clashed, the moment the two forces clashed, they instantly erupted with vast energy. The entire private room trembled. The various decorations gave off a gentle light, trying to neutralize the surging energy. However, the force that erupted was simply too strong. The screen and the wall paintings only lasted for a moment before they all shattered, clanging endlessly. Jiang Cheng was sent flying by the punch and landed in the middle of the hall. This strange sound startled everyone in the private rooms on this floor. They all peeked out to take a look. Everyone saw Jiang Cheng crashing into the railing of the opposite corridor like a cannonball. Damn it! Jiang Cheng immediately became enraged. He shouted, and an indistinct white dragon figure appeared behind him. However, that white dragon roared ferociously, looking ferocious and scary. A horrifying dragon might erupted from Jiang Cheng's body. Bang! 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 The cultivators watching from the railing could not block this dragon might and got knocked into the air. Wu Su's expression changed slightly. His first senior sister had repeatedly instructed him not to blow this matter up. However, things still developed to this state. When Xiao Chun felt this dragon might, he saw a dragon-shaped shockwave surging over in front, berserk and ferocious. Stepping forward, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and shielded Cluster Lord Goyu behind him. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm as he punched again. This time he used the might of the blue dragon and erupted with 10 Cauldron Force. With a loud bang, the dragon-shaped chi wave was shattered on the spot. Whoosh! After this punch worked, Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet, not willing to bring the battle to the private room and implicate Lan Luo. Then he charged out and started an intense battle with Jiang Cheng above the hall. As the two dragons fought, they clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. To outsiders, two completely different dragon images fought in the air, roaring ferociously. A terrifying dragon might spread out everywhere. The shock waves from the two's fight shook the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's protective formation. The entire floor shook, looking like it would collapse at any moment. The two people in the pavilion were 2-star Venerate level experts fighting. In fact, it was even more intense than that. What's going on? The experts guarding the Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been startled long ago. When they saw the scene in the air, they were stunned. When they saw the scene in the air, they showed slightly unsightly expressions. However, they did not dare to make a move. It's the dragon race's people. One of them seems to be of the white dragon bloodline of the 6-colored divine dragons. The dragon race's people? That manager could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. This person's background was too great. There was no way to deal with them. Unless they were in the Yanwu dynasty's capital, they could not afford to offend the people of the 6-colored divine dragons in Soaring Dragon City. This was a bona fide overlord-class bloodline of the Great Desolate 100 races. Even in the Central Great Realm, such an existence would be a proud son of heaven. Not many people dared to offend such a person. Xiao Chun, who was fighting Jiang Cheng, felt somewhat surprised. This person's cultivation was about the same as his. However, the strength that Jiang Cheng burst out with was startlingly strong. No weaker than any star venerates. This was the first time Xiao Chun met with such an opponent within the same cultivation realm. Just a random person from the dragon race was this strong? With this thought, Xiao Chun could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. If that was the case, then wouldn't the so-called dragon god crown prince be boundlessly strong? Noticing Xiao Qin's expression, Jiang Cheng could not help smiling coldly. It is not too late to surrender now. Later, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Xiao Chun could not help smiling in shock. You are overthinking. Xiao Chun felt disappointed, but it was not because of Jiang Cheng. It was just that Xiao Chun could tell that Jiang Cheng was not the strongest person in the dragon race. Even so, there was still a huge gap between Xiao Chun and the dragon god crown prince. However, this Jiang Cheng thought too highly of himself, thinking that Xiao Chun feared him. Overthinking. You lowly mixed blood dragon are indeed overthinking. In that case, die. Seeing Xiao Qin's mocking expression, Jiang Cheng became truly enraged. He considered himself superior and placed great importance on bloodlines. The pride in his heart would not allow a mixed blood dragon like Xiao Chun to mock him. Jiang Cheng immediately activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. In that instant his aura soared wildly. At this moment the white dragon image behind him seemed very solid. Jiang Cheng's dragon eyes turned scarlet, and the ancient great desolate Ian's dragon might reappeared in the world. The dragon might spreading in the air immediately turned incredibly heavy, looking solid. Crack! Crack! Some of the nodes supporting the stairs started to loosen. It looked like the floor was really going to collapse. I'll show a lowly mixed blood dragon like you what a true noble bloodline is. Jiang Cheng lost his patience. He roared as he charged forward, sending out boundless dragon chi. The dragon chi formed many noble white dragon images. As 100 dragons soared into the air, his aura grew infinitely stronger, reaching a frightening level. Ignorant. However, the moment Jiang Cheng approached, Xiao Chun revealed a look of disdain on his face. Then, his eyes suddenly filled with panic. Xiao Chun instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. His grade 8 blue dragon bloodline instantly suppressed Jiang Cheng's aura. Before the other party could react, Xiao Chun kicked. Pussy. Pussy. A hole appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Jiang Cheng fell to the street like a sandbag. Seeing this scene, Wu Su and the others were all stupefied. This result was truly unexpected. Junior brother Jiang offended me earlier. Sorry for the offense. Wu Su felt very anxious. He only wanted to go out quickly and check on Jiang Cheng's injuries. He casually performed a cupped fist salute and apologized to Lan Luo, whom he assumed to be the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's manager. Then he prepared to leave quickly. However, just at this moment, a few exceptionally strong auras tore through the air. These people broke through the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's barrier and landed on the ground. They asked in a rush, "Your Highness, are you all right?" When Wu Su and the others who had already turned around heard this, they all turned around to look. They were completely stupefied. This time they really went overboard. They thought about what junior brother Jiang Cheng said. He offended the person that they should not offend the most. Chapter 1758. Princess. The person senior martial brother Jiang Cheng wanted to slap just now was Princess Go Yu, the most beloved daughter of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. First senior sister had repeatedly warned him not to offend this person. But now everything was messed up. Princess, who are they? Lan Luo said indifferently, people of the dragon race. Wu Su said awkwardly, sorry for the offense. It was just a misunderstanding. Our holy maiden is also very respectful towards the Soaring Dragon Marquis, and bears no ill will towards her highness. Just now, junior brother Jiang mistook the princess for. Lan Luo raised her hand and stopped Wu Su from continuing. She said indifferently, it's fine. I do not wish to have any conflict with the dragon race either. However, this is my conferred city. There are some things that I can still decide. I don't want to see you in Soaring Dragon City. Understood. Sorry for the offense. Wu Su heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this cluster Lord Lan Luo was not an unreasonable person. If a dispute or conflict arose, they would not be a match for the princess's residence no matter how far they traveled. More importantly, they were the ones in the wrong. Junior brother Jiang had stretched out his hand to slap them. This put them in a very disadvantageous position. They couldn't even argue with him, so they could only apologize. Wu Su and the others arrived at the street. Seeing junior brother Jiang Cheng crawling out from the deep crater on the ground, his face was pale and he looked extremely sullen. He was actually defeated by the mixed blood dragon that he looked down on the most. Xiao Chun, who had always been proud of his white dragon bloodline, could not accept this. Senior brother Wu, why did you come out? Help me capture that brat. If we attack together, he won't be able to overturn the heavens. Seeing Wu Su's group walk out with embarrassed expressions, Jiang Cheng immediately shouted, Senior brother Jiang, we have to go today's matter. A girl said in a timid manner. It was obvious that she was afraid of this Jiang Cheng. Wu Su patted the girl's shoulder and said, Let me say it. Junior brother Jiang, the person you wanted to slap earlier was Countess Go Yu. What? Jiang Cheng's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? How did that mixed blood dragon get involved with Cluster Lord Go Yu? Furthermore, they even met in a place like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Junior martial brother Jiang, don't blame yourself. This isn't all your fault. After all, who would have thought that she would be Princess Go Yu? Seeing Zhang Xian's reaction, Wu Su consoled softly. Jiang Cheng stubbornly said, She is a princess and I offended her. I am in the wrong, and I will bear the responsibility alone. But that Xiao Chun must still be captured. He must be taken away. Senior martial sister's task must be completed. So. A few figures descended from the building and looked at Jiang Cheng and the others expressionlessly. When will the few of you be leaving? Her Highness is already urging you to leave, the leader of the group said politely as he looked at Wu Su. Jiang Cheng was unconvinced and wanted to argue. Wu Su stopped him and said with a smile, It's fine. We'll leave now. At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Cheng. Even a fool can see that the Countess has an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chun. It's useless to argue. Report everything to eldest senior sister and wait for her decision. Jiang Cheng felt aggrieved, but at this moment, the situation was stronger than he was. No matter how sullen he was, he had to continue holding it in. In reality, it was better to be sullen. If he continued to seek trouble for Xiao Chen, he would only embarrass himself further. It was just that Jiang Cheng foolishly did not know. After about 7 minutes, the group left Soaring Dragon City. As the group looked at the city walls, they all felt somewhat disappointed. They did not know how to face first senior sister when they returned. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chun is a member of our dragon race. He possesses a false dragon bloodline and can still burst out with such a terrifying dragon might. Someone sighed. Someone sighed. The scene of Xiao Chun sending Jiang Cheng flying with one kick at the end was still fresh in everyone's memory. Although junior brother Zhang's realm wasn't high, his future was limitless. He was known as the strongest peak major primal core expert. Within the same cultivation, no one could defeat him when he broke through to Star Venerate. In the future, when Xiao Chun broke through to Star Venerate, he would definitely soar. The seniors of the race all had high hopes for him. When Xiao Chun went to Ancestor Dragon City, he kept reminding Lu Riyue to take care of him. However, Jiang Cheng suffered a huge defeat today. Furthermore, he lost in such an unsightly manner. This was simply unbelievable. Unconvinced, Jiang Cheng said, I was just careless. If we fought again, I absolutely would not lose to him. Wu Su sighed softly and said, Not everyone in the false dragon bloodline is mediocre. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of false dragons turning things around and becoming heavenly dragons in the dragon race's history. First senior sister often taught us that we cannot judge a person's status based on the quality of their bloodline. They are all comrades of our dragon race. Jiang Cheng showed a sullen expression, still unconvinced. However, Wu Su used Lu Riyue's words to lecture him. Jiang Cheng could not rebut anything, only sulking in his heart. However, in reality, Jiang Cheng was just overthinking. Wu Su did not have any intention of lecturing Jiang Cheng. He only wanted to use first senior sister's words to enlighten him. This way, Jiang Cheng would not have a knot in his heart that he could not resolve, turning him into a demon. Junior brother Jiang, are your injuries all right? Let me check them out for you. Wu Su asked worriedly when he saw that Jiang Cheng's expression still did not look right. There is no need for you to care about this hypocrisy. Jiang Cheng had not completed his mission and lost to Xiao Chun. He roared in his heart as he walked over alone with a stern expression. Senior brother, we did not complete the mission this time. What did first senior sister say? The people at the side asked worriedly. First senior sister had always been strict, making clear rewards and punishments. After messing up this time, it was hard to avoid punishment. Wuxia sighed silently to himself. In the end, Jiangcheng was too young, and the elders of the clan spoiled him too much. Although Jiangcheng was very talented with such a character, it would be hard for him to accomplish great things. Wuxia smiled warmly at the people at the side. It's fine. I will explain to first senior sister. This time I did not think things through. I did not investigate his relationship with the cluster lord first. It was not right. Let's go. The group returned on their way back, slowly disappearing at the end of the road. In the end, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion did not collapse. This allowed the person in charge to release his bated breath. Earlier, sweat had poured down his forehead continuously. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been unlucky recently. They lost the fairy basket, and the dragon race experts came to fight. If the pavilion had really collapsed, then the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not be able to continue operating. Back in the private room, Xiao Chan and Lan Luo sat at the same table once more. After the earlier storm, the knot in the two's hearts loosened a little. Lan Luo looked at Xiao Chan and said, "You were too rash earlier. Given this, the conflict between you and the dragon race will be hard to resolve." Xiao Chan shook his head and said, "It is not rash or not. It is just my nature. It is just like you. When you heard others call me a mixed blood dragon, you could not help getting angry. When I heard others humiliate you, I could not help it either. There are many things that I do not care about. I can accept being insulted or scolded. However, I cannot allow it to affect my friends." Lan Luo felt warmth in her heart when she heard that. Joy unconsciously crept onto her face as she revealed a gentle smile. Actually, when Xiaochen thought about it, the two were indeed very similar. They both had strong characters, not easily submitting to others. However, when their friends were insulted, they could not help getting angry regardless of the consequences. Thinking of this, Lan Luo suddenly figured out many things. She smiled and said, "Do you need me to send you off? They might ambush you outside the city." Xiao Chan rejected, "There's no need. I have already troubled you enough. I will leave after drinking this cup of wine. I do not have a dragon race totem on me. As long as I go far away, they will not make a big move." After the two drank their cups, Xiao Chun stood up and took his leave. "Xiao Chun, no matter what trouble you encounter in the future, if you treat me as a friend, please tell me first," Lan Luo said sincerely as she looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Then he smiled happily and said, "All right, I promise you. In the future, if I find out that you are in trouble, no matter where I go, I will rush over and do what I can to help." In Xiao Chen's heart, he formally accepted Lan Luo as a friend. In the past, Lan Luo had only been a benefactor that he had felt helpless about. The two exchanged glances, both feeling much better. The knot that could not be untied earlier completely vanished in this cup of wine. Sometimes the matters of life were really strange. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Instead, it would only worsen the conflict. If they could see eye to eye, they would be able to understand each other with just one glance. With a cup of wine, they could put aside their past grudges. As Lan Luo watched Xiaochen leave, her lips curled up in a charming yet melancholic smile. In the past, Lan Luo always wondered why this person never gave her any face, yet he could not forget her, finding it hard to part with her. Now Lan Luo finally figured it out. Actually, the reason was very simple: to be himself. Xiao Chun was just being himself. In this turbid and filthy world, how many people in this world could do what seemed like 3 simple words? However, Xiao Chun did it. Xiao Chun walked in this world, neither servile nor overbearing. In his eyes, he would not look up to you just because you were a cluster lord. He would not look down on you because of your lowly status. Xiao Chun had his own principles and reason in his heart. His actions might seem unrestrained, willful, and wild. In fact, it was very simple. He was just being himself. No matter how black and white were flipped in this world, no matter how powerful the nobles were, no matter how many restrictions there were, he would only be himself. Chapter 1759. After Xiao Chun left, Lan Luo said, "Someone, come and report the news of the dragon race's arrival to me in 15 minutes. Naturally, many people coveted the ancient dragon race totem. However, most factions would not rashly come to her Soaring Dragon Great Realm on account of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The dragon race was different. Anything that involved the dragon race was their internal matter. It was reasonable for them to send someone to investigate. However, this person did not even say a word and came stealthily, wanting to take Xiao Chun away from under her nose. This person was simply looking down on her, a cluster lord. After about 7 minutes, a stack of letters appeared in Lan Luo's hands. When Lan Luo finished reading, she put down the letters, and her expression changed slightly. The White Dragon Holy Daughter Lu Ruyue. Lan Luo had heard of this girl long ago. She was a genius of the White Dragon race that appeared once in 1,000 years. Lu Ruyue's origins were mysterious. Before the age of 30, the various factions, including the dragon race, did not have any news of this girl. 30 years later, Lu Ruyue suddenly appeared. She was very beautiful and talented. She was even praised as the top beauty of the dragon race. Every frown and smile of hers could topple nations. She was so beautiful that even the dragon god crown prince fell in love with her. Lan Luo simply did not expect such a famous girl to personally ask about this matter. It looked like the dragon race paid a lot of attention to this ancient dragon race totem. However, since Xiao Chun did not have a dragon race totem, it did not matter. Lan Luo could help him deal with it with her own strength. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave Soaring Dragon City. He was not too worried about the dragon race's matter. After all, he did not have a dragon race totem. If the other party really went to Dragon Flame City, they would definitely investigate and not chase after him. Actually, Xiao Chun also wanted to meet that so-called holy daughter. Could it be Lu Ruyue? However, after thinking about it, if it was really Lu Ruyue, she must have heard of his name in Dragon Flame City. Then, she would find someone to draw his portrait. She would definitely be able to guess his identity and personally head to Soaring Dragon City. She would not send someone over. Given this, the holy daughter had to be someone else. Furthermore, he had injured that Jiang Cheng. It was best not to meet her. After remaining in the city for 3 days and exchanging the treasures in his hands for spirit jades, Xiao Chun formally left. Then, they left the city and headed for the Purple Flame sect in the Grave Sea. In Dragon Flame City, after Lu Ruyue heard Wuxu's report, her phoenix-like eyes immediately fell on Jiang Cheng. His face turned red and he felt extremely awkward, not daring to speak at all. I did something wrong, please punish me, eldest senior sister. Jiang Cheng knelt on one knee and said with his head lowered. Lu Ruyue said sullenly, raise your head. Jiang Cheng cautiously raised his head. He was nervous. He had made a huge mistake, causing the mission to fail. He felt guilty and did not dare to face Lu Ruyue. Boom! Just as Jiang Cheng raised his head, he saw Lu Ruyue send out a palm strike from nowhere. Jiang Cheng flew back and vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood was filled with an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. As the saber intent whistled out, the blood turned into countless strands of energy and shot out in all directions. This caused the others to be taken aback. Jiang Cheng immediately felt very comfortable. The saber intent that he could not get rid of for the past 3 days was completely resolved by Lu Ruyue's palm strike. Many thanks, senior sister. Lu Ruyue looked at Jiang Cheng and said, go back and reflect on yourself. I don't want to see you now. Yes. Jiang Cheng did not dare to be impudent. He turned around and left, feeling relieved. You all can leave as well. Junior brother Wu stay behind. Lu Ruyue dismissed the others, leaving only the experienced and prudent Wu Su behind. Wu Su asked, senior sister, did you gain anything in the underground dragon city? Lu Ruyue shook her head and replied, I did not gain anything. It was already in ruins. However, I could feel that the totem was still there and was not taken away. Wu Su's expression changed. In that case, it looks like Xiao Chun did not lie. Lu Ruyue said softly, however, I could not find the totem or see the faux god flame. I still have to meet this person and understand what happened that day. However, that cluster lord has an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chun. Junior brother Jiang offended the other party like that. It will be very troublesome to have a proper talk with the cluster lord. Wu Su spoke the truth, sounding somewhat worried. When Lu Ruyue heard that the cluster lord had an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chun, she felt uncomfortable for some reason. She didn't know what was going on with this kind of unreasonable annoyance. Lu Riyue snorted coldly and said, "Even if the soaring dragon Marquis came personally, I would not fear him. Furthermore, she is just a cluster lord. Come, I'll go and meet her." There was no time to lose. Lu Riyue was decisive. Right now she wanted to meet this white-robed Xiao Chun. As for the mission, they had already more or less completed it. They could return at any time. After the dragon races group gathered, they boarded a divine dragon war chariot and headed quickly on the road. When Xiao Chun was halfway there, a black war chariot pulled by 2 black dragon horses arrived in the opposite direction. This was Xiao Chun's cycle war chariot. As he left the city, he happened to run into Lu Riyue's divine dragon war chariot. Lu Riyue felt a strange yet familiar aura. Her heart thumped heavily as she could not help asking, "Who is passing by outside?" "First senior sister, there is no one outside. There is just a black war chariot heading in our direction." A black war chariot? In Lu Riyue's memory, there did not seem to be anyone familiar with riding a black war chariot. The 2 war chariots moved extremely fast, even faster than several star venerates on the road. The cycle war chariot and the divine dragon war chariot approached each other quickly. Not long after, they lined up side by side on the same path. Lu Riyue and Xiao Chun sensed it at the same time and opened the curtains. However, when the 2 of them opened the windows of the 2 carriages that were moving at high speed, they could only see the billowing dust rising like smoke. Xiao Chun looked back and could only see the rear of the divine dragon war chariot slowly disappearing into the dust. They brushed past each other. Just like that, the 2 of them brushed past each other. Amidst the billowing dust, they watched each other leave, gradually going further and further away. "Are they from the dragon clan?" Xiao Chun let go of the curtain, his heart unable to calm down. Just now, when the 2 war chariots approached each other, his heart inexplicably paused. That feeling was incomparably mysterious. There were no words in the world that could describe it. Xiao Chun's intuition, a very strong intuition, told him that he would not be able to escape. A very important person must have passed by him just now. Who was it? In the dragon race, the only person that Xiao Chun could place his trust in was Lu Riyue. Could it be that the person who passed by was Lu Riyue? That should not be the case. If Lu Riyue had heard Xiao Chun's name, she would have put down everything and rushed to Soaring Dragon City. She should not have come at this time. Could it be that she has already forgotten about me, Xiao Chun? Forgotten about everything that happened in Qingyun Peak? Forgotten about the various oaths she swore back then? Forgotten about her deep love from back then? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. I have to figure this out. Xiao Chun had never felt as anxious as he did now. The speeding cycle war chariot suddenly stopped. The cycle war chariot turned around and quickly chased after the divine dragon war chariot. However, the divine dragon war chariot was Lu Riyue's war chariot after all. It was of a much higher grade than his cycle war chariot. After Xiao Chun missed her, it would be easier said than done to catch up. He could only watch as the divine dragon war chariot slowly distanced itself amid the billowing dust, slowly vanishing from his sight. Could my intuition be wrong? At this moment, Xiao Chun lost his usual calm and became restless. Perhaps his intuition was wrong. It was just the aura of the dragon race that made him feel familiar. As Xiao Chun gave chase, the sky turned dark and he rushed through the night before returning to the city gates. When the morning sun rose, Xiao Chun welcomed the first beam of light and arrived at the city gates with some anticipation. Did you hear? There was a huge battle in the Cluster Lord's residence last night. What's going on? I only heard some sounds and am not clear about the specifics. Rumor has it that the dragon race's holy daughter and Cluster Lord Go Yu did not get along. They fought in the Cluster Lord's residence. Even the holy venerate in charge of the Cluster Lord's residence appeared. This is really big news. This dragon race's holy daughter is really incredible. Unexpectedly, she even startled a holy venerate. The key is that even a holy venerate could not shock her completely. He could only watch as she left in a fit of pique. The guards at the city gates discussed last night's commotion. However, the smile on Xiao Chun's face froze. She left? Chapter 1760. It was just a momentary miss, but after a night of chasing, the result was completely different. Standing on the city wall, Xiao Chun could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, Aside from disappointment, there was also a trace of joy. Xiao Qin's emotions were complicated. Whether that person was Lu Ruyue or not, it was a good thing for Xiao Qian. Before Xiao Qian came to Soaring Dragon City, he did not know any news about Lu Ruyue. After coming here, he knew that she was doing very well. She was now one of the strongest geniuses of the dragon race. It was far easier than him, who had stumbled along the way. This was already very good. More importantly, he knew that Xiao Qin's heart had never changed. She did not even respond to the Dragon God Crown Prince's pursuit. He was not strong enough. Sooner or later, he would personally step into the dragon race's land and meet Lu Ruyue in his strongest state. The temporary disappointment did not give Xiao Qian too much of a blow. 3 days later, Xiao Qian boarded the giant starship that was on its way back. After flying for 1 month, they successfully returned to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame sect. There were still many things that he had not dealt with in the Grave Sea. He still had to formally greet the Purple Flame sect before leaving. He still had to meet his martial nephew, Lingyu, and find his pirate ship. He wanted to see if there were any clues to the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. That was one of the things he relied on for his rise, but he never forgot that if he could get the treasure of the legendary Pirate King, this would be a great opportunity, far greater than any of his previous encounters. At the foot of the Purple Ember Sect's mountain, Xiao Qian handed over his token. The disciple guarding the mountain took a look and immediately revealed an excited expression. "Senior brother Xiao Qian, you're finally back." 1 year ago, Xiao Qian fought everywhere in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. While leading the Purple Flame sect disciples in the Fiendish Demon battlefield, they gained a great harvest, far surpassing that of the other rank 4 sections. Most importantly, they had to ruthlessly suppress the Divine Firmament sect, which was at odds with the Purple Flame sect. After defeating the unfathomable Shangguan Lei, the prestige of the entire Divine Firmament sect plummeted. Even now, the Divine Firmament sect still could not raise its head. Although his stay was short, Xiao Qian had already become a legend in the Purple Ember sect. Impressive and unforgettable. After verifying Zhang Xian's identity, many people immediately rushed over upon hearing the news. They greeted him one after another. There were even many deacons, protectors, and elders who appeared in person. When they sensed Xiao Qin's aura, they all felt incredulous. In a mere year or so, Xiao Qin's cultivation actually reached peak major primal core. More importantly, the feeling that Xiao Qian gave them was like a quiet volcano. Beneath his calm exterior was an even more terrifying power. Once it erupted, it would be an incomparable expert. This was the intuition of an expert. Xiao Qian smiled and responded to them one by one. He didn't put on any airs and returned to the courtyard. After a long time, Xiao Qian returned to his courtyard. "Lingyu is not around?" Xiao Qian was slightly surprised. It would be a pity if he wasn't here. A large part of the reason why Xiao Qian came to the Purple Flame sect to bid farewell was to see his martial nephew, Lingyu. The next time he left the Purple Ember sect, he would not return for a very long time. "Junior brother Xiao." Just at this moment, Xiao Qian heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw that it was the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, Hua Yunfeng. "Senior brother Hua, it has been a long time. Congratulations." After not seeing Xiao Qian for more than a year, Hua Yunfeng successfully broke through his bottleneck and advanced to Star Venerate. This was not too strange. When Xiao Qian first arrived at the Purple Flame sect, the other party had already been in the major primal core realm for a long time. Furthermore, Hua Yunfeng was actually several years older than Xiao Qian. Hua Yunfeng said humbly, "Many thanks. I was discussing something with the sect master. When I heard that you returned, I immediately rushed over." "What is it?" Xiao Qian asked casually. Hua Yunfeng revealed a melancholic expression. After a pause, he said, "I want to leave the Purple Flame sect and go to the Central Great Realm. I feel that I still have a chance." Xiao Qian expressed his understanding. "What does the sect master think?" Hua Yunfeng sighed softly. "The sect master thinks very highly of me and hopes that I will not leave. Within 100 years, he will definitely pass the position of sect master to me." Xiao Qian nodded and said, "The sect master has good intentions. Right now, the Purple Flame sect has just regained some of its momentum. It needs to improve steadily. You are mature and prudent, but you do not lose your sharpness. You are indeed a very good successor to the sect. Hua Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Xiao Qian and said, "Many years ago, I never thought of going to the Central Great Realm. If I said that all this was because of you, would you believe me?" Xiao Qian found this strange. He asked, "Because of me?" "That's right. I see a kind of perseverance in you. Back then, when you first came to the Purple Flame sect, your cultivation was much lower than mine. However, I have never seen you give up on yourself. This is especially so on Thunder Controlling Peak. Your courage when facing Shangguan Lei made me feel inferior." It seemed like Hua Yunfeng had kept these words bottled up in his heart for a long time. After he said them, he heaved a long sigh. When Xiao Chen heard that, he said seriously, "You are overthinking. I am not as simple as you think. I have experienced much more than you can imagine. My accomplishments today were not just a few years of hard work. You do not know about my previous accumulations." The speed at which Hua Yunfeng could rise in the Great Thousand Realms was very fast. This was inseparable from his experiences in the Abandoned Land. In the Sky Dome Realm and the Kunlun Realm, Hua Yunfeng had experienced many life and death situations. The great scenes that Hua Yunfeng had experienced were even more uncountable. He had stubbornly endured many life and death tribulations. Others only saw Hua Yunfeng's rapid rise in the Purple Flame sect and his current glory. However, no one knew what kind of tribulations Hua Yunfeng experienced in the Kunlun realm for him to have today's mental state and perseverance. Hence, Xiao Qian did not approve of Hua Yunfeng leaving the Purple Flame sect to make a living in the Central Great Realm. Xiao Qian looked at Hua Yunfeng and said, "Don't change yourself because of others. Think about it carefully. You cannot be careless with this matter." Hua Yunfeng remained silent for a long time. He had not expected Xiao Qian to give him such a warning. Originally, he thought that Xiao Qian would support his decision. "Thank you for your advice. I will think about it carefully." "Oh right, you are looking for Lingyu, right? He is cultivating bitterly in our sect's Purgatory Peak. After that fellow returned from Soaring Dragon City, he seems to have become a completely different person." Hua Yunfeng smiled carefreely. He was rather open-minded about this. After chatting with Xiao Qian for a while, he took his leave. Purgatory Peak? Xiao Qian recalled that it was a dangerous land that the Purple Flame sect created. Cultivating there would be several times faster than cultivating outside. However, the pain, torture, and danger one had to endure would also multiply. After Purgatory Peak was established, very few disciples chose to enter it. This was because it was simply too painful. Many of the sect's experts could not endure it for long. That kind of pain and torture was unbearable, both physically and mentally. Only those with great perseverance could endure it. An outstanding talent like Lingyu actually did not need to enter and cultivate bitterly. His cultivation speed would not be much slower. At sunset, Xiao Qian drank tea in the courtyard. As the afterglow of the setting sun shone down, a person covered in injuries stepped in from outside the courtyard, appearing somewhat fatigued. That person's clothes were stained with blood, and there were several terrifying new wounds on his youthful face. Xiao Qian looked up and finally recognized this person after much difficulty. To think that it was Lingyu, martial uncle. When Lingyu saw Xiao Qian in the courtyard, he was in disbelief. After a while, he rejoiced and rushed over. However, this aggravated the injuries on his body, causing him to cry out in pain. This made one unable to restrain a smile. Xiao Qian smiled bitterly and said, "Why don't you recover from your injuries first before entering the house to rest? I have some medicinal pills here. Take them and use them." Lingyu rejected. "I can't. The sect's supreme elder said that if I recover from my injuries back then, my bitter cultivation will be in vain. I have to properly comprehend the pain I endured and comprehend the essence of Purgatory Peak." When Xiao Qian heard that, he felt stunned. "You really chose the path of bitter cultivation?" Lingyu nodded seriously. "My background is not good, and I do not have martial uncle's mental state and comprehension ability. Aside from bitter cultivation, I have no other choice. Why bother? Even if you do not choose to bitterly cultivate, you can still shake up the grave sea in the future and become an overlord of the nearby dozens of astral clusters." Lingyu shook his head and said, That is not enough. Martial uncle, you do not know. Headliner Ling Long promised me 5 years. She will wait for me for 5 years. After 5 years, she wants me to go to the Yanwu dynasty's capital to look for her. As Xiao Chan looked at Ling Yu's determined expression, he felt somewhat moved. He saw many of his own shadows in Ling Yu. Ling Yu was like that, but so was Xiao Chan. Chapter 1761. Trapped by Love. Ling Yu resolutely embarked on the path of bitter cultivation. Since Xiao Chen did so because of love, he also embarked on a similar path. As long as there was hope, he could not give up. Ling Yu looked at the somewhat melancholic Xiao Chan. Martial uncle, did something happen to you in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm? I feel that you have changed somewhat. What changed? I can't tell what exactly has changed. However, Martial uncle has indeed changed. In the past, Martial uncle's face always remained calm. No changes in his expression could be seen. Although it is still like that now, I can tell that there is a lingering sense of loss lingering on your face. Most importantly, Martial uncle purposely left this sense of loss behind. Given Martial uncle's mental state, you should be able to cut it off at any time. However, Martial uncle did not. This means that the person related to this sense of loss is exceptionally important to Martial uncle. Even if it already affected your mental state, you are unwilling to cut it off, letting it linger in your heart, never dispersing. As the saying goes, one does not know where love comes from, but one is deeply devoted to it. Martial uncle, you should be careful. Xiao Chen felt stunned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, after not seeing Ling Yu for 1 year, his observation skills had become so meticulous. Or was it as Ling Yu said? Did I take a picture? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not deny Ling Yu's words. Ling Yu smiled and said, "It looks like I was right. So what if you are right and so what if you are wrong? Just worry about yourself. Although bitter cultivation can quickly raise your strength, if you overexert yourself and injure yourself, the losses outweigh the gains." Xiao Chen warned. Few people chose the path of bitter cultivation. Firstly, it was too painful and unbearable. Secondly, the risk was too high and it was easy to injure oneself. Ling Yu's stubbornness inevitably worried Xiao Chan. He did not know how to face senior brother Yi in the future. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Martial uncle, don't worry about me. I won't die." "I hope so." Xiao Chen sighed softly. Ling Yu had no choice but to make his own choices. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the two chatted happily. Ling Yu also told Xiao Chan about some of his confusion on the martial Dao without holding back. Xiao Chen patiently answered and explained. Unknowingly, the afterglow of the setting sun had completely descended. A loud shout broke this rare silence. "White-robed Xiao Chan, come out. I know you're back." Ling Yu's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiao Chan. "It's Shangguan Lei." The voice came from the greeting of Swords Edges. The greeting of Swords Edges was where the face of the sect was. Xiao Chan had been there once, so he knew what kind of place it was. There were all kinds of sects there. Ever since Xiao Chan defeated Shangguan Lei in the fiendish demon battlefield, very few people in the Divine Firmament sect dared to appear at the Purple Flame sect's greeting of Swords Edges. This time, after Shangguan Lei found out that Xiao Chen had returned, he came to take revenge. After some thought, Xiao Chen understood the reason behind it. "Martial uncle, I heard that this Shangguan Lei put in a lot of effort to obtain a Dao tool to defeat you. He has been cultivating like a madman and has been waiting for you to come back. He came prepared." Ling Yu said cautiously. After all, Xiao Chen had not broken through to Star Venerate yet. Ling Yu did not know Xiao Chen's true strength, so he could not help worrying. Whoosh! 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 Just as the two decided to go out and take a look, Shangguan Lei's figure suddenly appeared on the courtyard wall. "Shangguan Lei, all the grudges between the sect disciples have to be resolved at the greeting of Swords Edges. Are you trying to start a war between the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect?" Below, Hua Yunfeng and the other true inheritors quickly followed, showing some rage on their faces. Several elders also appeared in the dark, locking their auras on Shangguan Lei. Forcibly barging in like Shangguan Lei had already broken the rules of the sect. If not for Xiao Chen's status and strength, someone would have taken him down long ago. Shangguan Lei said seriously, "Hua Yunfeng, don't be wishy-washy like a woman. As long as Xiao Chen is willing to fight with me, I will personally apologize. After this, I will personally apologize. Can't you tell if I want to start a war between the sects or not? Indeed. Everyone could tell that Shangguanlei was here purely for Xiao Chan. If not for this reason, the sect elders would have worked together to chase him out long ago. Xiao Chan, if you are not willing to fight with him, we can chase him away now. The voice projections of the sect elders appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Clearly, these sect elders were very respectful to Xiao Chan, speaking very politely to him. There's no need to chase him away, Xiao Chen replied. Then he indicated to Shangguanlei, think carefully before you make your move. You only have one chance. When Shangguanlei heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. How arrogant! 1 year ago, if you held a Dao tool, how could you defeat me? 1 year later, I advanced to Star Venerate and grasped a Dao tool. Even if I gave you 3 moves, you would not be able to defeat me. Xiao Chan said slowly, many things can change in 1 year. Cut the crap. Stop putting on an act. This old man will defeat you with 1 saber strike. Right after Shangguanlei said those words, he roared and attacked in a fit of rage. When Shangguanlei's saber landed, 9 thunderous explosions rang out. The Dao tool in his hand trembled 9 times in the air at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. With each tremble, the thunder might from the previous tremble would layer on top of each other. Shangguanlei's aura was already terrifyingly strong. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed, encasing the area for 5 kilometers around. When Shangguanlei leaped down, he looked like a raging heavenly lord of thunder. A terrifying figure appeared behind him. The saber light in Shangguanlei's hand was 300 meters long. When the saber light landed, an overwhelming shock wave swept out in all directions. Caught off guard, this shock wave immediately knocked many Purple Flame sect disciples into the air. The divine firmament 9 changes layered 9 times. He really succeeded. I recall that many elders in the divine firmament sect can only layer 8 times. To think that he actually managed to layer 9 times. The moment Shangguanlei executed this move, countless elders exclaimed in regret. It would have been better if they had gotten Xiao Chan to come out and receive this move, forcing Shangguanlei to leave as soon as possible. If Xiao Chan lost, the prestige that he had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke. If that happened, the prestige that Shangguanlei had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke, vanishing completely. Instead, it would allow Shangguanlei to rise to a higher level. Even the Divine Firmament sect's prestige would suppress the Purple Flame sect. However, just as everyone worried for Xiao Chan, the space in the courtyard suddenly froze. Even the dust stopped moving. Xiao Chan stretched out 2 fingers and caught Shangguanlei's saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. Just like that, Xiao Chan caught the saber with 2 simple fingers. How can this be? Many exclamations rang out at the same time, their eyes filled with incredulity. Hua Yunfeng was somewhat flabbergasted, gaping. He was not that worried about Xiao Chan. He believed that Xiao Chan definitely had a fortuitous encounter and absolutely would not lose to Shangguanlei. However, Hua Yunfeng did not expect that Xiao Chan would use 2 fingers to catch Shangguanlei's saber, preventing him from moving or retreating. Shangguanlei was utterly stunned. He brought out his full power but could not advance by even an inch, much less draw his saber. Dang! Xiao Chan waved his 2 fingers, and the saber in Shangguanlei's hand trembled. A strong force rebounded. The saber immediately twisted like a water snake. The force traveled to Shangguanlei's arm, breaking every bone in his body. The force spread to half his body before Shangguanlei managed to block it. However, Shangguanlei was already sent flying, crashing into the courtyard wall and vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Even standing up was somewhat difficult for Shangguanlei. You! Shangguanlei pointed at Xiao Chan. However, he could not say anything, feeling pent up in his chest. Shangguanlei was startled and flustered. All sorts of emotions welled up in his mind. He felt stifled in his chest, unable to go up or down. His qi and blood surged and his eyes widened. His face turned even redder, looking like an inflated ball that would explode at any moment. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he flicked his finger, and a strand of saber qi struck an acupoint on Shangguanlei's chest. Pussy eye! Shangguanlei vomited another mouthful of blood. and the surging qi and blood on his face quickly receded. Xiao Chan could already tell that something had gone wrong with Shangguanlei's cultivation. Shangguanlei only pursued strength and tyranny. This resulted in many hidden dangers in his body. If there were any setbacks, he would enter berserking qi deviation and self-destruct. This was the principle of being too firm and easy to break. Back then, Yi Zifeng had said that the master and disciple had comprehended the wrong state of the tyrannical Tao. The divine firmament sect's Shangguanlei is not skilled enough. Men, send off the guest. An elder of the Purple Flame sect stepped forward expressionlessly, not showing any pity for Shangguanlei. The words "not skilled enough" were rather mocking. Chapter 1762. Shangguanlei was carried away in a sorry state. This farce ended here. The Purple Flame sect elders hiding in the dark all revealed themselves, revealing smiles as they arrived before Xiao Chan. This time Shangguanlei lost. Xiao Chan used 2 fingers to catch the Divine Firmament sect's consummate technique, the Divine Firmament 9 changes. The sharpness of the Purple Flame sect was completely suppressed. Most importantly, the elders could tell that Shangguanlei's foundation was unstable. From today onward, the Purple Flame sect no longer had to worry about a strong opponent like Shangguanlei. Furthermore, all this was due to Xiao Chen's efforts first and second. Naturally, these sect elders were grateful to Xiao Chan for helping out, promising him all sorts of benefits on the spot. Some were even more direct, asking Xiao Chan if he wanted to stay in the sect and hold a post. Xiao Chan responded calmly, politely rejecting all sorts of benefits. "Martial Uncle Xiao, won't you reconsider? You can even be a guest official. I believe the sect master will agree." The few old men took the sect rules very seriously, addressing Xiao Chan as Martial Uncle Xiao. They did not dare to mess up seniority. "Many thanks. I will be leaving in another month. I still have important matters to attend to." "That is a pity." Seeing Xiao Chan like this, the elders did not press the issue. They performed cupped fist salutes and took their leave. After the crowd left, Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Martial Uncle, how did you do it? You caught Shangguanlei's saber with 2 fingers." The scene just now had caused a great shock and impact to many people. However, only Ling Yu dared to put down his pride and ask without any fear. Divine Firmament 9 changes, a Dao tool and a berserk Shangguanlei. Yet, Xiao Chan caught such a ferocious and tyrannical saber strike with only 2 fingers. This was simply unrealistic, like a dream. "Do you want to learn?" Xiao Chan asked with a smile. "What?" This startled Ling Yu. Then he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Yes, naturally. Martial Uncle is willing to teach me?" Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "I am your martial uncle in name after all. Teaching you some secret techniques is nothing." "Thank you, martial uncle." Ling Yu expressed his gratitude solemnly, nearly kneeling to Xiao Chan with a respectful expression. Xiao Chan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have to be so courteous and care about etiquette. "This secret skill is called the telepathic finger. You definitely won't be able to learn it in a short time. I will first teach you the initial version of the telepathic finger. After that, I will tell you the subsequent variations." There were 2 versions of the telepathic finger, and it had gone through many changes to achieve its current effect. Xiao Chen definitely could not succeed in one go. First, he told Ling Yu about the cultivation method that the Flame Rock Sovereign once told him, letting Ling Yu comprehend it on his own. A few days later, when Ling Yu more or less understood the profoundness, Xiao Chan taught Ling Yu the secrets and profoundness of using one's body as a cauldron. Later on, whether or not Ling Yu could gain a comprehensive understanding and comprehend it thoroughly would depend on his own luck. Given Ling Yu's talent, Xiao Chan felt that it should not be a problem. As for Xiao Chan, he did not fall behind in his cultivation either. Right now he had 2 cultivation techniques that he needed to cultivate: the Ice Feather Divine Incantation and the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. Back in Dragon Flame City, Xiao Chan had already cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation to the peak of the 3rd layer. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chan inserted medial grade spirit jades into the spirit gathering formation. Then he started cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. The cold qi in the room condensed into thin ice that looked like feathers dancing around, looking very pretty. After circulating a great cycle, Snow-like spiritual energy continuously poured into the white qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. After that, the qi whirlpool turned it into veritable essence energy and infused it into the 9-star primal core. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and entered deep thought. The ice feather divine incantation had reached a bottleneck. The white qi whirlpool had not grown for a long time already. Xiao Chen had to break through to the 4th layer. However, this ice feather divine incantation had a total of 6 layers. The later 3 layers were more important and harder to cultivate. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided to break through to the ice feather divine incantation's 4th layer, after he broke through to the cloud sea realm. That would be safer. During this period, he would focus on the divine dragon body tempering art. Xiao Chen opened his palm and looked at the jade bottle in his palm. Dragon blood pill. This was one of the treasures of the dragon race that Xiao Chen obtained in the underground dragon city. It was refined from genuine ancient dragon blood. Every time he used one, there would be one less. Pure dragon blood was simply too difficult to obtain. According to rumor, the current dragon blood pills were refined from the true blood of the dragon race's upper echelon. Compared to true pure dragon blood pills, the effects would be slightly weaker. Opening the bottle cap, Xiao Chen consumed a dragon blood pill. Then he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art. He had already completed the 1st layer, tempering his muscles, and the 2nd layer, tempering his bones. Now he needed to cultivate the 3rd layer, tempering his blood. Vital qi came from the blood. This 3rd layer was also the start of the divine dragon body tempering art's main event. Soon dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. 18 ancient blue dragon images appeared. They coiled around Xiao Chen, surrounding him. An ancient and savage aura spread throughout the cultivation room. It was like he had returned to the great desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought. Xiao Chen felt his qi and blood surge. It was like the floodgates opened, and boundless essence energy poured out. At this moment, not only did his vital qi soar, but Xiao Chen also felt his ice and lightning veritable essence energy being refined by the ancient energy surging out of his blood. The ancient energy surging out from his blood continuously refined it. The ancient dragon might was carved into the depths of his quintessence, as if it was inseparable from his flesh and blood. From today onward, Xiao Chen would not need to deliberately bring out dragon might. His veritable essence energy would give off boundless dragon might, deeply imprinted in his bones and soul. Dang! 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 The most important change came from his vital qi. Many ancient dragon pattern cauldrons appeared above his head. As his vital qi soared, there were now 15 dragon cauldrons. This dragon blood pill allowed Xiao Chen's vital qi to soar by 5 cauldron force, reaching an unprecedented 15 cauldron force. Every dragon cauldron was different from the ones before. They were exquisitely carved and glowed faintly. The carved dragon patterns looked like they were coming to life, looking very realistic. Xiao Chen, who was immersed in the increase in his strength, felt somewhat surprised. He had not expected this dragon blood pill to be so effective. This was something he had not experienced in the underground dragon city back then. More importantly, the ancient energy from his bloodline reshaped Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy and vital qi. This was the greatest benefit. It was much better than directly increasing one's vital qi and cultivation. After more than half a month, Xiao Chen completely digested and absorbed the energy of this dragon blood pill. Crack! Crack! The vital qi in Xiao Chen's body surged in his dragon veins. His blood surged and his dragon bones crackled. His dragon might spread out uncontrollably. Many dragon images lingered in the surroundings, looking like they were sighing with their eyes closed and roaring softly at the same time. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, they flickered with a golden light. His great desolate divine eyes had improved further. At this moment, the dragon images lingering in the surroundings also opened their eyes at the same time. Boom! The entire cultivation room could not endure this dragon might. The formation shattered and the room crumbled. When the dust settled, Xiao Chen's true body was revealed. "Martial uncle, this is a little too grand," Ling Yu exclaimed in shock as he walked out of the room. This made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. The effects of the dragon blood pill had somewhat surpassed his expectations. After stepping out of the rubble, Xiao Chen looked at Ling Yu and said, "Come, Let me see how your cultivation of the sharp spirit finger is going. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun revealed a gratified smile. Not bad. The effects of the dragon blood pill surpassed his expectations. After 1 hour, Xiao Chun revealed a gratified smile. Not bad. You improved so much in half a month. You surprised me as well. Ling Yu felt excited in his heart. However, after a while, he asked somewhat disappointedly, Martial uncle, are we really leaving? Xiao Chun nodded and said, all good things must come to an end. We are fated. I believe that we will definitely meet again in the future. Martial uncle, take care. Ling Yu could not bear to part with Xiao Chun, but he also knew that Xiao Chun had to leave. Just like him, he had his own pursuits in his heart. Based on his martial uncle's judgment with Xiao Chen's insight, Xiao Chen's pursuit was probably even more difficult than Ling Yu's. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Then, he took out a dragon blood pill and handed it to Ling Yu. Take care. Xiao Chun did not expect the dragon blood pill to bring Ling Yu the same changes he did. However, it would definitely be of help. The main reason why Xiao Chun could benefit so much from the dragon blood pill was because of his ancient and noble bloodline. The dragon blood pill only stimulated his bloodline and unearthed the vast treasure trove of bloodline power. Even if another dragon race disciple consumed the dragon blood pill, the effects might not be as strong. After leaving the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Chun did not immediately go to the Black Cutlass. Instead, he headed for the blessed land of the Patala Mountain. He needed to tell the Venerable Xianbei about Zhanyuan. No matter what, the Venerable Xianbei had saved Xiao Chun's life before. Among the Buddhist sect monks that Xiao Chun interacted with, the Venerable Xianbei was rather trustworthy. Chapter 1763. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong. Although that lightning palace cracked, it showed no signs of crumbling. Every pillar of water looked like a huge dragon coming out of the sea. In that instant, they blocked the tyrannical aura of the lightning palace that suppressed everything. No wonder the Divine Firmament sect felt that they could kill me by sending just one person. Xiao Chun closed his eyes as he stood on the surface of the sea, the waves bouncing up and down. Xiao Chun turned his head back and saw that person behind him bathed in electric light. So this was how the will of soul could be used. This was truly an eye-opener. Clearly, this person had come prepared and prepared many spirit pills, not being stingy when consuming them. From the outside, this black cave mountain looked like it was shrouded in boundless fog above the vast sea. Xiao Chun did not want to fight a pointless battle. He silently executed his movement technique, and a faint purple flame burned on his body. Then he quickly flew over the sea like a ghost. Die! Above the waves, the two gave off terrifying auras. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and he drew the tyrant's saber. A swastika appeared on his forehead. A Buddhist light spread out from Xiao Chun's body. He instantly executed, resolving the mundane. Then, an eternal and inextinguishable saber light appeared. How strong! Someone is following me? The moment Xiao Chun left the Black Cave Mountain, he sensed something strange. There was an indistinct, hidden killing chi that was extremely hard to detect. The only thing he lacked was the use of the will of soul. However, Xiao Chun had been at this cultivation realm for at least 100 years. Furthermore, he was a rank 4 sect elder with deep accumulations. The 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea, the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, the Black Cave Mountain, and the Patala Mountain, were not too far from each other. Explosions and the sound of his surging bloodline merged together, instantly pushing Xiao Chen's aura to its peak. Boundless thunderclouds quickly spread in the sky above, pressing towards Xiao Chen. However, they had lost to Xiao Chun twice, each time more embarrassing than the last. To a rank 4 sect, such a humiliating result was simply unacceptable. The old man was dressed in the Divine Firmament chapter elder attire. His expression was cold, and the domineering lightning might in his eyes seemed corporeal as he looked at Xiao Chun and shouted coldly. Seeing that Xiao Chun had increased his speed, the person who had been hiding revealed himself and quickly chased after him. Hence, the 3 blessed lands wore a thin veil in the Grave Sea, appearing very mysterious. It was indeed someone from the Divine Firmament chapter. The old man said coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless bolts of lightning gathered. Thunderclouds churned in the sky, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena were hidden within. Xiao Chun was secretly accumulating power, quietly waiting for the enemy to come. The rumbling continued as towering waves rose on the surface of the sea. Those who had experienced it would naturally not have such a feeling. The Thunder Palace pressed down once more, and Xiao Chun felt an immense pressure once more. This was a huge blow to the Divine Firmament chapter. Not only did Xiao Chun cause the Divine Firmament sect's many resources to go to waste, but he also ruthlessly slapped the Divine Firmament sect in the face. Xiao Chun did not open his eyes. His expression was calm without any ripples. Saber. However, if a cultivator did not ride a special Dao tool, an oceanic spirit beast, or a transportation formation, relying on their own speed, the Thunder Palace would not have shattered completely. That's not right. It is not completely shattered yet. Xiao Chun's heart sank. The person who came was a horrifying late-stage star venerate at the very least. Who exactly was it? No wonder. So that is the case. It is extraordinary. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to make another move, a saber light suddenly descended from the sky. That palace was made of pure lightning attributed veritable essence energy. It contained the will of soul and the thunder domain of the old man. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun concluded that it could only be the Divine Firmament sect. Xiao Chun had defeated Shangguan Lei's arrogance several times. The Divine Firmament sect had spent a lot of resources on Shangguan Lei, and even secretly promoted him, turning him into the spiritual symbol of the Divine Firmament sect's younger generation. Xiao Chun thought to himself, oh no. The Divine Firmament sect's movement technique was famous for its explosive power. However, the old man was greatly startled. He simply had not expected Xiao Chun's veritable essence energy and will of soul to be so strong. That saber light appeared without any warning, instantly chopping the old man in half. He could not resist at all. The old man revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he said, "Your strength is really startling. However, you are not a star venerate in the end. Even if you have the will of soul, you cannot use it like I do." Every sound kicked up a huge wave. Thousands of pillars of water shot up on the surface of the sea at the same time. After chopping the descending palace in half, the electric light scattered, leaving behind a flickering mark. Only the silhouette of a mountain range could be seen. For example, before Xiao Chun entered, he had been filled with curiosity and awe. With one saber strike, he chopped that lightning palace in half. The thunderclouds are already here. Senior's thunder domain has already caught up. There is no point in running. Even the might of resolving the mundane increased explosively. The countless churning mysterious phenomena hidden in the dense thunderclouds in the sky gathered into an ancient lightning palace, pressing down on Xiao Chun. Since the other party was prepared to make a move, he definitely had complete confidence. "You are rather sensible. I believe you know why I am here. Sometimes when working for others it is easy to be used. Don't blame this old man for bullying the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for helping the Purple Flame sect. Brat, why are you not running anymore?" Xiao Chun was not much weaker than Xiao Chun. Whoosh! Trying to flee. How can it be that easy? Boom! If not for that dragon blood pill digging out the ancient energy in the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chun would have already reconstructed his veritable essence energy and vital qi. Reconstructing his veritable essence energy and vital qi. Just this move alone might take his life. Damn it! A bolt of lightning flashed, and an aura sealed off Xiao Chun's surroundings. Following that, thunder roared for 5,000 kilometers around, causing the thunderclouds to churn endlessly. Xiao Chun sighed softly and stopped running. Whoosh! Xiao Chun felt very satisfied. The reconstructed veritable essence energy was indeed extraordinary. The core of this lightning palace was the old man's will of soul, which he had tempered several times. As long as his will of soul was not destroyed, this move could not break it. Xiao Chun punched and 15 azure glassy ancient dragon cauldrons appeared above his head. They clashed with each other, producing loud sounds. Rumble! Will of soul! Just as the ancient lightning palace was about to descend, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The palace gave off an ancient and heavy aura. This palace must be an imitation of Xiao Chun's original body, a building from the ancient era. The old man did not underestimate Xiao Chun at all. The moment he made his move, he used his trump card. For many years he had been trying to portray Xiao Chun as unrivaled and tyrannical among his peers. The two wills of soul clashed, erupting with a terrifying energy shock wave. Xiao Chun and that old man both got knocked back. Break! Break! Xiao Chun did not stop moving. The will of soul that belonged to him instantly shot out from his sea of consciousness. After leaving the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Chun left the Black Cave Mountain in only half a day. Half a day later, Xiao Chun looked at the sky above him, which was already covered in thunderclouds. Then, he looked at the blessed lands of the Grave Sea. They were only so. Xiao Chun felt startled in his heart. This old man's cultivation was not very high, only about peak early stage star venerate. In Dragon Flame City, this old man had challenged many people and experienced even greater things. No matter what, this old man had not seen through Yunhai's tranquility, so there was still a gap between them. However, the old man behind did not care about the exhaustion of veritable essence energy. Xiao Chen's speed was not slow, comparable to that of star venerates who did not cultivate special movement techniques. He needed only 4 days to enter the Patala Mountain blessed land. The stalker might be a star venerate with deep accumulations. Xiao Chun moved as fast as lightning, kicking up towering waves. In an instant he traveled 50 kilometers. This was because the price of failure would be extremely high. Now that Xiao Chun had entered and exited the blessed lands several times, no one among the youths of the 3 blessed lands was a match for him. With one punch, Xiao Chun detonated 15 cauldron force, causing the entire sea to sink. However, that was all there was to it. Xiao Chen's strength was not sufficient. Xiao Chun executed the fish dragon art to its limits, sticking close to the sea like a fish in water. Then he went with the surging waves, continuously pulling away. He still needed at least 7 or 8 days. Even ordinary disciples could not endure it, what more Shangguan Lei, who had spent a lot of resources on it. A brilliant light flickered in Shangguan Lei's eyes, and the 206 dragon bones on his body gave off explosive sounds. I clearly do not have enough strength anymore. Why can't I break it? Who would be willing to do so much? A horrifying saber might spread out in all directions. Xiao Chun did not say anything, continuing to rush over the sea. He gently pushed off with his feet, moving very fast. If one was not a disciple of the Black Cave Mountain, it would be very difficult for others to pass through the thick fog and enter the blessed land. Xiao Chun moved like lightning, flickering with electric light as if he was teleporting. This was the will of soul of the old man. This was not an existence that newly advanced star venerates or regular star venerates could deal with. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the old man threw a fist light. Cracks appeared in the palace that the old man thought he could kill and suppress Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun did not panic. His eyes lit up as he revealed an expression of understanding. This was unbearable. Chapter 1764. Is it Senior Thunder Saber Xiang Tian? Under heavy pressure, Xiao Chun shouted, "Xiao!" The boundless lightning dissipated, revealing a person floating high up in the sky. It was the Thunderblade Xiang Tian. He was the one who had attacked and killed the old man who had been chasing him. Xiao Chun was stunned. He did not expect it to be him. "You're really smart. How did you guess it was me?" In this vicinity, there is only one person who can brew the Thunder Dao's Dao might and use such exquisite saber techniques. However, I wonder if Senior is here to kill me or to save me. Xiao Chun stared at the other party. He was cautious and did not let down his guard. "Naturally, I'm not here to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, I could have done it the day Yi Zifeng left. It was just that this bunch of fools from the sect seemed to think that Yi Zifeng would never return after leaving. Do you think that you can hide it from everyone by acting in such a hurry?" Thunderblade Xiang Tian said in a deep voice. "After I return to the sect, I will punish everyone involved. Can we put an end to today's matter and write it off?" "Senior, you're too polite." Xiao Chun glanced at the Thunderblade Xiang Tian and felt that this person had some spirit. He was straightforward and magnanimous. "I'm not being polite. I'm just worried about Yi Zifeng. If it weren't for Yi Zifeng, the first person to kill you would have been me." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian quickly left. The sea regained its calm as if nothing had happened. Who would have thought that the assassination would end like this? To be honest, Xiao Chan hadn't fought to his heart's content yet. It just so happened that he needed an evenly matched opponent to see where his limits were, and the old man chasing after him was obviously one of them. However, the fight just now also made Xiao Chan a little more confident. Even the Star Venerate elders of rank 4 sects with deep accumulations could not do anything to him. Even if Xiao Chan did not advance to Star Venerate, he still possessed the strength to fight a Star Venerate. Not in a hurry to leave, Xiao Chan closed his eyes and carefully experienced the killing move of the old man, Thunder Lightning Palace. This was the first time he had seen the will of the soul fused into a killer move. Was that so? Xiao Chan activated the will of soul in his soul pool and infused it into his surroundings, ready to fire. Then he slowly spread out his saber intent, merging it with the world and the will of souls. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a continuous stream of saber hums appeared out of nowhere in all directions. In the next moment, Xiao Chan opened his eyes and flicked his finger. Hua! Xiao Chan condensed the countless saber intents containing the will of souls into one, turning them into a resplendent saber chi. As the saber light flashed, the entire world instantly turned dark. The space between the heavens and earth turned black and white. Only that saber light was resplendent and dazzling, clearly visible. However, the saber chi only lasted for less than 1,000th of a second before it disappeared. Xiao Chan revealed a look of joy on his face. So that was the case. It was exactly as he had imagined. Although it didn't even last for an instant, it meant that Xiao Chan was heading in the right direction. As long as he headed in the right direction, truly merging the will of souls with the saber intent was just a matter of time. The earlier saber strike made Xiao Chan vaguely think of the Kunlun realm's Yellow Springs land, the saber light that the Qing Emperor once left behind. Could it be that the Kunlun realm's Qing Emperor already possessed the strength of a Star Venerate? This was truly inconceivable. Xiao Chan shook his head, finding this idea ridiculous. The Qing Emperor should have used some other method to achieve that effect. On the other side, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian, who had not gone far, felt the saber light that disappeared in a flash. His expression froze for a long time before he came back to his senses. This comprehension ability is really startling. I even somewhat wavered in my earlier decision. A murderous intent flashed in Xiang Tian's eyes. After thinking about it, he concluded that such a person would not remain in the Purple Flame sect for long. He would go to the Central Great Realm sooner or later. With his strength, even if he did not cause trouble, he would run into trouble sooner or later. The Thunder Saber Xiang Tian withdrew his murderous intent. Then, he shook his head and continued flying towards the Divine Firmament sect. When Xiang Tian thought of the Divine Firmament sect's sect master, his face could not help sinking. To think that the Divine Firmament sect's sect master dared to hide such an important decision from me. He probably forgot how horrifying Yi Zifeng was in the past. At the thought of Yi Zifeng, some hidden shadows in Xiang Tian's heart could not help resurfacing. That was a truly ruthless person. My two senior brothers are indeed the same kind of people. 3 days later, Xiao Chan arrived at the Patala Mountain Blessed Land. A dense fog spread over the sea. A faint Buddhist light shone through the dense fog, illuminating the surroundings. At every moment, there would be believers rushing over from the nearby islands in the sea. These believers worshipped this miraculous scene and prayed piously. After Xiao Chan stated his identity, the expression of the person in charge of welcoming guests at the periphery of the Patala Mountain changed slightly. You are benefactor Xiao Chan? Yes, I am. I have heard of your reputation. However, if you want to meet the Venerable Xian Bei, you still have to follow the rules and notify him. The Venerable Xian Bei has already been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, and is not receiving guests. That's fine. Xiao Chan remained calm. He believed that Xian Bei would definitely come to meet him. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, the monk walked in with a smile on his face. Benefactor Xiao is indeed extraordinary. I'll lead the way for you. With a faint smile, Xiao Chan stood up and followed the monk into the Patala Mountain. The journey was rugged and took a long time. However, Xiao Chan enjoyed the scenery of the Buddhist blessed land along the way, so it was not too boring. Occasionally, Xiao Chan saw some monks exchanging moves with each other. This gave him a deeper understanding of the Buddhist sect's martial techniques. We have arrived. Benefactor Xiao, please enter. The monk pushed open the door to a quiet room and gestured for Xiao Chan to enter. Xiao Chan walked in with large strides. A sandalwood fragrance immediately assaulted his face, clearing his mind and making him feel much more at ease. This feeling was simply too wonderful for words. The venerable Xianbei sat cross-legged before a mahogany table. There was tea on the table, and 2 strands of smoke lingered in the air, creating a unique charm. It is rare for Benefactor Xiao to visit me before you leave. Xiao Chan took a sip of the tea and said with a smile, Master, haven't you been in seclusion? He seems to know everything about me like the back of his hand. When I heard that you were coming, I asked someone to sort out your recent whereabouts. I knew that you were probably going to leave. Grandmaster Xianbei's voice was unhurried, and no one could tell if he was happy or sad. However, Xiao Chan was able to detect a trace of lingering melancholy and self-blame in his expression. Master, there's something on my mind. Xianbei raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Chan. He sighed and said, I don't need to hide it from you. I think you can guess it. Are you here to blame me for taking away your saber technique manual? Xiao Chan shook his head and said, I won't. Although I am not willing to accept my saber manual, I will not accept it. Since Master gave me spirit jades and the golden book, I can understand Master's painstaking efforts. Xianbei looked at Xiao Chen's expression and sighed helplessly. If Zhen Yuan had half your mental state, he would not be in his current state. However, it is also my fault. He wanted to go to the hidden spirit temple long ago, but I kept thinking that his Buddhist cultivation was not sufficient. It was not the right time yet, so I told him to wait patiently. However, he did not know that a heart demon had already been planted in him. Xiao Chun put down the teacup and said, Aside from catching up, I came here this time to tell Master something else. It has to do with Zhen Yuan. You saw him. The venerable Xianbei's tone turned heavy, and his expression changed greatly. It was clear that he cared a lot about this disciple. I did. Xiao Chun nodded and honestly told the venerable Xianbei about his encounter with Zhen Yuan in the underground dragon city. However, he hid the matter of him and the faux god flame. When the venerable Xianbei heard that Zhen Yuan had absorbed the Black Dragon King's demonic nature, his expression changed dramatically. The venerable Xianbei let out a long sigh, looking like he had aged by more than 10 years. Many thanks, Benefactor, for telling me all this. Seeing the venerable Xianbei bowing to him, Xiao Chun quickly stood up and returned the bow. Venerable is too serious. Venerable saved my life. That is already a great favor. This is nothing. After thinking for a long time, the venerable Xianbei said, Benefactor Xiao, can you promise me one thing? Curious, Xiao Chun asked. What is it? If you see Zhen Yuan again, if you have the ability, can you spare his life and save him from this sea of bitterness? The venerable Xianbei looked at Xiao Chun with an extremely grave expression. Chapter 1765. Should I agree or not? The venerable Xianbei's request was extraordinarily excessive. First of all, Xiao Chun's relationship with Zhen Yuan was far from good. In fact, it was more like they were rivals and had conflicts. Secondly, Zhen Yuan was not weak. After he absorbed the Black Dragon King's demonic nature, his cultivation was higher than Xiao Chun's. Zhen Yuan's comprehension ability was also not low. If Xiao Chun met such a person, how could he hold back in a fight? Holding back would be asking for his own life. However, when Xiao Chun looked into the venerable Xianbei's eyes, he could not bear to refuse. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun said, I'll do my best. While ensuring my own life, I'll do my best to let him live. I'll bring him back to the profound light temple. The venerable Xianbei said, Many thanks, Benefactor Xiao. That is enough. That child Zhen Yuan does not have a bad nature. Him taking this path has something to do with me. If Benefactor Xiao can free him from this sea of bitterness, you will be able to resolve the knot in this old monk's heart. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, Venerable, why do you feel that I will definitely meet Zhen Yuan? The world is vast and boundless. If one is not looking for him, it will be easier said than done to meet someone. Fate. Everything is because of that Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Since the two of you cultivate this saber technique, you will meet each other sooner or later. The venerable Xianbei showed a complicated expression. After a pause he said, Wait for a while. Let me show you something. The Venerable Xianbei turned around and entered a secret room. After a while, he came out and handed a painting to Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan gave the Venerable Xianbei a doubtful look. Then he unfurled the painting, and his expression changed slightly. The Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique Manual. When Bless Curls unfurled, the style of the painting was exactly the same as the incomplete saber technique manual that Xiao Chan once possessed. However, there was only one hand gesture in the painting. It looked like a saber technique manual but also somewhat different. The Venerable Xianbei looked at it and said, "This is not a saber technique manual. This is the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. The complete saber technique was lost long ago and is scattered everywhere. Who knows how long it will take to collect it?" The saber technique originally had a total of 9 moves. Including the starting stance, there are a total of 10 moves. Xiao Chen's eyes were solemn. He felt that he had benefited greatly from this starting stance, but he still couldn't comprehend it. "Thanks a lot." After putting away the painting, Xiao Chan expressed his gratitude. This was a pleasant surprise. He did not have any special intentions in agreeing to the Venerable Xianbei's request. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. This was truly a pleasant surprise. A saber technique with a starting stance and without a starting stance were two completely different concepts. On the table are some Patala Mountain's white Xiaohua head hair, as well as some 10,000-year-old sandalwood. Consider it a farewell gift. Take it with you. Master Xianbei said in a warm voice as he pointed to the tea leaves and sandalwood on the table. The name of this tea leaf had a different kind of Zen meaning. Xiao Chen loved fine wine the most, followed by tea. With such good tea, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. "Goodbye." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and left. Under the Venerable Xianbei's gaze, he left the profound light temple and the Patala mountain. Half a month later, inside a pirate hall in the Grave Sea, Xiao Chen familiarly entered and arrived at the West Wind Tower. Back then, it was in this pirate hall that Xiao Chen had witnessed Ling Yu fighting another Blessed Land disciple. Now, in less than 2 years he returned to this place. Everything was the same as before. However, Xiao Chen was no longer the same as before. He did not even fear a star venerate. As Xiao Chen looked at the signboard of the West Wind Tower, he stood there for a long time. Back then, he had asked this chief manager Ding of the West Wind Tower for help in entering the Black Cave Mountain, using his promise to obtain a recommendation letter. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not forget about this promise. If there was an opportunity, he would fulfill this promise when he asked about the Black Cutlass. Xiao Chen greets Ding Yuan, Chief Manager Ding. After reporting, Xiao Chen was brought to the highest reception room of the West Wind Tower. Ding Yuan received Xiao Chen with a wide smile. However, when he saw Xiao Chen, he was greatly startled, showing a horrified expression. In a short 2 years, Xiao Chen had advanced from a half-step primal core veritable personage to peak late-stage major primal core realm. More importantly, Ding Yuan felt an aura from Xiao Chen that inspired fear in his soul. That was a pressure that only a star venerate could give Ding Yuan. For some reason, Ding Yuan felt that the one standing before him was not a major primal core venerate but a bona fide star venerate. What's wrong? After 2 years, Chief Manager Ding has forgotten about this Xiao? Xiao Chen asked indifferently. Ding Yuan recovered his wits after a long time. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "I heard that you successfully entered the Blessed Land. However, I truly did not expect you to change so much in a short 2 years." Xiao Chen did not deny it. 2 years is not long. It passes in the blink of an eye. I can have my current cultivation because of my accumulations in the veritable personage realm. You should not be surprised. In reality, Xiao Chen did not feel that his cultivation had advanced too quickly. When he was in the veritable personage realm, the 10,000-year-old baleful energy and the heavenly yang pill already helped him establish a firm foundation. The moment he entered the primal core realm, his earlier accumulations erupted, which made sense. This bit of accomplishment was nothing for a 9-star primal core realm cultivator. Shangguan Lei was a venerate who condensed a 6-star primal core and already broke through to star venerate. It was normal for Xiao Chen to have his current cultivation. Ding Yuan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Why are you looking for me?" I once made you a promise. If you have anything you need to do, I can help you now. Xiao Chun said frankly. Ding Yuan smiled craftily, a shrewd look in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, "There's no rush. There's no rush." It was still too early to use it. As a shrewd businessman, how could Ding Yuan not see Xiao Chun's future prospects? Xiao Chun was not surprised. Then he brought up the second matter. Help me ask around for news of the Black Cutlass. I want to meet up with them as soon as possible. Black Cutlass. Ding Yuan slapped his forehead and said, I nearly forgot. This ship is yours. News of the Black Cutlass is not hard to find. Right now, probably all the pirates in the Grave Sea have heard of the Black Cutlass. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, Let's hear it. 2 years ago this ship was unknown. However, it is now a famous 4-star pirate group in the Grave Sea. Even some of the veteran 5-star pirate groups have to avoid them when they see them. The most incredible time was when they tricked the Divine Shield Army in a dangerous land. They caused the Divine Shield Army to lose more than half of the Grave Sea's Divine Shield Army. We have tried to hunt it down several times, but we have not succeeded. We have already raised its bounty to the 9th rank of the Grave Sea's wanted list. It's also the only 4-star pirate group in the top 10. It looked like the missing Savage Blood Star Venerate was probably dead. Otherwise, the Iron Hand Yama would not have such a huge grudge against the Divine Shield Army. Without needing to think, Xiao Chun could guess that the person who ambushed the Divine Shield Army had to be the Iron Hand Yama of the Black Cutlass. However, Xiao Chun did not care about this. He did not have a good impression of the Divine Shield Corps. If the Iron Hand Yama wanted revenge, he would definitely support it. When was the last time the Black Cutlass appeared? Xiao Chun asked. He was more concerned about Hai Shui and wanted to see his old friends as soon as possible. Be it the beast governing sex Elder Tang, Feier and Luonan, whom Xiao Chun met when he first arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, or the Iron Hand Yama, who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, all of them were Xiao Chun's friends. I haven't seen her for 2 years and I miss her dearly. Ding Yuan smiled and said, There's no rush. Let me look for it. After a while, Ding Yuan showed a slightly strange expression. What's going on? The last time the Black Cutlass appeared was 3 months ago. Xiao Chun asked, What's so strange about that? Ding Yuan looked at Xiao Chun and said, Brother Xiao Chun, you might not know this, but the various pirate halls pay special attention to such a 4-star pirate ship. No matter where it is, there will be news of it at least once a month. Xiao Chun's heart sank. In that case, what's going on now? I'm not sure about that either. However, Brother Xiao Chun, don't worry. I don't think the Black Cutlass got wiped out. If it got wiped out, the Pirate Alliance would definitely send out accurate news. It would not be like this where there is no news at all. Xiao Chun thought to himself. The Black Cutlass could summon the Yazi Beast Demon Soul at any time. In the Grave Sea, even if it ran into a peak 5-star pirate ship, it would be able to protect itself. Where was the Black Cutlass 3 months ago? Ding Yuan looked around and said in a trembling voice, The Grave Island Sea Region. Chapter 1766. Grave Island Sea Region? The Grave Sea Region was located in the center of this sea. There were a few mysterious islands, all of which were graves, hence the name. The graves on the islands were incredibly mysterious. No one knew whose graves they were or when they were left behind. That sea region was a forbidden land of the entire Grave Sea. One would most likely die if they entered. Very few people came out of that place alive. Even though that Grave Island had many natural treasures of the outside world, very few people would go and explore it. Knowing that death awaited them, who would not care about their lives and charge in? Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Luonan, Feier, and the others would not charge into the Grave Island Sea region for no reason at all. There had to be something wrong with this. He had to find out the reason behind it. If he found out that there were other secrets behind it, he would definitely die. If Xiao Chun found out what other secrets there were, he would absolutely not let them off. After some thought, Xiao Chun said, Chief Manager Ding, help me investigate this matter. I want to know why they went to the Grave Sea. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I will definitely give you an answer within 3 days. Ding Yuan's expression turned grave. It was rare for Xiao Chun to ask him for help, and it was within his capabilities to do so. If Ding Yuan improved his relationship with Xiao Qian, there would be even more benefits in the future. As a businessman, he could see through this kind of thing very clearly. Xiao Qian stayed in a rented courtyard in the pirate hall for now, waiting for news. While waiting, Xiao Qian did not remain idle. He took out the starting stance of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that the Venerable Xianbei gave him. The starting stance. Every saber technique had a starting stance. Without a starting stance, it would be an incomplete saber technique that was very incomplete. Even the flawless saber technique that Xiao Qian created had a starting stance. However, because Xiao Qian created it himself, the starting stance was already ingrained in his heart. There was no need to learn it, as it was his own to begin with. However, if it were someone else's saber technique, then he would have to grasp the starting stance. This was especially so for a cultivation technique that was directly comprehended from a primogeniture grade cultivation technique. Looking at it from a certain point of view, this single starting stance was even more valuable than the 3 crippled moves that Xiao Qian had grasped. Xiao Qian looked at the painting carefully. A monk, holding a Buddhist commandment blade, made a gesture of getting ready. He held the saber in his right hand and pointed it at the sky. His left hand formed a special Buddhist hand seal. The manager explained that the hand seal was the 7-kill seal. It represented the 7 different killing intents in the world. This handprint was not an original creation of Buddhism. It was absorbed and dissolved from the pagan religion. In the Buddhist sect, it was a forbidden technique that ordinary people could not cultivate. There were also 7 types of killing intent. Xiao Qian was deep in thought. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. After carefully reading the annotations on the scroll, he suddenly realized that it was referring to 7 different mental states. There was an indifferent killing intent, as if he was casually stepping on an ant. There was a killing intent that was as gentle as water, as calm and unruffled as a small stream. When he killed, his mind was calm, and there was even a trace of joy. There was a world-shaking killing intent, as if he wanted to fight a powerful enemy and was willing to risk his life. There was extreme hatred and killing intent. Anger attacked the heart, shocking the heavens. There was an unbearable killing intent. He didn't want to kill, but he couldn't bear it. After carefully thinking about it, Xiao Qian discovered that his killing intent was inseparable from these 7 types. He would eventually be able to find a corresponding one. After forming the 7-kill seal, the wielder's killing intent would increase 7-fold. Furthermore, he would be able to control it as he pleased. When Xiao Qian saw this, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. No wonder this seal was considered a forbidden technique. If an ordinary person cultivated this, it would be strange if they did not enter a state of berserking qi deviation and fall into the demonic Tao. Only a virtuous esteemed monk with a benevolent heart could resolve the repercussions of forming this seal. Xiao Qian continued watching. Xiao Qian discovered that the crux of this stance was not the 7-kill seal. Instead, it was the understanding of the entire Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. This saber technique was boundlessly vast, broad, and profound. Everyone could gain different insights from it. Every move and every style could be dismantled. When creating a saber technique according to one's character, its might would be equally terrifying. Every move and stance could be broken down into a profound saber technique. Interesting. It looks like that Zhan Yuan comprehended the Azura Hell Saber from entering hell. This person's mastery of the Buddhist Dharma was indeed superior to Xiao Qian's. If Xiao Qian had not seen this stance, he definitely would not have thought that a simple saber and stance could be broken down and cultivated. Closing the painting, Xiao Qian entered deep thought. He had learned 2 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. He thought that he had comprehended the true meaning of his cultivation. However, when he looked at this stance, he discovered that it was just the beginning. As the Buddha said, 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. 1 move, breaking the mundane, could form a school of its own, branching out from simplicity to complexity. Xiao Qian continuously evolved the true meaning of breaking the mundane, using the saber in his hand to interpret it more comprehensively. What about the end? Suddenly, Xiao Qian comprehended something. He thought about the cultivation of his saber technique. He thought about his cultivation of saber techniques, but he was just repeating 2 processes, from simplicity to complexity, and from complexity to simplicity. Every time he repeated it, the second time would be even more difficult. It was just like when Xiao Chun was in the Kunlun realm. At first, he only learned the simplest and most basic saber techniques. Then, he started to learn all sorts of complicated and profound saber techniques. This was going from simplicity to complexity. Finally, he comprehended the flawless saber technique. Everything he learned in half his life was in the 7 moves of the flawless saber technique. This was going from complexity to simplicity. When Xiao Chun arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, his horizons were broadened. Then, he started to go from simplicity to complexity on the foundation of the flawless saber technique. Suddenly, Xiao Chun's mind became clear. His understanding of saber techniques immediately rose by another level. Invisibly, his saber Dao's great Dao energy improved further. Observing the stance of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique allowed him to draw inferences about other cases, benefiting him greatly. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and deepened his comprehension further. 2 days later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and started to focus on cultivating the 7-kill seal. Although Xiao Chun was not an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect, his experiences had tempered his mental state to the point that it was no weaker than an esteemed monk's. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was not a member of the Buddhist sect and could not break the rules of the Buddhist sect. When cultivating, he had fewer worries, which made it harder for a heart demon to form. With his astonishing comprehension ability, Xiao Chun's cultivation of the 7-kill seal, which had clear explanations and paintings as a reference, went rather smoothly. After spending only 3 days, he gained some comprehension. As Xiao Chun's left hand's hand seals changed continuously, his heart moved accordingly. The crux of successfully forming the 7-kill seal was that the various killing intents in one's heart had to change according to the hand seals. There could not be any mistakes. Otherwise, one would fail. Slowly, Xiao Chun felt his killing intent become like water, strangely connecting with the hand seals of his left hand. As the killing intent changed, it molded into all sorts of shapes, entering a wondrous state. Xiao Chun's nimble hands formed all sorts of hand seals, and the killing intent in his heart moved accordingly. Eventually, Xiao Chun discovered that his killing intent no longer came from his heart. Instead, it was completely controlled by his left hand. Instead, his heart became a bystander, entering a certain ethereal state. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never hanging high in the sky. The so-called killing intent was just pure killing intent. It had nothing to do with my heart or with me, Xiao Chun. He directly stripped the killing intent from his heart. With a quick glance, the 7-kill seal had already been formed. The entire cultivation room was enveloped by an extremely enormous and heavy killing intent. Yet Xiao Chun didn't feel anything disperse. With a slight movement of his left hand, the boundless killing intent vanished. Gotcha! It was as if a bright moon had fallen into the water, splashing clear water. Xiao Chun's heart also fell into the water along with the bright moon. It was over. That ethereal state. Xiao Chun woke up with a start. His eyes were bright and clear. His soul seemed to have been cleansed just now. His eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, without a speck of dust, just like a gem. His body emitted a simple, elegant, and otherworldly aura that merged with the ice-feather divine art that he cultivated, making him appear even more extraordinary. The cultivation techniques of the Buddhist sect were truly profound. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. Although the 7-kill seal seemed to be boundlessly domineering, it did not seem like a Buddhist cultivation technique. But on the inside, it was a Buddhist sect cultivation technique. Young Master Xiao, I found it. Just at this moment, Chief Steward Ding's voice rang out from outside the room. Xiao Chun startled awake. 7 days have passed already? I really didn't feel it. Chapter 1767. Ding Yuan walked in with a somewhat grave expression. He said to Xiao Chun, Young Master Xiao, it is indeed as you expected. There is more to this matter than meets the eye. Is that so? What's the secret? When Xiao Chun saw Ding Yuan's strange expression, he knew that something was wrong, so he wasn't surprised. Ding Yuan told Xiao Chun about the information he gathered. Young Master Xiao, have you heard of the Wolf Smoke pirate group? Xiao Chun shook his head and said, I do not know much about the pirate factions of the Grave Sea. Ding Yuan said after some thought, The original two overlords of the Grave Sea are the Savage Blood Pirate Group and the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. They are both peak 5-star pirate groups, and their captains are peak early-stage star venerates. With their 5-star pirate ships, unless the Blessed Enclave's Grand Supreme Elder appears, almost no one can stop them. Xiao Chan nodded to show that he understood and gestured for Ding Yuan to continue. The Black Cutlass came into contact with the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group 3 months ago. After that, the Black Cutlass went to the Grave Island Sea region. Ding Yuan said somewhat apologetically, "What exactly happened is rather secretive. I am not very clear about it. However, I guess that the Black Cutlass venturing to the Grave Island Sea region might be related to the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. You mean that the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group forced the Black Cutlass to go to the Grave Island Sea region? Ding Yuan nodded and said, "I don't dare to say that it is definitely so. However, based on the information I received from various sources, the Black Cutlass should be asking this Wolf Smoke Pirate for help. Helpless, I was forced to go to the Grave Island Sea region." Helpless? Forced? Yes, Remnant Blood and the Wolf Smoke Pipe were very powerful in the past, and there was a grudge between them for a long time. After that, Savage Blood was destroyed, and their Iron Hand Yama went to the Black Cutlass. Ding Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Given the personality of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's captain, it is impossible for him not to make things difficult for them. The corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. That smile caused Ding Yuan to shiver inexplicably, and he felt waves of coldness assaulting him. Xiao Chen could not help but feel shocked. He clearly did not feel any killing intent from young Master Xiao. Why did his heart tremble for some reason? Wolf Smoke Pirate Crew. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, repeating the name of this pirate crew several times. Young Master Xiao, going to the Grave Island Sea region might not necessarily lead to trouble. It would not be too late to make a decision after confirming whether the Black Cutlass is safe or not. Ding Yuan's meaning was clear. Although Xiao Chen was pretty strong, he had not broken through to Star Venerate in the end. Furthermore, the other party was an old overlord of the Grave Sea Pirates. If the crew of the Black Cutlass was safe and nothing happened, this matter would be over. The less trouble the better. Fighting them head-on would not be advantageous. After all, not only was the captain of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group an old monster who had advanced to Star Venerate many years ago, but the group also had many experts. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen alone wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. He might even end up humiliating himself and losing his life. Ding Yuan's heart was filled with worry, but he didn't mean anything else. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I don't have any evidence and can only rely on speculation. I won't act recklessly." "That's good." Ding Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. If Xiao Chen really wanted to seek trouble for the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group, he would not know what to do. However, this involves my friend. Even if it is just a guess, I have to find the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group to clarify things. The Black Cutlass is not something that can be casually bullied by him. Ding Yuan's heavy heart immediately tensed up again. "Young Master Xiao, but..." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Chief Manager Ding, there is no need to try to persuade me. Give me a copy of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's information. The more detailed, the better." Feeling helpless, Ding Yuan sighed. "I guess that it might be impossible to persuade you. I have already prepared the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's information in advance." After saying that, Ding Yuan handed a stack of information that he had prepared in advance to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received it and read it seriously. After a while, he closed the stack and muttered to himself. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's captain Zhang Hengchuan was known as the Wolf King. He was iron-blooded and tyrannical, cruel and cunning. He was a peak early-stage Star Venerate who had experienced hundreds of battles and killed people like flies. In the Grave Sea, he was a bona fide tyrant. Even the rank 3 sects of the Blessed Lands would give him face. When the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group ran into his pirate ship, he would not clash head-on. He would always bribe the Savage Blood Star Venerate before leaving. Earlier, he had been equally famous as the Savage Blood Star Venerate. However, he had always been slightly inferior to the Savage Blood Star Venerate. Now that the Savage Blood Star Venerate was destroyed, he became the sole tyrant of the Grave Sea. In the past 2 years his strength had soared tremendously. The Savage Bloodstar Venerate had recruited the experts of many pirate groups. Among the pirates of the Grave Sea, he held great prestige and rallying power. The Savage Bloodstar Venerate had 8 experts under him. All of them were peaked major primal core cultivators, no weaker than an ordinary star venerate. There was also a vice captain, whose strength was second only to the Savage Bloodstar Venerate, also an early-stage star venerate expert. The Wolf Smoke pirate group had a total of 8 pirate ships, 1 peak 5-star pirate ship and 7 ordinary 5-star pirate ships. Right now the Wolf Smoke pirate group was at its peak. What strong strength! They were even stronger than the Savage Bloodstar Venerate from back then. As for how strong the Savage Bloodstar Venerate was, Xiao Chun had personally experienced it. Xiao Chun remembered back then, when the Savage Bloodstar Venerate issued a mission, he immediately gathered thousands of pirate groups. The scene was very grand, and he still remembered it vividly. The Wolf King's birthday will be in the middle of this month. At that time, he will hold a banquet at the largest pirate hall in the Grave Sea, inviting all the pirate groups of various sizes. Ding Yuan quickly told Xiao Chun the next piece of news. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. So high profile? Ding Yuan smiled and said, he has no choice but to be high profile. Right now the Wolf Smoke pirate group is at its peak. He wants to use this birthday banquet to see who will not dare to give him face and oppose him, pushing his influence to the peak. Secondly, he wants to accept gifts. The pirates of various sizes who come to the banquet will definitely be prepared to accept gifts. Pirates never lack treasures or spirit jades. Those who want to curry favor with him will definitely give valuable gifts. Those who do not want to curry favor with him will be afraid of offending him by giving too little. In this way, the gifts will pile up to an astronomical figure. Such a method of gaining wealth is even more brilliant and powerful than being a pirate. The businessman Ding Yuan was able to tell what was going on with a single glance. He spoke bluntly. Xiao Chun looked at Ding Yuan and said, "You mean that this is the most suitable time for me to look for him?" "That's right. Otherwise, he would be on the pirate ship the rest of the time. At that time, even if young Master Xiao has extraordinary means, in the end, he will not be able to escape death." Ding Yuan hesitated somewhat, but he still spoke the truth in the end. Xiao Chun knew the might of a pirate ship. Even a middle-stage star venerate would not be able to take down a peak 5-star pirate ship. The Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan's strength was extraordinary in the first place. Coupled with the pirate ship, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Xiao Chun gave Ding Yuan a deep look and said, "Many thanks. In the future, if Chief Manager Ding wants to go to the Profound Light Temple to pay respects to Buddha, you can use my name to look for the Venerable Xian Bei." Ding Yuan was a Buddhist and was rather devout in his faith. When he heard that, he felt shocked. The Profound Light Temple was a holy land in the hearts of the Buddhist believers in the Grave Sea. More importantly, Xiao Chun actually knew the Venerable Xian Bei. Based on Xiao Chun's tone, it seemed like their relationship was close. This greatly startled Ding Yuan. He simply did not expect it. In a mere 2 years, Xiao Chun had already reached such heights. The Venerable Xian Bei was one of the top experts in the entire Grave Sea. No wonder Xiao Chun was so confident, daring to seek out the Wolf Smoke pirate group to clarify things. At first, Ding Yuan thought that Xiao Chun was going to send himself to death. There's no need. Young Master Xiao is too polite. This is just something as easy as lifting a finger. It was me who misunderstood earlier. Since that is the case, why don't young Master Xiao invite the Venerable Xian Bei? With the Venerable Xian Bei's status, that Wolf King will not dare to behave atrociously. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I do not like owing favors. Furthermore, this is my personal matter." More importantly, Xiao Chun did not feel that he could not handle it. In Dragon Flame City, Xiao Chun challenged the young experts of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. He had not suffered a single defeat. His vision was no longer limited to the Grave Sea. No matter how strong the Wolf Smoke pirate group was, there was a limit to it. Right now, the most important question was what exactly the Black Cutlass wanted from the Wolf Smoke pirate group. This was the crux of the problem. Ding Yuan had been worried about Xiao Chun's safety. That was not what he considered at all. Chapter 1768. What exactly was the matter? Why did the Black Cutlass seek the Wolf Smoke pirate group's help? This was the most important thing in this conflict. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, Chief Manager Ding, I still have to ask you for a favor. Young Master Xiao, please speak your mind. There is no need to stand on ceremony. I would like to know why the Black Cutlass seeks the Wolf Smoke pirate group's help. I'll do my best. However, I cannot guarantee anything. Many thanks. After Ding Yuan left, Xiao Chun looked at the Wolf Smoke pirate group's information and entered deep thought. The middle of this month was the birthday banquet of that so-called Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan. After careful calculation, it was only a little more than 10 days if the journey was also included. If one included the distance, that would leave Xiao Chun with only a short 8 days to prepare. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun walked out of the courtyard and arrived at the Pirate Hall's bazaar. Xiao Chun never fought a battle that he was not confident in, nor would he act rashly. 8 days was sufficient for him to make proper preparations. The Pirate Hall's bazaar was always bustling. Here one could get cheated or pick up scraps. The bazaar was not as formal as the auction house. However, there was an additional possibility. Hence, even some major customers frequented this kind of free bazaar. Xiao Chun needed a set of materials with a tyrannical attribute and filled with baleful qi that were suitable for him to carve. He could not search the auction house in 8 days, so he could only come to the bazaar to try his luck. As Xiao Chun strolled through the bazaar, his eyes flickered with a bright light. He did not miss a single stall of the various places. Even those inconspicuous stalls were not left out. My luck is pretty good. After a while, Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile. When he saw a stall that caught his eye, he hoped to succeed on his first try. This little brother, with one look, I can tell that you have good taste. This beast bone of mine is the wing bone of one of the ancient overlords of the sea, the dragon shadow condor. My final offer is 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades. The stall owner was a skinny old man who hid his cultivation. However, Xiao Chun could make it out. This was a low-profile star venerate. His clothes and aura did not stand out. The stall only had this wing bone as a treasure, and its price was extremely high. Clearly, it was waiting for someone with a good eye to come and sell it for a good price. Previously, there had been quite a few youngsters who were interested in this wing bone. After knowing the price, they all left while cursing the stall owner for being greedy. The dragon shadow condor is one of the few bird beasts that have dragon blood in them. Apart from the dragon blood, it also had a trace of the underworld ghost bird's bloodline. Those who have survived until now are all overlords comparable to human kings. Xiao Chun squatted down and observed the wing bone. He spoke in a soft voice, neither too fast nor too slow. While talking, Xiao Chun sent a wisp of his soul consciousness into the wing bone. Hua! In his mind, a huge black eagle appeared. When the black eagle spread its wings, it was at least 1,000 feet wide. Flying close to the surface of the sea, it created huge waves. There was a faint feeling of a dragon's roar in the wind stirred up by the wings, shaking the surroundings. The strangest thing was that the figure of this huge black eagle seemed somewhat illusory. It was similar to the faux god flame, existing between reality and illusion. Some splashes of water passed through his wings like it was air, directly passing through. This was indeed the real deal. The stall owner did not lie. This little brother has good eyes. The stall owner's originally listless eyes immediately lit up. Originally, he thought that Xiao Chun would be like the other youths, not knowing what was good. Unexpectedly, the moment Xiao Chun opened his mouth, he mentioned the miraculous aspect of the dragon shadow condor. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and sighed softly. Unfortunately, although it is strange and has the ability to illusory parts of its body, its true offensive power cannot compare to the nine-winged thunder rock. Its ability to illusory parts cannot compare to the nine-winged thunder rock. Its ability to illusory parts cannot compare to the authentic underworld ghost bird. The stall owner smiled in his heart. Reliable. They were going to haggle over the price. However, the stall owner misunderstood. Xiao Chun truly felt that it was unfortunate. If it were a nine-winged thunder rock or an authentic underworld ghost bird, he would have liked it. It was barely enough. Without waiting for the stall owner to speak, Xiao Chun directly handed him a spatial ring. There were exactly 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades in it. Little brother, you are really straightforward. The stall owner was stunned for a while before he reacted. He had only said a few words and it was already done. This was truly unexpected, making him feel some regret. Did he set the price too low? Wait. Xiao Chun, who had already put away the dragon shadow condor's wing bone, turned around and said cautiously, "Are you going back on your word?" "No, this old man's reputation has always been good." The stall owner smiled and said, "I still have something that I have not sold yet. Little brother, why don't you take a look?" Time was limited. Since Xiao Chun had already obtained the materials he wanted, he no longer had the patience to remain here. No matter how precious the other treasures were, Xiao Chun had no use for them. "Never mind, take it out and let me take a look," Xiao Chun said casually. The stall owner took out a transparent jade bottle containing something that looked like fresh blood. With just one look, Xiao Chun could not shift his gaze away. The fresh blood seemed to have a demonic nature, wriggling slowly and giving off a strange light. Xiao Chun recovered his wits. Then he looked at the stall owner and said in surprise, "This is a drop of pure dragon shadow condor essence blood. I am somewhat curious. Did you kill a dragon shadow condor that still exists today?" That was a tyrant of the sea equal to a sovereign personage. With this old man's strength, he would not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. More importantly, the strongest person in the grave sea was only a holy venerate. It had already been several hundred years since a sovereign personage had appeared. "Old man, naturally I don't have that ability. This drop of dragon shadow condor essence blood. This drop of dragon shadow condor essence blood was obtained by chance in a forbidden sea." A forbidden sea? Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He had heard Xiao Sui speak of the Great Thousand Realms before. There were a total of 7 forbidden seas, the dreamlands of all pirates. Those were the 7 forbidden seas that drifted alone in the starry heavens. Those were the seas where true pirate experts roamed. That was the true starry heavens. There seemed to be some clues connecting in Xiao Chen's mind. He thought of something but could not grasp the crux of it. "Little brother, what do you think? Do you want this dragon shadow condor essence blood?" Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and shook his head. No. Although it was something good, Xiao Chun really did not need it. Carving the life bestowal spell did require essence blood. However, it only required Xiao Chen's essence blood. Xiao Chen's blue dragon bloodline was much more noble and tyrannical than the dragon shadow condor. When the time came, Xiao Chen's blue dragon essence blood would definitely assimilate the dragon shadow condor essence blood. It would not have any effect at all. The stall owner immediately felt very frustrated. "If you do not want it, you should have said so earlier. After waiting for so long, I thought that I could make another big deal." Ignoring the stall owner, Xiao Chun brought the wing bone back to the courtyard. After entering the secret room, he took out a carving knife and the wing bone and started carving seriously. Xiao Chen's movements were slow and focused. With every cut, he discovered that Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly, in a place that the naked eye could not see. In the soul pool, the azure dragon medallion that represented Xiao Chen's will of soul was slowly dimming. This was the first time that Xiao Chun had spent so much effort on carving since he entered the Great Thousand Realms. Every saber strike was infused with Xiao Chen's soul energy. From the first cut, it contained spiritual energy and an inner soul. Such a high-level carving was also a test for Xiao Chen's carving skills. It was also a test for his physical body and soul. If he was not careful, his soul might rebound and hurt his foundation. In the secret room, Xiao Chen's movements showed a different kind of beauty. The entire world seemed to have slowed down because of his movements. After a full 7 days, Xiao Chun consecutively used 7 drops of pure blue dragon essence blood. His complexion was terrifyingly weak. Before this, no matter what kind of carving, Xiao Chun would only use 1 drop of essence blood. This time he used an unprecedented 7 drops of essence blood. This was the limit that his physical body could endure. However, after doing all this, Xiao Chun revealed a rare relaxed smile on his weak face. It was enough. The trouble of the Wolf Smoke pirate group would no longer be a problem. What exactly was he carving for him to be so confident? Chapter 1769. The next morning, Ding Yuan came to see Xiao Chun. He was startled when he saw Xiao Chen's expression. "Young Master Xiao, you entered a state of berserking qi deviation." At this moment, Xiao Chen's face was frighteningly pale. His qi and blood were weak. It was as if he had gone berserk and suffered from internal injuries. Xiao Chen forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. Chief Steward Ding, you don't have to worry too much. I'll be fine after a few days of recovery." Ding Yuan reluctantly believed Xiao Chen's words. He said sullenly, "I have let down young Master Zhao's trust. I simply cannot make any deductions from the information I gathered. What exactly does the Black Cutlass need from the Wolf Smoke pirate group?" Xiao Chen told the other party about some of the clues he thought of yesterday. Then he said, "Let me ask you something. Are there any requirements for pirate groups to enter the Forbidden Seas?" "Why are you asking about this? Tell me about it." "Alright, no one would go to the Taboo Ocean for no reason because it is too dangerous. Just the route alone is already far enough, not to mention the dangers of the Taboo Ocean itself." Xiao Chen nodded. "I know what you're talking about. Tell me more about it." "To be more specific, it is impossible for ordinary pirate ships to enter the Taboo Ocean with their own strength." Xiao Chen was deep in thought. What is this common concept? Below 5 stars. The best pirate ship in the Grave Sea was a 5-star pirate ship. The Wolf Smoke pirate ship possessed the strength to deter the rank 3 sects of the Blessed Lands from clashing head-on with it. Could it be that they could not enter as well? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask his own question. Ding Yuan smiled faintly and said, "This is a little special. The Wolf Smoke pirate group just happens to have the ability to enter the Forbidden Sea." Xiao Chen asked curiously, "Why?" The Grave Sea's Pirate Alliance Palace once issued 3 Iron Blood tokens to the Savage Blood Pirate Group, the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group, and another pirate group. With this medallion, one can use the power of the Grave Sea Pirate Group to enter the Forbidden Sea directly. Ding Yuan explained the ins and outs of the matter and told Xiao Chen the detailed reasons. After hearing that, Xiao Chen suddenly felt enlightened. He understood. Can the Iron Blood token be transferred? Sure. There's only one chance anyway. They would only issue the Iron Blood token if they made contributions to the Pirate Alliance in the future. The Pirate Alliance recognizes orders and not people. Xiao Chen muttered in his heart. True enough. He now knew what the Black Cutlass needed from the Wolf Smoke conglomerate. It was the Iron Blood token. However, Ding Yuan did not understand Xiao Chen's thoughts. He continued, however, "It looks like the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group has no intention of going to the Forbidden Seas at all. The Iron Blood token is simply a waste in their hands. Now he is the king of the Grave Sea, living a carefree life. With just one birthday banquet, all the pirates of the Grave Sea did not dare to not give him face, competing to curry favor with him." Xiao Chen did not continue listening. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for the answer, Chief Steward Ding. I will take my leave first. See you later." Without waiting for Ding Yuan to respond, Zhang Xian left in a flash. "Answer? What is the answer?" Ding Yuan was confused. He didn't know what Xiao Chen understood. After leaving the pirate hall, Xiao Chen flew over the sea at lightning speed. The seawater of the Grave Sea was different from ordinary seawater. It was a sea of stars formed after countless stars shattered and merged together. The gravity was very strong and strongly corrosive. When Xiao Chen first arrived in the Grave Sea, it was extremely difficult for him to fly above it. Now there was no problem. His physique could already completely resist the gravity of the seawater. Flying above was easy. Xiao Chen's destination was very clear. The largest pirate hall in the Grave Sea, the place where the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan held his birthday banquet. Xiao Chen's figure moved like lightning. The instant he flew over, few people could sense him. What fast speed! After not returning for so many years, the Grave Sea actually produced such a strong youth. On the surface of the sea, there was a pirate ship that did not look very majestic. A middle-aged man in captain's uniform stood at the bow of the ship. From his words, it was clear that he had extraordinary strength and good judgment. This person caught a glimpse. Not only did he see Xiao Chen's figure, but he also clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance and determined his age. "Captain, I seem to have seen this youth before." The middle-aged captain revealed an interested expression. Then he turned his head back and smiled. "Old Yuan, you know him? This youth is not simple. How did you get to know him? Tell me." If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this old Yuan. This was the stall owner who sold him the dragon shadow condor wing bone. Old Yuan explained. That day, Captain was reminiscing with the pirate hall's hall master. Since I had nothing to do, I went to the market to sell some leftover goods from the Forbidden Sea. This youth is not only knowledgeable, but he is also very generous. He sold 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades without even blinking. Also, although Xiao Chan had only interacted with Xiao Chan that day for a short time, he left a deep impression on this stall owner. Hence, Xiao Chan remembered it very clearly and told everything that happened back then to this middle-aged captain. He seemed to be in a rush, clearly in a rush. He hid the killing chi in his eyes very well. The situation was clearly very urgent, but he did not show any killing chi or killing intent on his face. The middle-aged captain smiled meaningfully and said, I'm rather curious. Who is he going to kill and what is he doing with that wing bone? 5 days later, the largest pirate hall in the Grave Sea appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. When Xiao Chen looked at the pirate hall's harbor, he saw many pirate ships with all sorts of flags. The number was startling, even more majestic than what Xiao Chen had seen previously. There were countless experts coming and going. Pirate ships continued to descend and gather at the harbor. Is this the place? It looks like I came somewhat early. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chen flew down. After a while, he entered the pirate hall. After asking around, Xiao Chen found out that he had come 1 day early. The Wolf Smoke Sovereign's birthday banquet was tomorrow. The Wolf Smoke Sovereign had great prestige. There were more than 3,000 guests. All those with some background in the Grave Sea were invited. Some of the guests who were not invited came because of the Wolf Smoke Sovereign's reputation, wanting to network and build a good relationship. The waiter who revealed the news to Xiao Chan sized up Xiao Chan with a few glances and said, Young master, you want to attend the birthday banquet as well, right? However, you do not have an invitation, right? Xiao Chan smiled and retorted, Do I look like a pirate to you? Who says that you have to be a pirate to attend the birthday banquet? The Wolf King's birthday banquet is a grand occasion of the Grave Sea. A rare occurrence. There are many people here to watch the excitement. If you are interested, just say so. I have some connections to help you get an invitation. The waiter looked over with a smile. It was like he already saw through Xiao Chan and knew what he was thinking. Xiao Chan put down his wine cup and said, There's no harm in taking a look. How much does one invitation cost? No bargaining. 200,000 inferior grade spirit jades. Xiao Chan thought to himself, this is really shady. The Wolf King's birthday banquet not only earns money for himself, but also provides for his subordinates. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's people must have gotten the invitation in private. Otherwise, how could an outsider obtain an invitation? You think it's expensive? Haha, don't think it's expensive. 200,000 inferior grade spirit jades is limited. Furthermore, this is just the invitations for the outer regions. The invitations for the inner regions are even more expensive. The waiter could tell what Xiao Chan was thinking, so he spoke somewhat loftily. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, If you have an invitation for the main banquet, I will accept it even if you offer 500,000 medial grade spirit jades. Do you have any? The waiter immediately smiled embarrassedly and said, How can I sell invitations for the main banquet? They are all people that the Wolf King personally invited. They are not open to the public. No matter how much spirit jades you have, you will not be able to buy one. This depends on strength. You will need to have at least a peak 4-star pirate ship. Otherwise, how could you be qualified to sit at the main banquet? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. To think that the main banquet is not open to the public. This is somewhat difficult. Never mind. Give me an invitation for the outer regions. I need to use it tomorrow. Alright, that's not a problem. Late at night, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time he nurtured his aura. After 4 days of rushing, he had only exhausted his veritable essence energy. His soul energy and physique had already recovered to normal. He only needed 1 night to recuperate, and his mental state would reach its peak. The moment dawn arrived, Xiao Chen opened his eyes on time. A brilliant light flashed in them. Chapter 1770. Dawn had already arrived, and Xiao Chen had already made up his mind to kill. Xiao Chen pushed open the door and came out. He happened to run into the waiter who had prepared the invitation for him yesterday. "Young master, you are up really early. Are you rushing to the Wolf King's birthday banquet?" Xiao Chan smiled faintly and casually found a table to sit at. Then he took out the white harmony flower head tea that the venerable Xian Bei gave him. He handed it to the waiter and said, "There's no rush. Brew me a pot of tea first." "All right." The waiter quickly received the tea leaves. Soon he brought out a tea set and started brewing tea on Xiao Chen's table. The waiter was very familiar with brewing tea. Although he was not very skilled, he was experienced and knowledgeable. After all, this was the largest pirate hall in the Grave Sea, and the inn was the best. For one to be a waiter here, one had to be truly capable. The waiter used boiling water to brew the tea leaves. He discovered that as the tea leaves rolled around, a faint fragrance wafted out. As the waiter looked at the water in the teacup, he seemed to see his own life in the haziness. Figures came and went in a hurry in the inn. The waiter came with a smile and left with a smile. However, in the depths of his heart, he watched coldly from the sidelines, laughing and cursing, not himself. There were young chivalrous men, baleful pirates, sorrowful women, forthright men, and authoritative powerhouses in his eyes. The waiter had seen all sorts of things in the world, seen the bustling world of mortals. However, he suddenly discovered that he could not see through his own life. He watched coldly until the end, when he saw his already numb self appear in the teacup. Time passed quickly. Only when one's head turned white did one realize that time was priceless. "What did you see?" Xiao Chun suddenly asked, startling the waiter awake. The waiter looked at Xiao Chun, and his expression changed slightly. Then he smiled and said, "No, I didn't see anything. These tea leaves have not stretched out yet. They need to be steeped in boiling water a few more times before they can stretch out and bring out the best tea fragrance." Xiao Chun knew what the waiter was thinking. He smiled and said, "This tea is called White Harmony Flower Head Tea. It needs a total of 7 steeps before it can reach its best state. But if you directly taste the 7th brew, you won't be able to taste the essence of this tea. The white hair of the Xiaohua period is but a blink of an eye. In the world, in the beautiful things, in the sincere feelings, there will always be a moment of loss. You don't have to deliberately be sad. What you need to experience is precisely the process of parting." Xiao Chun directly took a sip, the first brew of white Xiaohua, put down the teacup and directly left. "Young master, your tea is not ready yet?" The waiter chased after him and shouted, "Keep it and savor it yourself." Looking at Xiao Chen's departing figure, the waiter's heart pounded. He felt that there was more to this white-robed youth's words. The purpose of going to the Wolf King's birthday banquet was not as simple as just joining in the fun. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian returned to the tavern. The waiter continued to brew tea. He was curious about what the white-robed Gongzi saw in the tea. With the invitation in hand, Xiao Chun arrived in front of an imposing courtyard in the pirate hall. They were early enough, but they still had to line up. There is no mistake about the invitation. However, what did you prepare as a birthday gift? When it was Xiao Chen's turn, the cultivator guarding the door handed the invitation to Xiao Chun and asked for a birthday gift. Xiao Chun had long since prepared for this. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to the other party. "Young hero Xiao Chun, I present you a peak-grade life juice source." The guard at the door shouted, startling everyone and attracting the attention of several people. This was a huge gift. "Hee. This young master, please come in. Please come in." This huge gift instantly startled the upper echelon of the Wolf Smoke pirate group responsible for receiving them. Then they saw that Xiao Chun had an extraordinary air. Half of his hair was black and the other half was white, appearing cold and proud. Not daring to be slow, Xiao Chun, who held the invitation in the outer area, was successfully invited to the inner area. "Young master is really generous. If you had reported your name earlier, the captain might have invited you to the main banquet." The pirate serving Xiao Chun said with a smile. Xiao Chun said casually, "That is really unfortunate. I wonder, where is the main banquet being held?" "Do you see that tall building? The main banquet of the Wolf King's birthday banquet is on the top floor." Xiao Chun looked in the direction that the pirate pointed. He saw a tall building in the center of the courtyard. From the windows of the tall building, One could look out in all directions, taking in the entire grand occasion of the birthday banquet. However, the people outside could not see the situation inside. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Sir, please go and receive the other honored guests. I'll take a look around. I wonder if that is convenient." "Haha, that's nothing. Everyone who comes is a guest. Furthermore, young master's gift is so huge. Don't blame me for not receiving you well," that person said straightforwardly. That person laughed straightforwardly. Clearly, he saw that Xiao Chun had an extraordinary background and did not dare to slight him. This was the effect of a huge gift. If it were an ordinary gift, Xiao Chun would not be able to enter this place casually and look around. Now that he obtained this person's approval, it would be much more convenient. Could only be said that it was worth it. As time passed, the spacious residence became livelier and livelier. Xiao Chun secretly observed and discovered that the honored guests personally invited by the Wolf King would be led into the tall building by specialized people. It was impossible for ordinary people to enter. The surroundings of the tall building were heavily guarded, and there were experts patrolling. However, in Xiao Chun's opinion, he had even barged into the cluster lord's residence. Even though the security was tight, it was nothing to him. Furthermore, that Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan simply did not believe that someone would dare to cause trouble at his birthday banquet. Right now, the Wolf Smoke pirate group was at its peak, dominating the Grave Sea and moving about unhindered. Anyone who dared to touch his eyebrows at this time was courting death. As for the true major characters of the Grave Sea, the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan did not think that he had offended them. Although he was arrogant and despotic, he could see the situation clearly. He would not get involved with people and forces that he could not afford to offend. For example, he would never rob a rank 4 sect in the blessed and heavenly lands. Although he was arrogant, he knew his place. This was the reason why the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan could become the king of the Grave Sea pirates. Of course, a large part of the reason was that the Wolf Smoke pirate group no longer had any opponents, allowing the Wolf Smoke pirate group to develop to its current level. At noon, the birthday banquet officially began. The various guests all took their places. Then all the windows on the top floor of the tall building opened. A tall old man with a sinister gaze and a few faint scars on his face appeared in everyone's vision. The guests in any corner only needed to raise their heads slightly to see that person. This person was the Wolf Smoke pirate group's captain, the one known as the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan. "Thank you, fellow cultivators and friends, for giving this Zhang face and coming to this old man's birthday banquet. I am truly overwhelmed by this favor and do not dare to accept it. This old man will drink 3 cups to thank everyone." Right after speaking, the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan took out a wine cup the size of a bowl and downed 3 cups. This immediately elicited cheers from countless people. The guests were all pirates, people who loved wine. The Wolf King's hearty drinking marked the curtains to the birthday banquet. The many guests at the various tables all started drinking to their heart's content. Kasie, Kasie. The windows on the top floor of the tall building all closed. Immediately, no one could see the scene in the main banquet. The crowd did not mind. It was normal for the Wolf King to put on airs. If anyone could come into contact with the Wolf King, then the guests would not care about the Wolf King. However, no one could see that someone was lying on the roof beam of the top floor. At this moment, a person was lying on the roof beam, looking at the clouds in the sky and listening to the conversation of the main banquet below. Xiao Chun had barged into the cluster lord's residence before. Naturally, it would not be difficult for him to hide this from the people below. Actually, the main banquet had already started long ago. There was only one large round table on the top floor. More than 100 people sat around it. All of them were at least late-stage major primal core cultivators. Most of them were early-stage star venerates. At the very least, these people were ruthless people with peak 4-star pirate ships. This was a gathering of the strongest and most influential pirates in the Grave Sea. Xiao Chun waited for an opportunity to make a move. He wanted to hear some useful information before going in to ask the Wolf King. 1 hour later, amid the clamor, when Xiao Chun heard the words Black Cutlass, he immediately perked up. "Boss Zhang, I heard that the Black Cutlass came to you to borrow the Iron Blood token." After drinking, the topic of conversation became more open. One of the captains heard the news and took the opportunity to ask about it. Zhang Hengchuan smiled in disdain and said, "An insignificant 4-star pirate group is really bold." "That's right. That is indeed the case. However, I sent them to the Grave Island Sea region. If they can help me obtain a ghost cloud flower, perhaps I can consider it." The moment Zhang Hengchuan said that, a wave of exclamations rang out. To think that the Black Cutlass really went to the Grave Island Sea region. That was a dangerous place. The Wolf King was really ruthless. If that Black Cutlass really finds a ghost cloud flower, will Boss Zhang give them the Iron Blood token? Someone asked. Zhang Hengchuan's gaze sank as he looked at this person, inspiring some fear in that person. After a while, Zhang Hengchuan smiled and said, "This old man was just joking. To think that a bunch of fools actually believed it. What can I do? Will you go to the Grave Island Sea region? Ha ha ha." That person was stunned for a while. Then he laughed and said, "Of course not. Only a fool would go to the Grave Island Sea region. Ha ha ha." Immediately, the group of people roared with laughter. Indeed, only a fool would go to a place like the Grave Island Sea region. As they laughed, Xiao Chun, who was on the roof, laughed as well. However, this laughter contained heavy murderous intent. Chapter 1771. Everyone at the main banquet laughed heartily. Under the indulgence of fine wine, their laughter became increasingly unbridled. They spoke openly about the Black Scimitar's faults. It was as if mocking the Black Scimitar would not be able to blend in. Speaking of which, this was normal. Many times, the dining table needed such a spice to make everyone laugh heartily. However, what was unusual was that the true master of the Black Scimitar was on the roof. Boom! Just as everyone was laughing heartily, a hole suddenly appeared in the roof. Xiao Chun drifted down and landed on a wine flask, looking as light as a feather. Who is it? Such a scene startled the guests at the main banquet, not knowing what was going on. The Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan's face sank. When he saw that Xiao Chun did not give off any killing qi, he waved his hand to stop the people behind him, who were about to attack. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Who are you? Why are you so rude?" Xiao Chun exerted some force with his feet, and a wave of energy surged out. Immediately, all the delicacies on the table flew into the air and shot out in all directions. The guests in the surroundings were in a flurry as they tried to block the mess of filth that came their way. After the energy wave passed, the table became much cleaner. Then Xiao Chun sat on the floor. He looked at the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan and said, "Were you not very happy earlier? Untalented, I am the master of the Black Scimitar." Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun said that, a commotion immediately broke out. The guests all showed somewhat embarrassed expressions. This was normal. Speaking ill of others behind their backs, mocking them as fools. Who knew that the other party happened to be right beside them? After being caught red-handed, it would be strange if they were not embarrassed. The scene immediately turned somewhat strange. The originally aggressive people who wanted to reprimand Xiao Chun immediately swallowed back their words. Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he forcefully swallowed them back. Actually, everyone also found it strange. Even if they spoke ill of others behind their backs, they would not feel so uncomfortable. Even if they were caught speaking ill of others, they would not feel so uncomfortable. But why was it that when he faced this young man, he felt that he was in the wrong and did not dare to be impudent? When the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan saw Xiao Chun reveal his identity, he felt somewhat in the wrong. But then he laughed coldly. "What, do you have a problem with me using the Black Scimitar as a monkey?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was startled. That's right, why should I feel bad? Why should I be in the wrong? This was the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan's birthday banquet. The Wolf King was a peak early-stage star venerate. He also had 8 strong subordinates, all small perfection early-stage star venerates or great perfection early-stage star venerates. Here, the weakest cultivator was a peak major primal core cultivator. Why was he in the wrong? The strong preyed on the weak. Even if the Wolf King scolded a peak major primal core brat to his face, he would have to behave himself and not retort. Xiao Chun sneered in his heart. He saw the changes in everyone's expressions. He stretched out his left hand and instantly formed the Buddhist 7-kill seal. It was like a lotus flower never touching water, or like the sun and moon never hanging in the sky. The instant the hand seal formed, Xiao Qin's heart entered an ethereal state. However, the killing intent hidden in his body was multiplied sevenfold, and it exploded out violently. Xiao! The killing intent that pervaded the air instantly seemed to materialize, causing everyone to have difficulty breathing. A few of the weaker ones trembled as sweat poured out of their foreheads. Their complexions paled to the extreme. Xiao Qin's killing intent was very horrifying in the first place. After it was multiplied sevenfold, how terrifying would it be? This was simply unimaginable. This is a personal grudge. Unrelated people quickly go away. Xiao Qian said indifferently as he stared at the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan. If someone's soul energy reached the level of a holy venerate, they would discover that the killing intent that Xiao Qian gave off was pitch black, like the claws of a monster sweeping through the surroundings. However, Xiao Qin's body gave off a faint light, appearing ethereal. Bang! Right after Xiao Qian spoke, the guests who came felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Using all the strength in his body, he smashed the windows one by one and fled as fast as he could. The many guests in the courtyard watched every movement on the top floor. Such a scene immediately caused a huge commotion. What's going on? The people attending the main banquet all flew out. There is killing intent. What a strong killing intent. Could it be that someone is challenging the Wolf King? When the windows shattered, the people below sensed Xiao Qin's killing intent uncontrollably. The noisy birthday banquet immediately fell silent. All the guests put down their wine cups and looked at the top floor in confusion. They did not know what exactly happened. On the top floor, the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan's complexion had already turned ashen. However, he did not dare to act rashly. The previously noisy main banquet emptied out in an instant, leaving only his subordinates and himself. The unrelated people were all frightened by Xiao Qin's sevenfold killing intent, not daring to remain. When Xiao Qian revealed that horrifying killing intent, no one dared to doubt Xiao Qin's strength anymore. They were all people who cherished their lives. How could they dare to get involved? Kill him! The Wolf King roared, unable to endure Xiao Qin's killing intent. The people behind him endured the pressure and wanted to charge over. However, this was the opportunity Xiao Qian was waiting for. He was waiting for the sevenfold killing intent to make them irritable and reveal openings in all aspects. Xiao Qian instantly drew the tyrant saber. After completing the starting stance of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, resolving the mundane condensed an eternal saber light and swept it out. Boom! The moment the saber light appeared, all the might of the seven-kill seal, which had been storing up power for a long time, infused into this saber. The Wolf King's subordinates cried out miserably as they bore the brunt of the attack. The saber light knocked away the roof beams, leaving only Xiao Qian standing upright with his saber and the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan, who blocked the saber light. Several of the Wolf King's subordinates blocked in front. The Wolf King dodged the greatest impact of resolving the mundane sevenfold killing intent, and suffered only 30% of its might. Even so, he still sustained significant injuries. The main reason was that Xiao Qin's killing intent was simply too vast. The impact it brought him felt even more terrifying than that of a middle-stage star venerate. Someone really wants to kill the Wolf King. How bold! What a terrifying saber light! Combined with that overwhelming killing intent, he actually managed to force back the Wolf King's bodyguards with one saber strike. Who is this white-robed bladesman? I don't think I've heard of this person in the Grave Sea. The guests who were watching this scene were all shocked and dumbfounded. It was already unexpected that someone dared to cause trouble at the birthday banquet. What was even more unexpected was that it was such a young bladesman. Inside and outside, all the guests in the courtyard stared fixedly at the top floor, completely lost in their own thoughts. The Wolf King wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. Then he looked at Xiao Qian and smiled. I once thought about this scene many times. Who would be the first to step forward to challenge me? However, I never expected it to be an arrogant and conceited brat. No matter where you learn the secret technique to make your killing chi so terrifying, you will definitely die today. Today you will die without a doubt. Who do you think you are facing? You are facing the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. It is the entire Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. It is the pack of wolves that have walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood with me, Zhang Hengchuan. Where is the pack of wolves? Zhang Hengchuan's tone became increasingly agitated, and his voice slowly turned resonant. In the end, it sounded like rumbling thunder, deafening and making everyone's blood surge and their bodies tremble. Whoosh! Many figures soared into the sky from the ground. The members of the Wolf Smoke pirate group filled the sky, surrounding the entire tall building in 3 layers from the inside and 3 layers from the outside. In that instant, countless eyes stared at Xiao Chun. They were like hungry wolves staring at their prey. Xiao Chun casually looked around. With a rough count, there were at least 1,000 people, all of them elites of the Wolf Smoke pirate group. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not show any fear on his face, Zhang Hengchuan felt slightly startled. After some thought, he said, "Interesting. Even the savage Bloodstar Venerate back then was not this bold, daring to come and kill me alone." "Kill you?" Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "You are overthinking. I only came here to ask for an answer. However, it does not matter now, as you indeed deserve to die." The Wolf King smiled and said, "There are many people in this world who deserve to die. I will die as well, but not now. Today, there will only be one person who deserves to die, and it will be you." The Wolf King's voice suddenly turned cold. As he looked at Xiao Chun, he ordered coldly, "Kill him." The Wolf Smoke pirate group's members in the surroundings did not hesitate to launch themselves at Xiao Chun. The ferocious howls of the pack of wolves sounded like a tsunami, changing the color of the sky. The Wolf Smoke pirate group's members moved out at the same time. Until now, they had never failed. Chapter 1772. The wolves raged. Auras spread out, encasing the entire sky. All the killing intent locked onto Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun squinted and saw saber lights and sword images layered over each other. The mysterious phenomenon of all sorts of martial techniques looked chaotic. In reality, it was very orderly. The Wolf Smoke pirate group had more than 1,000 members, split into 10 layers. Each layer had 100 people. 100 was the limit for attacking a single target. Otherwise, adding one more person would be a waste. After a round of attacks, only 100 origin stones would be able to hit Xiao Chun. This was because the Wolf Smoke pirates already covered Xiao Chun's entire body. If there were more, they would not be able to find a target. If Xiao Chun attacked rashly, it would disrupt the rhythm and send the entire wolf pack into chaos. Without giving Xiao Chun much time to think, the first round of attacks arrived in the blink of an eye. To others, it looked like a boundless wave swallowed up Xiao Chun. They could not see his figure at all. Amid the chaotic, mysterious phenomenon of martial techniques, the sound of weapons clashing rang out continuously. There were also many flickering saber lights. These saber lights were like the most dazzling stars among the stars in the sky. They were exceptionally eye-catching among the various mysterious phenomena. The saber lights flickered so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. The afterimage flashed by the face of the person who attacked, revealing a stern face and black and white hair that fluttered in the wind. Then it disappeared in an instant. There was no time to look carefully. "It's that white-robed bladesman. He blocked it. He blocked the first round of attacks. What a fast saber strike." Everyone was startled. Then they suddenly discovered that Xiao Chun, who was being swallowed up by the surging tide, did not fall. However, he did not fall. Instead, he stubbornly blocked all the attacks, breaking apart every martial technique that came at him. Xiao Chun used the saber in his hand to move at lightning speed, creating an impenetrable screen of sabers. The pirates of the Wolf Smoke pirate group formed groups of 100 people. When the front wave disappeared, the back wave would arrive. Not long after, 10 waves rolled up. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, and the sky changed color as shock waves surged out. The clouds churned at the top of the tall building, forming a strong wind. Amidst the strong winds, thunder and lightning flashed, and the saber light did not stop. The white-robed Xiao Chun held the tyrant saber in his hand as he stood in the center of the storm. His defense was impenetrable. No matter how the pack of wolves roared, how they shouted, how they were filled with murderous intent. Standing in the tall building, it was as still as a pine tree, neither blown down by the wind nor shaken by the rain. The expression of the Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan, who was watching from a distance, slowly changed. From the initial disdain, it slowly froze. This youth's saber skills have already gone too far. He is now one level higher than the Wolf Smoke pirate group's members. This kind of encirclement is completely ineffective against him. A sharp-eyed captain among the guests said in a deep voice. However, there are still 8 strong generals under the Wolf King that have not appeared yet. They are all early-stage star venerates. Indeed. Furthermore, even if they cannot injure this white-robed bladesman, they will not be able to injure him. But if he wants to break out of this situation, it will be difficult. At the end of the day, this young man is still a little too arrogant. Someone sighed softly. The current situation was very surprising. Even an early-stage star venerate would be defeated in a sorry state when facing the encirclement of 1,000 Wolf Smoke pirate group members. However, not only did Xiao Chen defend, but he also did so in an impenetrable manner, not suffering any injuries at all. This was truly shocking and admirable. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, 8 strong auras appeared in the courtyard and flew towards the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan. The Wolf King's 8 strong generals are here. There's no more show to watch. This youth will definitely die a miserable death. These people were the 8 generals guarding the ship outside the pirate hall. The pirate ship needed someone to guard it to prevent accidents from happening. After the 8 learned that something happened at the birthday banquet, they did not act rashly. Unexpectedly, the matter escalated. Left with no other choice, the Wolf King summoned all his 8 strong generals. Greetings, Captain. The 8 people greeted respectfully after landing behind the Wolf King. What exactly happened? Even we are startled? Jiang Hengchuan did not say anything. He pointed at the tall building. The 8 generals immediately showed startled expressions, stunned. This? The Wolf Smoke pirate group's members turned out in full force. To think that there was someone in the grave sea that they could not take down. What exactly was this youth's background? Captain, there's no rush. We will go and kill this fellow now. The 8 strong generals exchanged glances. They did not want this farce to continue, so they prepared to make a move together. They would instantly resolve this matter, end Xiao Chen, and resume the birthday banquet. However, this was a good idea. Up on the tall building, Xiao Chen sensed the arrival of the 8 strong generals. He raised his eyebrows slightly. They are finally here. Based on the information that Ding Yuan gave him, Xiao Chen already knew about the existence of these 8 people. He also knew that these 8 people posed the greatest danger to him. However, how could Xiao Chen not be prepared? As he looked at the 100 pirates charging at him again, Xiao Chen quickly sheathed his saber and stood alone on the tall building. This is crazy. When the guests below saw this scene, their hearts trembled. This is crazy. Xiao Chen pressed 2 fingers on his right hand to his forehead. Then, his will of soul spread out and merged with the saber intent filling the air. In the next moment, saber hums rang out in the surroundings of the tall building. That sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the depths of everyone's soul. It was like a powerful treasure saber hummed in everyone's mind. That's impossible. Such a scene immediately elicited startled cries from the many star venerate experts. Xiao Chen was a major primal core venerate, yet he managed to merge his saber intent and will of soul. This was a technique that many early-stage star venerate experts could not grasp. Xiao Chen was a peak major primal core cultivator. How did he do it? However, the truth was the truth. It happened just like that. Whoosh! The 2 fingers on Xiao Chen's forehead ferociously swiped forward. The boundless saber intent and will of soul gathered into a resplendent saber light. Only black and white remained in the world. Only that saber light was resplendent, dazzling and dazzling. The first 100 Wolf Smoke pirate group members immediately got chopped in half at the waist. The saber light did not stop, continuing to radiate out. After killing 500 pirate group members, it slowly disappeared. As for the remaining pirate group members, they had already paled in fright as they fled. If they did not flee, only death awaited them. The saber light vanished, and the world regained its colors. A gentle breeze blew endlessly around the tall buildings. The various mysterious phenomena and chi waves disappeared. The scene that had been bustling like waves a moment ago instantly became boundlessly quiet. Only the white-clad bladesman remained standing on the tall building, holding his saber. The 8 generals who had rushed over to help were dumbfounded. They had not expected such a situation to happen at all. Earlier, They were still thinking of taking advantage of Xiao Chan dealing with the Wolf Smoke pirate group members to kill Xiao Chan at lightning speed. They had sent voice projections to each other to come up with their plans long ago. However, Xiao Chan only used one saber light, just one saber light, to completely disrupt their plans. This simply caught them off guard, stupefied. When the guests below saw this scene, they all had the same expression. Their mouths gaped, unable to say anything. Only Jiang Hengchuan roared. "Why are you still not attacking? How long are you going to wait? You are all star venerates. If the 8 of you work together, he will die no matter what." That's right. These words startled everyone out of their reverie. Suddenly, the 8 generals remembered. There was no need to hesitate. Even without the help of the Wolf Smoke pirate group members, the 8 of them could easily kill Xiao Chan. That earlier saber strike clearly could not be executed at any time. Kill! The 8 generals shouted coldly, unleashing their berserk auras. Their wills of soul connected as they charged over. Clouds churned in the sky as the 8 descended towards Xiao Chan. At this moment it was like the sky above Xiao Chen's head was forced to shrink by a lot. When 8 early-stage star venerate experts worked together, they were indeed extraordinary. However, this aura was much stronger than that of the 1,000 Wolf Smoke pirate group members. Several people sighed in their hearts. This was the accumulations of the Wolf Smoke pirate group. In the Grave Sea, aside from the Wolf Smoke pirate group, who else could have 8-star venerates? No matter how heaven-defying this white-clad bladesman was, only death awaited him today. In the future, this would only make the Wolf Smoke pirate group even more famous. Seeing the 8-star venerates attack, Xiao Chan quickly formed hand seals with his right hand, completing the life bestowal spell in an instant. In the next second, the situation changed. The sky suddenly turned dark. A beam of scarlet light soared into the clouds from behind Xiao Chen, instantly pushing back the area above Xiao Chen's head that had caved in. Back then, Xiao Chan had carved the strongest and scariest existence in the history of the Blue Dragon bloodline, the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor. Chapter 1773. The moment the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor appeared, Xiao Chen instantly suppressed the other party in terms of aura. The sky above Xiao Chen's head, which had collapsed, rose at a visible pace. The situation reversed. The 8 attacking star venerate experts had their auras forcibly pushed back, only able to break through their defenses. Their originally ferocious auras were suppressed in an instant. The feeling of falling from a high position, the feeling of being at a disadvantage, was not something others could understand. Retreat! 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 Upon seeing the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's grace, the 8 generals immediately cowered in fear. They did not know which expert came, but they were completely stunned and frantically retreated. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was carved from Xiao Chen's heart and soul. At best, he was only an early-stage star venerate. However, as long as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had even a 10,000th of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's charm, he would be able to suppress these 8 people, not giving them any chance to resist. Fighting 1 against 8 generals, this was the limit of what Xiao Chan could do. Even if it was the Wolf King himself, it would be impossible for him to defeat the 8 great generals on his own. Even if the 8 old star venerate generals were only small perfection early-stage star venerates, when they worked together, their strength was rather terrifying. Objectively speaking, Xiao Chan could not defeat them with his own strength. These 8-star venerates were not ordinary star venerates. Instead, they were capable generals that followed the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan. These 8 people did not earn the title of generals for nothing. They had earned it by fighting the other pirate groups and the Divine Shield Army. However, they faced the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor that Xiao Chan used his mind and soul to carve. The 8 generals' auras immediately crumbled, and they were suppressed all the way. To think that the 8 generals could not retaliate at all. Soon their bodies were riddled with wounds. After about 7 minutes, one of the generals died on the spot. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor chopped the corpse in half with one sword strike. Blood splattered everywhere, stunning and flabbergasting everyone. No one knew that such an expert was hidden by Xiao Chen's side. This is too horrifying. Who is that person? What kind of character is hiding in the Grave Sea? I have never heard of this white-robed bladesman before. He seems to be related to the Purple Flame sect. He is called Xiao Chun. Something's not right. Look at that blood-robed man. His aura was immense, and all sorts of killing moves were easily executed. He doesn't look like a living person at all. There's no color or spirit in his eyes at all. It's a puppet. Some of the invited guests were experts. They were very knowledgeable and quickly made out what was different about the blood-soaked dragon emperor. Stop! The Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan appeared stunned. When he saw his 8 fierce generals being beaten to the point where they could not retaliate, he immediately shouted. Xiao Chan said coldly, Jiang Hengchuan, you are really shameless. Now that you know how to stop, why didn't you help me when the pack of wolves tried to kill me? Back then, when you were toying with the black cutlass, why didn't you stop? Xiao Chan, don't think that I, Jiang Hengchuan, am afraid of you. Jiang Hengchuan was infuriated by Xiao Chen's words and immediately started cursing. Clang! In response to Jiang Hengchuan, Xiao Chan drew his treasure saber and pointed it at the other party. Xiao Chen's cold face showed no intention of compromising. Jiang Hengchuan, how long are you going to be a tortoise? Since you are not afraid, then come and fight. Since you say that you are not afraid, then come and fight. Xiao Chan used the most decisive method to ruthlessly strike back at the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan, making him swallow his words, unable to say anything else. The guests were also incredibly shocked. Who could have expected that Xiao Chan would be so stubborn? Who could have imagined that a junior would call the existence that they did not dare to offend a coward in front of everyone? However, now that they thought about it, this Jiang Hengchuan was indeed a coward. From the very start, he never took the initiative to make a move. Jiang Hengchuan cherished his life. Even at the final moment, he still wanted to compromise with Xiao Chan, unwilling to make a move. Now Xiao Chan forced him to the edge of a cliff, not giving him a chance to retreat at all. Many people could not help having other thoughts. It seemed like the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan's doomsday was right before their eyes. What if he really lost? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill, finding this extremely inconceivable. The matters of the world truly changed in an instant, the universe unfathomable. When the birthday banquet started, it turned out that the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan, whom everyone believed to be invincible, fell so easily. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream rang out. Of the 8 great generals, another one had died. Jiang Hengchuan's lips twitched involuntarily as he faced Xiao Chan, who pointed his saber at him from the tall building. For the first time he felt helpless. It's over. It's all over. Even if I make a move and kill this fellow, the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group will definitely be eliminated from the list after today. As someone in a high position, there were many competitors. Among the guests, there were many who were gloating over the misfortune of others. Even if Jiang Hengchuan managed to kill Xiao Chan by luck, others would kick him while he was down. When Xiao Chan pointed his saber at him, Jiang Hengchuan knew that he lost. I admit defeat. The Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan said helplessly as he looked at Xiao Chan. His voice sounded very aged and ancient. If Jiang Hengchuan had another chance, he definitely would not toy with the Black Cutlass, forcing it to the Grave Island Sea region, a forbidden land with a slim chance of survival. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and beckoned. The blood-soaked dragon emperor turned into an exquisite sculpture and landed in his hand. After sheathing the blood-soaked dragon emperor, Xiao Chan landed before Jiang Hengchuan and said coldly, "You are rather smart." Bang! Right after Xiao Chan spoke, he immediately threw a palm strike, instantly driving 10 cauldron force. This palm strike, which came without any warning, gave off a loud sound. Jiang Hengchuan vomited a mouthful of blood as Xiao Chan sent him flying. Whoosh! 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 This action immediately angered several Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members. They all stood up and glared at Xiao Chan in rage. Don't move. Jiang Hengchuan stood up and wiped the blood off his lips. Then, he raised his hand to stop the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members. Bang! What answered Jiang Hengchuan was Xiao Chen's second palm strike. When this palm strike landed, it mixed vital qi and veritable essence energy, creating an even greater destructive power. Jiang Hengchuan did not block. He was horrified to discover that even if he did not admit defeat, he would not be able to do so. It seemed that the result was no different. The strength that Xiao Chan displayed far surpassed Jiang Hengchuan's expectations. After Jiang Hengchuan went flying for the second time, he was in an even more sorry state. All the bones in his body shattered, and his internal organs ruptured. Jiang Hengchuan vomited a mouthful of blood, which actually contained many shattered internal organs. The surrounding guests all sucked in a breath of cold air in fright at Xiao Chen's means. Against the Wolf King, who had already admitted defeat and had taken a big step back, Xiao Chen still showed no mercy when he attacked. Xiao Chen's decisiveness in killing inspired lingering fear. Bang! Before the Wolf King could get up, Xiao Chen sent another palm strike. After 3 palm strikes, Jiang Hengchuan was half dead. Jiang Hengchuan could no longer stand up. The remaining members of the Wolf Smoke pirate group quickly went over to help him up. Seeing Jiang Hengchuan in such a sorry state, none of the many pirates who addressed him as brothers at the birthday banquet were willing to step forward and speak up for him. There are many things that cannot be ended just because you admit defeat. These 3 palm strikes are just interest. If even one person of the Black Cutlass dies, I will come back at any time to take your life. As Xiao Chen looked at the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan, there was no sympathy or pity in his eyes. One's path was chosen by oneself. If the Wolf King had only made a deal with the Black Cutlass, Xiao Chen would not have such a strong murderous intent. However, this Wolf King was just toying with the Black Cutlass, never thinking of handing the Iron Blood token to the other party. During the main banquet, the Wolf King even mocked the Black Cutlass, saying that it was seeking its own death and could not blame others. Xiao Chen, don't go overboard. My captain already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Upon hearing the threat in Xiao Chen's words, the pirates all looked at Xiao Chen with hostile gazes, feeling aggrieved. What are you afraid of? At worst, we will just fight it out with him, a life and death struggle. Jiang Hengchuan coughed intensely and said, all of you shut up. 4th brother. Hand the Iron Blood token to young Master Xiao. A life and death struggle? That was easy to say. Now Jiang Hengchuan finally understood. Xiao Chen came prepared, one trap after another. The other party had calculated all of Jiang Hengchuan's reactions. However, Jiang Hengchuan did not know anything about Xiao Chen. It was impossible for them to fight to the death. They would only lose their lives in vain. One of the 8 generals showed an unresigned expression. However, he still took out the Iron Blood token and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received the Iron Blood token and swept his gaze over the surrounding guests. Then he said, only I can take his life. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Jiang Hengchuan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that although the Wolf Smoke pirate group was finished, the lives of his remaining brothers were preserved. Chapter 1774. As Xiao Chen toyed with the Iron Blood token in his hand, he gave the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan a deep look. Good luck. Many thanks, the Wolf King said reluctantly as he performed a cupped fist salute. Whoosh! Right after speaking, Xiao Chen left the courtyard with a few flashes, heading back to his inn. Dressed in white, Xiao Chen stood out on the street. However, he appeared calm and unruffled, showing a calm expression without any fluctuations. He did not look like the tyrannical white-robed bladesman who caused a huge commotion at the Wolf King's birthday banquet earlier. When Xiao Chen blended into the crowd, aside from his conspicuous white robes, he did not look much different. When Xiao Chen returned to the inn, he was surprised to discover that his tea was still there. The flame on the tea set left behind by the waiter had not gone out, and the temperature had not decreased. However, the waiter had already gone to entertain other guests. Xiao Chen sat down and looked at the teacup. The white time glory tea leaves at the bottom of the teacup had already spread out. However, much time had already passed, and the tea was already cold, no longer steaming. One had to drink tea while it was hot. It could not be warm or cold. Only when the tea was boiling could one taste the best flavor. However, Xiao Chen did not mind. He drank the already cold tea and drank it in one gulp. It was slightly bitter, no longer having the original taste of the white time glory tea leaves. However, it had a different charm to it, giving Xiao Chen a deeper understanding of it after returning from a huge battle. Young master, you are back? The waiter's eyes were sharp. When he discovered Xiao Chen, he immediately rushed over. I heard that someone challenged the Wolf King at the Wolf King's birthday banquet, and is still fighting intensely. Is that true? The experts of the inn have all rushed over. Unfortunately, I cannot go over. I really want to see who is so bold as to even dare to mock the Wolf King. Xiao Chen put down the teacup and said with a smile, far at the horizon close at hand. Ah! The waiter quivered, nearly dropping the teapot in his hand. By the time the waiter recovered his wits, he discovered that Xiao Qian had already left. Inside the room, Xiao Qian took out the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's statue. If the Wolf King didn't admit defeat, the statue wouldn't last long. Even if the statue could hold on, Xiao Qian did not dare to let it continue fighting. Not only did the carving of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's statue exhaust his mind and essence blood, but it also drained his mind and essence blood. While controlling it, his mental energy was like a flowing river, surging and leaking out continuously. Others only saw the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor killing everywhere. However, they did not see Xiao Qian's mental energy drain. He unsheathed his sword and challenged the Wolf King. They seemed crazy, but they wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. They were prepared to die. The person who dared to pull the emperor down from his horse, even if he was willing to be cut into pieces, was exactly what Xiao Qian had just done. However, this Wolf King Zhang Hengchuan was indeed smart. He admitted defeat in the face of battle. He had managed to protect most of the Wolf Smoke pirate crew. According to Xiao Qian's original plan, he would not leave until he slaughtered the Wolf Smoke pirate group and killed the Wolf King. There was no doubt that as long as he was willing to pay the price, nothing would be a problem. After putting down the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's statue, Xiao Qian took out the Iron Blood token. Then his gaze turned grave. He only hoped that the brothers of the Black Cutlass were safe. If something happened, killing all the people of the Wolf Smoke pirate group would not help. Damn it! The Wolf King is right. What a bunch of fools. Why are we going to the Grave Island Sea region? We have to return alive. I have to give you all a good scolding before I can vent my anger. Xiao Qian's right hand trembled as he tightly grasped the Iron Blood token. Even when facing the Wolf King, his eyelids did not twitch. However, at this moment his hand trembled, feeling extremely powerless. The melancholy of that cup of bitter tea lingered in his mouth, not fading away even now. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no news of the Black Cutlass. Xiao Qian could not wait any longer. He prepared to find a ship and make a trip there. Grave Island Sea region. Not to mention going to the Grave Island Sea region alone without a pirate ship. Even going to the periphery was akin to sending oneself to death. However, given the circumstances, Xiao Qian felt that he had to go. However, just as Xiao Qian was about to leave, he happened to see Luonan, Fei and the others outside the inn. Captain! Big brother Xiao! When Xiao Sua, Fei and the others saw Xiao Qian at the door, they rushed over without caring about their image. They could not believe their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly and gave Xiao Qian a bear hug. Only then did Xiao Qian believe that they really returned. You! Xiao Qian counted. Luonan, Fei Elder Tang, Xiao Sua, the Iron Hand Yama, and all the old members of the Black Cutlass were present. Fei's eyes turned somewhat moist. Big brother Xiao, I thought that I would never see you again. Xiao Qian originally wanted to scold this group of people. However, his heart instantly softened and he could not bring himself to do so. He smiled helplessly and said, Little Fei don't cry. Let's go to my room. After entering Xiao Qian's room, Xiao Su organized his thoughts and said, After we came out, we heard that Captain defeated the Wolf Smoke pirate group. At that time it was really delightful. To think that you were still worried about us and were definitely waiting for us. We rushed over day and night, practically not resting at all. The Iron Hand Yama sighed and said, This time it was really a narrow escape. We nearly could not return. That old bastard nearly caused us to die. Xiao Qian, you helped us vent our frustrations. Back then when that old bastard saw me, he ridiculed all of us for a while. Xiao Qian immediately asked the questions that he had buried in his heart. When he saw everyone, the group immediately turned silent. After a long time, Elder Tang said, I am to blame for this. I already know where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is. However, we need the Iron Blood token before we can go to the Forbidden Sea. So, Fei interrupted, You cannot blame Elder Tang. At that time, we were thinking that we could wait for Big Brother Xiao Qian to go to the Forbidden Sea with him after obtaining the Iron Blood token. However, we could not rely on Big Brother Xiao Qian for everything. We felt that we could give it a try. Xiao Qian thought to himself, so that is the case. It is similar to what I thought. Indeed, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is in a forbidden sea. One can go to the forbidden sea only with the Iron Blood token. Feier and the others wanted to give me a surprise. At the same time, they did not want Xiao Chun to follow me to the Grave Island Sea. They did not want Xiao Chun to share the risk. Xiao Chun wanted to blame Xiao Chun, but he did not know where to start. However, just at this moment, Xiao Su's expression suddenly turned somewhat grave. He said, "Young Master Xiao, I have something to tell you." When Xiao Chun saw that the others' expressions were not quite right, his heart sank as he had a bad feeling. "What is it? Speak." "We lost the Scarlet Blood War banner." "Lost it?" Xiao Chun's expression did not change. However, he felt shocked in his heart. The Scarlet Blood War banner was a crucial tool for finding the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. If the war banner was lost, it meant that the treasure would be gone as well. However, Xiao Chun was very carefree. After his emotions fluctuated for a while, he quickly adjusted himself. If the war banner was lost, then he could only head for the Central Great Realm in advance. Should he go directly to the dragon race's territory? Or should he go to the Yanwu dynasty or the Qianwu dynasty first and understand the situation in the Central Great Realm before going to the dragon race? However, he had to make a decision. "Big brother Xiao Chun, are you not angry?" Feier looked at Xiao Chun somewhat nervously. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Su. "Don't be dispirited. In the end, Xiao Su was the one who bought the war banner. It is not mine. There is really no need to blame yourself. You being able to return alive is better than anything else. There are many fortuitous encounters in the world, but we only have one life. I will say this very seriously. Don't take such risks in the future." Xiao Chun's words came from the bottom of his heart. His sincerity warmed Feier and the others. After hesitating for a while, the Iron Hand Yama said, "Actually, we might not have lost it. Given my understanding of that person, I feel that he will return the Iron Blood War banner in the end and not snatch our things." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt slightly stunned. There is more to this than meets the eye? What exactly is going on? After some thought, the Iron Hand Yama said, "Didn't I say earlier that we nearly could not return? Someone saved us in the Grave Island Sea region. At that time, Xiao Su was using the Iron Blood War banner to fight. That is where the problem lies. After we were rescued, that person suddenly said that he wanted to borrow the Iron Blood War banner to take a look, and that he would return it to us the next time we meet. The other party is very strong, and his pirate group is even stronger. Although he said he wanted to borrow it, there was no way to refuse." Chapter 1775. The other party was very strong? These words coming out of the Iron Hand Yama's mouth were somewhat unusual. After all, he had once been a member of the Savage Blood pirate group. What pirate crew? Could it be stronger than the Wolf Smoke pirate group? Xiao Chun asked in confusion. Feier, Luonan, and the others nodded slightly, indicating that it was indeed true. The Iron Hand Yama said, "It's the Iron Horn pirate group. In the past, there were 3 pirate groups in the Grave Sea that obtained the Iron Blood token. One was the Savage Blood pirate group, which is now the Wolf Smoke pirate group. The last one is the Iron Horn pirate group." Iron Horn pirate group? When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt slightly startled. He seemed to have heard Ding Yuan say that the Grave Sea Pirate Alliance had indeed sent out 3 Iron Blood tokens. At that time, he only knew that Savage Blood and Wolf Smoke had obtained them, but he did not ask who had obtained the remaining Iron Blood token. However, this Iron Horn pirate group went to the Forbidden Sea long ago, and has not returned to the Grave Sea for more than 20 years already. I've never seen the Iron Horn pirate group before. I've only heard about some of their deeds. They were the overlords of the Grave Sea many years ago. Then they went to the Forbidden Sea. This time they are already a 6-star pirate group. A 6-star pirate group would have almost no hope of snatching back the Scarlet Blood banner. Somewhat ashamed, Xiao Su said, "Leader, I'm sorry. If only I had not used the Scarlet Blood War banner back then. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed it." Xiao Chun comforted him. "Don't say that. It's enough that you're alive. If you did not use the Scarlet Blood War banner, you would have been wiped out long ago. We won't be able to last until the Iron Horn pirate group arrives." Xiao Chun did not have much hatred for the Iron Horn pirate group. It was natural for pirates to rob others. The other party was already very benevolent by not making things difficult for the Black Cutlass out of consideration for their old friendship. If Xiao Chun was ruthless and did not help, he would still be able to obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner. Let's call it a day. How's the ship? Xiao Chun asked. He was more concerned about whether the Black Cutlass was damaged or not. The ship is fine. We just need to repair it a little. This time we have gained something. He had found 8 stalks of ghost cloud grass and other natural treasures. It is enough to turn the Black Cutlass into a 5-star pirate ship. Xiao Sua said excitedly as he perked up a little when he mentioned the pirate ship. Bang! Bang! At this moment someone knocked on the door. It was the waiter who had come to look for Xiao Chun. Young master, someone just delivered a storage ring and mentioned that it was for you. He even said something about congratulating the people of the Black Cutlass for returning safely. While the others were at a loss, Xiao Chun guessed. It is a gift sent by Jiang Hengchuan as an apology. You may leave. Just say that I have accepted the gift. Luo Nan and the others exchanged glances, finding this hard to imagine. The Wolf King who had made things difficult for them 3 months ago was now apologizing to them. The Iron Hand Yama carefully sized up Xiao Chun. Only then did he feel shocked to discover that Xiao Chun's aura was no longer the same as before. Compared to 2 years ago, he was many times stronger. It had reached a level that even Xiao Chun could not see through. After all, he had broken through the bottleneck of Star Venerate in the past 2 years. Captain, did you really defeat the Wolf Smoke pirate group by yourself? Even now, Xiao Sua still did not believe it. This was simply too surreal. Xiao Chun retorted casually. Could it be fake? After saying that, Xiao Chun sent his spiritual sense into the storage ring. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense. Then he revealed a smile and said, "This Wolf King is really generous. He probably sent half of the birthday gift back then." Spending money to buy one's life was nothing more than this. Xiao Chun handed the storage ring to Xiao Su. Then he said, "I'll leave this spirit jades and the birthday gift to you. Make the Black Cutlass a peak 5-star pirate ship in the shortest time possible." "All right. Leave this matter to me," the Iron Hand Yama said. "I have some connections with the pirate hall here. I can use them and be of some help." Xiao Chun nodded and said, "In that case, I'll leave this matter to the 2 of you." Elder Tang was stunned. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Young Master Xiao, you do not intend to give up on the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure?" Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. "Why should I give up? We put in so much effort. We have to fight for it, right? Giving up like this is not my style." Elder Tang immediately said excitedly, "That's good. I thought that young Master Xiao would directly give up." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Come, I'll go take a look first. Let's meet up on the Black Cutlass." "Let's go." Everyone showed smiles on their faces as they left the inn and headed for the port. Along the way, the group spoke about their experiences after they parted. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. They still remembered the scene of their parting as if it was right before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, Xiao Chun had grown a lot. His strength was no longer the same as before. However, the people of the Black Cutlass were no weaker either. The Iron Hand Yama successfully broke through to Star Venerate. Now, his cultivation was stable, and his strength steadily increased. When the Black Cutlass was a peak major primal core cultivator, he was already known as unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. This breakthrough was even more incredible. If not for the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group having 8-star Venerates and the Wolf King being a peak early-stage Star Venerate, the Iron Hand Yama would not care about them. The Iron Hand Yama would not care about a regular 5-star pirate captain at all. The couple, Luo Nan and Fei also had extraordinary fortuitous encounters. Under the cleansing of Xiao Chen's life juice source, they had already advanced to major primal core venerates. Although their improvement was nothing compared to that of the disciples of rank 4 sex, it was still very rare. With the two's talent, it was truly rare for them to make such improvements. Elder Tang's cultivation did not improve much. However, his beast taming skills were even more exquisite and strong. On the other hand, Xiao Sua's improvement was rather startling. The life juice source seemed to have completely unleashed his potential. Now Xiao Sua had already reached peak major primal core. In terms of cultivation, he was practically the same as Xiao Chan. After about 7 minutes, the group arrived at the Black Cutlass. The appearance of the Black Cutlass had not changed much. When Xiao Chan saw it, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. After entering the lower level, the group arrived before the immemorial demon soul formation that he cared about the most. At the core of the formation, the Yazi beast carved on the formation plate already had 3.5 stars lit up. This is the greatest trump card of our Black Cutlass. Once the Yazi beast demon soul is released, it is in existence equal to a middle stage star venerate. If not for the Yazi beast demon soul, we would not dare to barge into the Grave Island Sea region. Elder Tang sighed. Then he continued. Unfortunately, the trouble we ran into was too big. What trouble? We ran into a flock of underworld ghost birds. They were only middle stage star venerates, but their abilities were too strange. They could make their bodies immaterial. The Yazi beast demon soul was outnumbered and killed in the end. If not for the Ironhorn pirate group's captain making a move, it would have been destroyed on the spot. Xiao Chun exclaimed in shock. Is that Ironhorn pirate group's captain really that strong? The Iron Hand Yama nodded and said. He gave me the feeling that he should be a late-stage star venerate. Elder Tang and the others could not make out the captain's strength at all. Late-stage star venerate? That was already an extremely horrifying cultivation realm. Right now, Xiao Chan could barely protect himself against a middle-stage star venerate. If he clashed head-on, he would lose in less than 100 moves. After advancing to star venerate, with every increase in cultivation realm, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. This would result in a qualitative leap. The difference between early stage and middle stage was like heaven and earth. Without using his trump cards, Xiao Qin's current strength should be on par with that peak early stage star venerate Wolf King. He would not be able to truly contend with a middle stage star venerate, much less a late stage star venerate. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. It looks like I need to break through to star venerate before going to the Forbidden Sea. Right now, he was only a step away from the Cloud Sea realm and could advance at any time. Xiao Chun already condensed the will of soul. He did not face any bottlenecks when advancing to the Cloud Sea realm. It was just a matter of time. After advancing to star venerate, Xiao Chan could formally cultivate soul energy. He could also cultivate the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's third move, Entering Hell. He could use this opportunity to break through to the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, and start cultivating the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's 4th layer. Xiao Chan urgently needed to raise his many cultivation techniques and martial techniques to star venerate before they could improve. Just at this moment, someone suddenly rushed in at the entrance to the next floor in a fluster. Captain, it's bad. The Ironhorn Pirate Group is here again. Chapter 1776. Come again. Xiao Suo and the others immediately looked at Xiao Chan. Clearly, they wanted Xiao Chan to make the decision. Xiao Chan shifted his gaze to the Iron Hand Yama and asked, Old Yama, what do you think of the Ironhorn Pirate Group's captain? After thinking for a while, the Iron Hand Yama replied, He is not like a regular pirate. He has a benevolent heart. I feel that he is here to return the Scarlet Blood War banner. After a pause, the Iron Hand Yama continued, However, I also feel that something is wrong. If he is truly magnanimous, he would not be willing to lend us the Scarlet Blood War banner. There is no need for them to borrow our Scarlet Blood War banner. Back then, while the Iron Hand Yama said to lend it, there was actually no reason not to give it. Xiao Chan said indifferently, Let's meet him. The bow of the ship welcomed the guests. A total of 4 or 5 people from the Ironhorn Pirate Group came. There were no other attendants. Everything was simple and did not look imposing. The leader was a middle-aged man in black captain's uniform. He had regular facial features and a squarish face, looking very imposing. Xiao Chan quickly stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, Ironhorn Pirate Group's captain. I have long heard of your great name. The middle-aged man carefully sized up Xiao Chan. Then he smiled and said, My name is Yenja. I am a few years older than you, so you can just address me as Big Brother Yen. Actually, we have met before. Xiao Chun found this strange, so he asked, Met before? He could not remember when he had met such a person. Xiao Chun had always been confident in his memory. It was impossible for him to not have any impression of someone he had met before. "Young Master Xiao, do you remember this old man?" An old man walked out from behind Yanjia and asked with a smile as he looked at Xiao Chan. "It's you." This person was the stall owner who sold the Dragon Shadow Condor Wingbone to Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan had a deep memory of this person. Back then, this person even recommended a drop of Dragon Shadow Condor Essence Blood to Xiao Chan. At that time, Xiao Chan had found it strange that Xiao Chan had killed a Dragon Shadow Condor. It turned out that this person was from the Iron Horn pirate group. No wonder. That explained everything. It looks like young Master Xiao still remembers this old man. "Back then, when you crossed the Grave Sea in a hurry, my captain saw you at the bow of the ship. You left a deep impression on me, and I still remember it clearly." The old man explained with a grin. Xiao Chen suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. Big Brother Yan, please come inside. I still haven't properly thanked you for saving my friends and brothers." Yanjia waved his hand in refusal and said, "It's just a small matter, just something that happened in passing. It's not worth mentioning. I didn't come here for this. Here." Right after Yanjia spoke, he tossed out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and gently caught it. Buzz! The war banner instantly unfurled, flapping loudly in the wind. A feeling of a bloodline connection came from the Scarlet Blood War banner. Back then, he had held the war flag and fought against the powerhouses of the Divine Shield Legion. After obtaining the Scarlet Blood War banner's acknowledgement, although the war banner had not recognized him as its master yet, this feeling of being connected by blood, like an arm, continued. A bleak and domineering aura emanated from Xiao Chen's body. The flapping war banners made the surrounding wind even louder. A strong wind blew on the bow of the warship, causing the clouds in the surroundings to tremble slightly. It conjured a strange phenomenon of fighting for supremacy and a long flag in the wind. Yanjia chanted softly, "My name is Qi Shui. I have a body of scarlet iron, and my blood is burning hot. I have been up and down for half of my life, wandering from place to place. I have been invincible for half of my life, and I have been fearless. My body is like a sword, unyielding and unyielding. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain spanning tens of thousands of miles. My eyes are like the stars, the sky is dark. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself an emperor with the other." As the Scarlet Blood Pirate King spoke his last words, the Scarlet Blood War banner burned with a faint scarlet flame, looking even more tyrannical than before. "Pa pa pa!" Yanjia clapped his hands and praised. "What a great Scarlet Blood Pirate King! Even after his death, his will is still so strong." Thinking back to his life, it was truly admirable and filled with emotions. Young Master Xiao is truly a young hero. To think that you managed to obtain the acknowledgement of the Scarlet Blood War banner. This Yan also admires you. This mysterious phenomenon happened in the time it took for Xiao Chan to take a breath. It was purely something that happened automatically after Yanjia received the war banner. With a gentle wave, Xiao Chan put away the war banner. Without changing his expression, he said, "Big Brother Yan, you even returned a treasure like the Scarlet Blood War banner. This also makes Xiao Chan feel admiration." "You are too polite." Yanjia smiled faintly and did not deny it. "Goodbye then. I have an appointment with the Pirate Hall's Hall Master, so I will not disturb you any longer." Xiao Chan personally sent Yanjia off. As he watched the other party leave, a contemplative light flickered in his eyes. This Yanjia really has the air of a major character. To think that he really returned the Scarlet Blood War banner. This is truly unexpected, the Iron Hand Yama said somewhat ruefully. Xiao Sua's lips twitched as he said, "You fellow, didn't you say that this person would return it? It turns out that you were just consoling me." The Iron Hand Yama smiled and said, "It was just a feeling. Who would not be tempted by a treasure like the Scarlet Blood War banner? Even I would be tempted. I can only say that I ran into a good person this time." "Big Brother Xiao, why aren't you saying anything?" Xiao Chan recovered his wits and smiled. "I was wondering when he would return." "Ah." The others were shocked. Would he return? Xiao Chen's first feeling was that this Yanjia was not that simple. However, Xiao Chan could not figure out Yanjia's character for now. After sending the Black Scimitar to be modified, Xiao Chan and the other members of the Black Scimitar rented a courtyard in the Pirate Hall. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chun thought hard. In the end, he gave up on advancing to Star Venerate. He needed a turning point to break through. Such a breakthrough was simply too casual. Although Xiao Chun was currently at peak Major Primal Core Realm, his various aspects were still very malleable. There was no rush to break through. The modification of the Black Scimitar took half a month, using up 10 million Spirit Jades. Most of the Spirit Jades came from the Wolf King's compensation. Xiao Chun did not spend much himself. The Black Scimitar was already a peak 5-star weapon. Furthermore, with the immemorial Demon Soul formation, the Black Scimitar could rival a regular meteor pirate ship. For half a month, Xiao Chun used it all to temper his saber techniques. After obtaining the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Xiao Chun planned to comprehend a saber technique from it. Just like Zhen Yuan's Azura held back then, breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane ultimately chose to use breaking the mundane as the foundation. Xiao Chun would create a saber technique that belonged to him around it. This saber technique had a beautiful name: Dreamlike Mundane World. This time, from the moment Xiao Chun created this saber technique, he infused his great Tao energy and soul energy into it. This was very difficult and also the most challenging. After half a month, Xiao Chun had not comprehended a single move. He only had a vague method and a general feeling. Entering a dream with the saber, using a dream as a saber. After half a month, Xiao Chun was about to go on a long journey, using the Iron Blood token to head to a forbidden sea. Yanjia arrived. Haha. Young Master Xiao, after not seeing you for a few days, your air has changed again. This is truly admirable. Yanjia came alone, without any attendants or subordinates, appearing very casual. Seemed like this was the case. Whims come when whims come. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Big Brother Yin is too polite. You came at the right time. If you had come one day later, I would have been leaving the Grave Sea. Leaving the Grave Sea? Yanjia appeared slightly startled. Are you going to the Ash-Gray Sea of the 7 Great Forbidden Seas? Xiao Chun nodded. Yes, the Ash-Gray Sea. According to Elder Tang's deduction, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure was in the Ash-Gray Sea of the 7 Great Forbidden Seas. It looks like Big Brother Yin knows where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is as well, Xiao Chun asked casually. Yanjia was rather straightforward. He said softly, I was in the Ash-Gray Sea for 30 years and saw the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words. With a little deduction, I figured out where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is. That place is called Myriad Star Mountain, a famous land of fortuitous encounters in the Ash-Gray Sea. In the past, rumor had it that it was the remnant of an ancient sect. Unexpectedly, it was where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left his treasure. Many rank 6 sects used that place as a dangerous land for experiential training for their disciples. Occasionally, the elders of the large sects might even personally charge over. Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, It looks like Big Brother Yin understands this Myriad Star Mountain very well. Naturally. After being in the Ash-Gray Sea for 30 years, I know these things. If you need help, you can come and look for me at any time. Yanjia took out a jade strip and handed it to Xiao Chun. Then he said, This jade strip contains my will of soul. If you want to contact me, you just need to use your soul energy to activate the jade strip. Yanjia was very generous. After leaving behind the jade strip, he left again. Chapter 1777. As Xiao Chun held the jade strip and looked at Yanjia's back, he entered deep thought. Luonan, who was at the side, whispered, This senior Yin is really magnanimous. To think that the Myriad Star Mountain is such a dangerous place. Should we invite him to come with us? Xiaosa said seriously. So the Myriad Star Mountain is such a place. Many rank 6 sects use it for experiential training. It is somewhat hard to imagine. Sects were categorized into ranks. Rank 7 was the highest. Above that were the various holy lands, the transcendent factions that did not leave the mundane world. A 6th grade sect was already a bona fide supergiant. An elder of a rank 6 sect could easily flatten the entire Grave Sea without any effort. Xiao Sua's worry was not without reason. Xiao Chun had interacted with rank 5 sects before. In Dragon Flame City, he had fought with the many rank 5 sect disciples of the Yanwu dynasty. He had even fought with the true inheritors. All of them lost to him. The rank 6 sect disciples might be strong, but they would not be that strong. Xiao Qian did not fear them. What he feared were the rank 6 sect elders. If he ran into them, he would have no chance of victory. Xiao Qian looked at the Iron Hand Yama and asked, "Old Yama, what do you think?" After thinking for a while, the Iron Hand Yama said with some conflict, "There is no way to ask for help. Our strength is not equal. We cannot work together unless we give up most of the benefits. In any case, I do not believe that this Yanjia will really help us at all costs after just a few meetings." Elder Tang interjected, "The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove must be incredibly vast. Even if we only take 1% of it, we will still be able to gain a lot and obtain significant fortuitous encounters. However what?" the Iron Hand Yama asked. Elder Tang hesitated for a while before saying, "However, what if the other party burns the bridge after crossing it and does not give us even 1%? We will not have the strength to deal with him." "That can't be. I don't think that Senior Yan is that kind of person. If he were, he would not have saved us the first time we met." "The first time we met did not involve any major benefits. It is hard to say what happens next." Everyone had their own opinions, and the discussion went on endlessly. The Iron Hand Yama, Elder Tang, and the others split into two factions. These two veterans did not believe in the so-called good things in the world. Everything was possible when it came to benefits. Luonan, Feier, and Xiaosu felt that they could trust Yanjia, so they invited him to Myriad Star Mountain. "Young Master Xiao, what do you think?" Only then did the others remember that Xiao Qian hadn't spoken a word, so they hurriedly looked at him. Xiao Qian's eyes were solemn as he said, "This person is not normal." "What?" It was fine if he didn't speak, but the moment he did, Xiao Qian's words were shocking, causing everyone to be extremely surprised. "Say, who can remain so calm after hearing about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure? Calm and unruffled, without the slightest hint of agitation or excitement. Is there such a person?" Xiao Qian's question immediately caused the Iron Hand Yama, Xiaosua, and the others to exchange glances. Naturally, there are such people. Once their strength reaches a certain level, they will not care about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. However, what does he count for? He is just a late-stage star venerate. How can he be so calm? Fei Er's expression changed slightly and she asked softly, "Then he was pretending?" Xiao Qian nodded silently. "This person is very scary, too shrewd and scheming. He knows our every move like the back of his hand. Of all times, he came just as we were about to leave, coincidentally appearing. After that, he inadvertently told us how dangerous the Myriad Star Mountain is, and what kind of factions surround it. He clearly wants to explore the Myriad Star Mountain with us. However, he is trying to scare us off, wanting us to go and beg him ourselves." The expressions of Luonan, Fei Er, and Xiaosu immediately changed. They thought about it. Yanjia said that that place was too dangerous, so they wanted to invite him to explore the Myriad Star Mountain with them. They had fallen for his trap and scheme. Xiaosu thought hard and said, "However, I can't figure out why he thinks so highly of us. Given his strength, he actually does not need to care too much about us. Right now, even if everyone on the warship worked together, they would not be a match for him. At best, Xiao Qian could barely protect himself and flee from him. To them, a late-stage star venerate was already an extremely terrifying existence." Whoosh! Xiao Qian stretched out his hand and summoned out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Perhaps it is because of this. Back then when Xiao Qian first met Yanjia, he felt that the other party was testing him. This was because Yanjia could not obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition. He could only use the Scarlet Blood War banner as a weapon. Given that, although Yanjia had the Scarlet Blood War banner, it would not be of much use in the treasure trove. That day, when the other party saw the war banner in Xiao Qian's hand, he instantly unfurled it and triggered a mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Qian had guessed that the other party would come again. If Xiao Qian could not obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition, the other party would definitely snatch it back. Upon hearing Xiao Qian's explanation, Luonan, Fei Er, and the others felt their hair stand on end. The Iron Hand Yama was rather normal. Before benefits, how could he have any poise or emotions? After fighting in the ash-gray sea for so many years, if he were really so benevolent, he would have been eaten up long ago. If he was really so benevolent, I'm afraid he would have been eaten long ago and wouldn't have been able to hold his current position. What should we do? For a moment, the group found themselves in a dilemma, unable to make up their minds. After being schemed against by such a strong enemy, every step they took felt like there was a sword at their backs, like they could fall into the deep abyss at any moment. Xiao Chun was rather calm. We'll beat them at their own game. On the other side, after Yanzhi returned to his residence, the core members of the Iron Horn pirate group started asking questions. After hearing Yanzhi's explanation, they all revealed confused and surprised expressions. Captain, are we just going to let them go like that? Indeed. That concerns the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was a legendary pirate king. It is hard to imagine how vast the treasure he left behind is. If we can obtain it, it might be possible for the Iron Horn pirate group to become a legend. The few subordinates were incredibly excited, and some were even more anxious. They immediately asked for permission to capture Xiao Qian and the others. Yanzhi smiled faintly. There are 3 strategies. The best strategy, the middle strategy, and the worst strategy. Your method of using brute force is the worst strategy of all. How can that Xiao Chun submit so easily? Even if you can use his friends to threaten him, it will be hard to guarantee that he will fight to the death. At that time, the losses outweigh the gains, and the losses will be even greater. But we can't just let them go like that, right? The old man who sold the dragon shadow condor wing bone to Xiao Chun said, feeling confused. Yanzhi was very confident. He smiled unhurriedly and said, he will come back and look for me in less than 2 hours. What if they really leave? Someone asked, still feeling dissatisfied. Yanzhi replied indifferently, I have my own backup plans. The Ash-Gray Sea is not a peaceful place. I will make them suffer a little, and they will still take the initiative to come and look for me. The best way to manage people is to attack their minds. I want them to work for me wholeheartedly and even feel grateful to me. After a while, someone came to report that Xiao Chun sought an audience. Yanzhi revealed a faint smile. The core members of the Iron Horn pirate group immediately felt that their captain was unfathomable and had great foresight. Captain is truly a godly person. Every step that Xiao Chun takes is within Captain's calculations. Indeed, it is as Captain said. He really came. Yanzhi waved his hand and said, don't give the game away. Come with me to meet him. In the hall, Yanzhi received Xiao Chun seriously. Young Master Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Chun pretended to think for a while. Then he said somewhat embarrassedly, I would like to invite Big Brother Yan to come with me to the Myriad Star Mountain and take care of it. Of course, if there are any gains, I will definitely thank you generously. Yanzhi revealed a troubled expression as he said, I'm afraid that I cannot do so even though I have the heart. Xiao Chun asked curiously, why? Yanzhi explained, I will not be able to leave the Grave Sea for the next half-month. I still have many old friends that I have yet to meet. Once I leave the Grave Sea this time, I will probably not come back again. I really do not want to waste this opportunity. Xiao Chun felt surprised, but he could not force the issue. After chatting for a while, he took his leave. Captain, he already delivered himself to us. Why did you not agree? After Xiao Chun left, the others in the hall revealed confused expressions once more. Yanzhi said indifferently, don't worry. Everything is under control. It is hard to guarantee that he is not here to test us. Firstly, my answer can dispel his suspicions. Secondly, if I casually agree, it will be hard for him to understand my importance. After he suffers, I will send him charcoal in his hour of need. Only then will he truly be grateful to you. Yanzhi's words immediately won the admiration of Yanzhi's subordinates. They simply did not expect their captain to be so scheming. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly before leaving. You already saw through me, yet you are still acting. In that case, I will continue acting with you. Chapter 1778. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Xiao Chun did not have a good way to deal with this Yanzhi at the moment, so he could only continue acting with the other party. Firstly, the Iron Horn pirate group was very powerful. Yanzhi's cultivation was even more unfathomable. He was at least a late-stage star venerate. Whether it was a small perfection late-stage star venerate, a great perfection late-stage star venerate, or a peak late-stage star venerate, He knew nothing and could not feel it at all. This was a terrifying enemy that could destroy the Black Cutlass in an instant. Under his generous appearance, there was a heart as vicious as a poisonous scorpion. It would be a huge mistake to be fooled by his appearance and think that he could just walk away. He wasn't afraid of the other party acting, but he was afraid that the other party wouldn't be willing to act and would resort to forceful means. That Xiao Chun really couldn't do anything about it. He could only allow himself to be slaughtered. It was unfortunate to be targeted by such a person. The situation was much more dangerous than it seemed. However, since he liked to act, it was exactly what Xiao Chun wanted. For the time being, he would play dumb, pretend to be infected, pretend to be schemed against. What the Black Cutlass in him needed was time. Xiao Chun believed that as time passed, the balance of power would slowly tip in his favor. Back at the Black Cutlass, Elder Tang quickly asked, "How is it?" Xiao Chun smiled and said, "It's okay." He refused. "You refused? In that case, wouldn't we have misunderstood him?" Elder Tang was slightly surprised. The others were also quite surprised. The corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He's just playing hard to get. This person's methods are really extraordinary. However, it does not matter. We just need to put on a good show with him. I do need such help for the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. The chess game was unpredictable. Yanjia wanted to use Xiao Chun as a chess piece. Since that was the case, Xiao Chun might as well beat him at his own game and make good use of him. Come, let's go to the Ash Gray Sea. Using the Iron Blood token, Xiao Chun successfully met the Pirate Hall's Hall Master, an old man with unfathomable strength. The feeling he gave Xiao Chun was actually much better than Yanjia. The Pirate Alliance was very mysterious. For it to be able to exist openly for so long, it definitely had many outstanding aspects. If the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan was the overlord of the Grave Sea on the surface, then this old man was the Grave Sea monarch in the dark. However, the Pirate Hall had always been neutral. It would never seek revenge for pirate groups or start a feud with the Divine Shield Army or sections. It felt like the Pirate Hall did not have a strong presence. It was more like a large chamber of commerce that knew how to make money. Anyone, even if they were not pirates, could trade treasures, purchase materials and auction items in the Pirate Hall. Furthermore, even if it was a disciple of a righteous sect who came to register as a pirate, the Pirate Hall would not ask about it, simply ignoring it. His attitude was rather ingenious. Even so, no matter how weak the pirate halls in the Grave Sea were, they would not be able to survive. The Divine Shield Army and the Bloodsword Army did not dare to target the Pirate Hall. This was a taboo. No one dared to comply. "Captain Xiao, are you sure you want to use the Iron Blood token to head to the Ash Gray Sea? It is not good for you to go to the Ash Gray Sea with your strength. Why don't you wait a few more years?" The old man gave Xiao Chun some face, not saying that only death awaited him if he went to the Ash Gray Sea. He only said that it was not good and that he would go later. "I've already made up my mind. Senior, please help me." "It's not really help. The Iron Blood token is issued by the Pirate Hall in the first place. I will follow the instructions of whoever holds the Iron Blood token." When the old man saw how determined Xiao Chun was, he did not say anything more. The old man ferociously clenched his fist and directly crushed the Iron Blood token. Whoosh! Boundless blood flowed out of the old man's hand. It was like a river of blood had appeared in his hand, pouring out blood continuously. Soon the blood piled up, drowning Xiao Chun, Xiao's, and even the Black Cutlass. In the next moment, the blood turned into an unending stream of scarlet light soaring into the sky. The scarlet light shot towards the sky above the Pirate Hall. Stars flickered above the Pirate Hall, and a formation appeared out of nowhere, absorbing all the scarlet light. The light disappeared in a flash. Many people saw this scene but did not know what happened. "Captain, they are going." The Iron Horn Pirate Group's people immediately called out. However, they were no strangers to this. Yanjia showed a grave expression as he said, "Follow them." Right after Yanjia spoke, an Iron Blood token appeared in his hand, and he crushed it. After a while, another beam of scarlet light soared into the sky, entering the mysterious starry heavens formation above the Pirate Hall. The Iron Horn Pirate Group followed. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. This Yanjia would not remain indifferent to the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. Furthermore, Yinja would not let Xiao Chen's group escape Yinja's grasp. Back then, when Xiao Chen obtained that jade strip, he knew that this jade strip could let him contact the other party. It could also let the other party know where Xiao Chen was at all times. If Xiao Chen tossed it away, then Yinja would know Xiao Chen's plan. Then Yinja would immediately use force to make Xiao Chen work for him. Unfortunately, Yinja was not strong enough. Even if he knew the other party's plan, Xiao Chen could not toss away the jade strip. He could only beat Yinja at his own game. The moment Xiao Chen and the others were submerged in blood, they lost consciousness. When they reappeared, they were already dead. When they reappeared, the Black Cutlass appeared in a new sea. One of the 7 great forbidden seas, the Ash-Gray Sea. Captain, the seawater is corroding the first layer of defensive formations. It will not last for another hour. The level of space is too terrifying. A few of the internal components of the pirate ship have been crushed. If we do not think of a way to deal with this, the ship will disintegrate in half a day. Captain, there is a ferocious beast swimming over in front. The moment Xiao Chen's voice landed, bad news arrived. Everyone had no time to appreciate the vastness of the vast ash-gray sea. Xiao Su was very busy. The entire Black Cutlass worked quickly, doing its best to keep the pirate ship moving normally in the ash-gray sea. Don't panic. According to the previous plan, the Black Cutlass should have no problem moving normally in the ash-gray sea. Xiao Chen was strangely calm, calming Xiao Su's somewhat anxious heart. Xiao Su nodded and said, "Right? It is just that we suddenly came to the ash-gray sea and need some time to adjust. We can deal with the other problems. However, that ferocious beast is somewhat problematic." Xiao Su pointed to a strange bird that appeared on the water screen in the captain's quarters. However, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It came at a good time. The immemorial demon soul formation happens to need some nourishment." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Xiao Chen left the pirate ship with a few flashes. Whoosh! What strong spatial pressure! The Forbidden Sea truly lives up to its reputation. Xiao Chen could already move freely in the Grave Sea. However, when he arrived at the surface of the ash-gray sea, he felt pressure. There seemed to be many invisible hands on the surface of the sea, pulling on Xiao Chen's feet and pulling him into the sea. The surging seawater seemed to possess a demonic nature, deterring one from looking at it for long. The seawater here was definitely much more terrifying than the seawater of the Grave Sea. "Open!" Xiao Chen shouted, and the vital qi in his body swam through his dragon veins. All the dragon bones in his body crackled, sounding like a terrifying dragon roar. The moment Xiao Chen brought out his small perfection divine dragon war body, he resisted all the pressure. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. There was a huge scarlet bird with scarlet feathers covering its body. It was nearly 1 kilometer long. A demon blood vulture. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He was somewhat reluctant to use it as nourishment for the immemorial demon soul formation. Even in the ash-gray sea, such mutated beasts were extremely rare. They possessed a demonic nature and had strong growth potential, able to evolve continuously. It would not be strange for several demon blood vultures to evolve into existences like the underworld ghost bird or the dragon shadow condor. The prerequisite was that the demon blood vulture had to continuously absorb all sorts of demonic nature. If Elder Tang managed to tame it, it would definitely become a great weight for the Black Cutlass. When that demon blood vulture felt Xiao Chen's gaze, it could not help releasing its demonic nature. To think that an insignificant human wanted to tame it. He truly overestimated himself. Chapter 1779. Demon Blood Vulture. The demon blood vulture before Xiao Chen was already close to middle stage star venerate. Furthermore, it was born and raised in the ash-gray sea. It held a great advantage over the newcomer Xiao Chen. The demon blood vulture exuded a strong demonic nature. When it spread its wings, a surging demonic might spread out, causing the waves to surge and roar, looking very awe-inspiring. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he thought to himself, "I heard that many demonic Dao experts like to rear this bird. On one hand, it suits my nature. On the other hand, I can use my demonic nature to nourish this bird, bringing out the best in each other." It looks like the rumors are true. The demon blood vulture is indeed full of demonic nature, ferocious and cruel. However, since it runs into me today, it has to be obedient and wait to be captured. Xiao Chun watched as the demon blood vulture charged over at lightning speed, its sharp claws looking like it wanted to tear him in half. Kasie. Just as Xiao Chun thought this, the demon blood vulture arrived before Xiao Chen, and a berserk shock wave surged out. Xiao Chen immediately felt a huge pressure. His physical body felt like a fallen leaf about to get swept away. The demon blood vulture is controlling the wind. If Xiao Chun could not stabilize himself and got swept away by the strong wind, he would be at the mercy of the demon blood vulture, unable to do anything about it. With a thought, Xiao Chun silently circulated the ice feather divine incantation. Immediately, snow flew everywhere and cold chi spread out. Under the influence of the boundless cold chi, the demon blood vulture's speed decreased significantly. The originally terrifying strong wind immediately became much gentler. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and fanned his sleeves. Bang! 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 With this casual fanning, Xiao Chun drove 20 cauldron force, which surged out like a tsunami. It instantly scattered the other party's strong wind. The demon blood vulture, which was approaching Xiao Chun, immediately found it extremely difficult to take another step forward. Left without a choice, the demon blood vulture spread its wings and circled around before diving down again. Whoosh! 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 The demon blood vulture opened its beak and spat out thousands upon thousands of scarlet demonic arrows containing the demonic chi it had cultivated for hundreds of years. If an ordinary person came in contact with these arrows, they would immediately die, corroding into a skeleton. Xiao Chun did not dare to underestimate it. Even with his physical body, he did not dare to touch this darn thing. Hua! Xiao Chun drew his saber from its scabbard and slashed out. This saber strike contained great Tao energy and soul energy that Xiao Chun could already control freely. As the saber light slashed out, all the arrows formed by demonic chi were destroyed. However, the demon blood vulture took advantage of this opening to bully Xiao Chun. When it flapped its wings, space seemed to fold. Xiao Chun was in the middle of it, unable to control himself. The two forces pressed against each other, causing him to feel a sense of danger. The demon blood vulture quickly folded its wings, wanting to crush Xiao Chun to death. What great strength! Xiao Chun did not panic. A swastika appeared between his eyebrows. Buddhist light immediately enveloped his body, and the overbearing and ferocious Buddhist light swept out in all directions. The demonic nature spreading from the demon blood vulture immediately burned and purified like fire. The demon blood vulture cried out miserably. Buddhist might. This was what gave Xiao Chun the confidence to deal with this demon blood vulture. If it were another ferocious beast of the same grade, Xiao Chun would have some trouble dealing with it. The demon blood vulture, a ferocious beast with a demonic nature as its foundation, was much easier to deal with. Of course, this was only relative. If this demon blood vulture was stronger, the Buddhist might would not have any effect on it. Like water and fire, they restrained each other. Taking advantage of the demon blood vulture's miserable shriek, Xiao Chun executed resolving the mundane. Boom! An eternal and inextinguishable saber light appeared. Xiao Chun, who had destroyed the 6 desires, sent out his strongest saber strike. The strong aura immediately pushed back the demon blood vulture and averted the danger of being shocked to death by its wings. When the boundless saber light landed, a long wound appeared on the demon blood vulture's body. Blood continuously flowed out. It immediately wailed and flapped its wings as it fled frantically. To think that it still has such strong life force. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed on the demon blood vulture's head. The demon blood vulture remained unconvinced. It tried to fling Xiao Chen off, doing its best to struggle. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the top of the scabbard landed heavily on Xiao Chen's head. This shook the demon blood vulture's soul, and its injuries worsened. Then, Xiao Chen sent a strand of spiritual sense into the untamable demon blood vulture's mind. Be obedient, or else I will take your life. After a few clashes, the demon blood vulture was at a complete disadvantage. It was forced to carry Xiao Chen back to the Black Cutlass. The expressions of the Black Cutlass's crew members immediately changed drastically. When they saw Xiao Chen above, they revealed shocked expressions. Captain actually subdued this ferocious beast. Elder Tang showed shock on his face. Unexpectedly, not only did Xiao Chen defeat this demon blood vulture, but he even subdued it. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and Xiao Chun landed beside Elder Tang. Senior Tang, I'll leave the matter of completely taming this demon blood vulture to you. Elder Tang showed a troubled expression as he said, Young Master Xiao, although I come from the beast governing sect, I have not reached the level where I can tame a star venerate level ferocious beast. Furthermore, the beast governing sect's beast taming method is to tame it from a young age, using sound to control it. Very few forcefully subdued it like young master did. What Xiao Chun did was not taming but subduing. He could not nurture the demon blood vulture's loyalty at all. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's strength, there was no need to think about taming a ferocious beast. Naturally, I know. Come to my cultivation room later. Xiao Chun did not explain much. He walked over to Xiao Su and asked, How's the situation? Xiao Su smiled and replied, Everything is back to normal. Our Black Cutlass can rival a 6-star pirate ship. There should be no problem navigating the ash-gray sea. Xiao Chun frowned and said, Just navigating the ash-gray sea is not enough. When Senior Gue forged this ship, he used the immemorial demon soul formation as its core. All this while, you have not put in the effort to study this immemorial demon soul formation. Naturally, I know what Big Brother is talking about. However, Xiao Su found it hard to speak of his troubles, finding it hard to explain. Xiao Chun patted Xiao Su's shoulder and said, I understand what you mean. The immemorial demon soul formation's demonic nature is too deep, too evil. You are afraid of becoming its puppet. Yes, that is the principle. Leave it to me then. Xiao Chun felt very confident. As he looked at the vast ash-gray sea and the demon blood vultures circling around, he felt very carefree. What the Black Cutlass lacked was time. That Yenja thought that he could control the Black Cutlass and crush it at any time. Now that the sky was high and the sea was wide, this was the time for Xiao Chun to show off his abilities in the ash-gray sea. Xiao Chun took out Yenja's jade strip and smiled coldly to himself. So what if you know where I am? After about 7 minutes, Elder Tang discovered that the Iron Hand Yama was in the cultivation room as well. However, he did not see Xiao Chun. Old Yama, why do you think young Master Xiao called us over? Elder Tang felt somewhat nervous as he looked at the Iron Hand Yama in confusion. The Iron Hand Yama drank wine and smiled. Little brother Xiao Chun has been planning this trip to the ash-gray sea for a long time. Now that he is here, he should be carrying out his plan. What do you mean? The Iron Hand Yama smiled mysteriously. Did you not notice that little brother Xiao Chun did not panic at all after he saw through that Yenja's plan? He must have planned this long ago and is not afraid at all. Otherwise, given his character, he would definitely travel alone and not bring us along to take the risk. Elder Tang's expression changed slightly as if he thought of something. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun walked out. He nodded slightly to the two before taking a seat. Xiao Chun looked at Elder Tang and said, Senior Tang, this is a beast taming cultivation technique that I just copied. Take a look. Beast taming art? Elder Tang felt slightly surprised. Many beast taming cultivation techniques in the world had such names. Just from the names, one could not make out anything special. After looking at it for a while, Elder Tang's expression changed drastically. This is the ancient beast taming abode's beast taming cultivation technique. Young Master Xiao, where did you obtain it? Where did Xiao Chun get it? Naturally, he found it in the scripture pavilion in the underground dragon city. He also obtained the ice feather divine incantation there. Xiao Chun's memory was astonishing. He would not forget any cultivation technique that he had seen. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun found a cultivation technique related to beast taming. This beast taming art was created by an expert. It was a unique method that allowed one to carve formations in the minds of subdued ferocious beasts. The formation merged with the soul and bloodline. Not only could it control the ferocious beasts, but it could also control the descendants of the ferocious beasts. By relying on this cultivation technique, any disciple of the beast taming abode could easily control hundreds of ferocious beasts during the ancient era. The strong ones could even control thousands or tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. There was more to the beast taming art. When cultivated to a high level, one could continuously modify formations to strengthen the ferocious beasts they controlled. How is it? With this beast taming art, Elder Tang, are you confident of taming that demon blood vulture? Elder Tang laughed loudly and said, "It will be easy. Young Master Xiao, rest assured." After obtaining the beast taming art, Elder Tang felt incredibly excited. He immediately took his leave and started studying it. Now, only Xiao Chan and the Iron Hand Yama remained in the cultivation room. "Old Yama, you are the most experienced on the Black Cutlass. Do you know why I only handed this beast taming art to Elder Tang after arriving at the Ash Gray Sea?" The Iron Hand Yama smiled faintly and said, "Our every move in the pirate hall cannot escape that Yenja's eyes and ears. Any sign of trouble will startle him. At that time we might end up helping him for nothing." Xiao Chen nodded and praised the Iron Hand Yama. He truly lived up to his reputation. Actually, that Yenja is nothing much. I have never paid too much attention to him. If we treat him as our opponent, then our vision is too narrow. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had seen true experts before and received the inheritance of the foe god Flame. His vision was already extraordinary. However, we do need to use him on the trip to the Myriad Star Mountain. I'm afraid that even more incredible people will appear. It would be best for him to be our vanguard. At the same time, we can probe his limits. The Iron Hand Yama said in a gratified manner. It looks like little brother Xiao Chan already has a card up his sleeve. My previous worries were for naught. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and took out a secret manual for the Iron Hand Yama. "These are the cultivation techniques and martial techniques that I chose for you. They are both medial grade earth ranked. You will need them when you advance to Star Venerate." The Iron Hand Yama received them and took a look. His heart immediately thumped heavily. They were indeed medial grade earth ranked cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Even in a rank 6 sect, such cultivation techniques would require extremely high contributions before one could read them. Xiao Chen casually took out 2 books. This was really a big move. "There is no need to thank me. The Ash Gray Sea is vast and full of danger. If we are not careful, we will get wiped out. However, this is also the best opportunity for our Black Cutlass to rise up. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is just one of them.